Now you can hear me. Okay. Here I fucking am. We're just gonna get right into this shit. Or should we wait for the others to come? No, we're not gonna wait. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I got a lot of shit to do. I have a lot of fucking shit to do. I have a lot of shit to fucking do, man. I got a lot of shit to fucking do with this room. I'm trying to decorate it and shit. And there's nothing there. I know, it's been a fucking day and there's nothing there. I get it. I've been working with the stud finder. I got to get a fucking drill. Should I just drill the sword on the wall right now? I'm literally so close. I just got done charging my fucking drill. I've marked the points at which I'm going to put my fucking thing. And I feel like I should just do that. Alright, you know what? If I see one complainer in the chat, I'm just banning them. So, starting with Bimin32, he said, poop Mike. I personally hate you. I have personal fucking hatred for you. I actually, it's personal too. I fucking hate you. And as soon as I figure out how to fucking, let me find this guy. Oh, easiest ban in my life. Banned for life. And by the way, YouTube bans are permanent. Because I don't, there's some guy who keeps fucking spamming me to unban him from the, I think his name's like Mike the Manager. Mike the Manager, shut the fuck up. Every day my mods spam me to tell me that I have to unban you from the chat. If I have banned you from the YouTube chat, you are such an asshole, you deserved it. I don't know how to unban people from the fucking chat, so don't expect it to fucking happen. Just make a new YouTube account and use that one. Fuck's sake. Speaking of annoying fucking things every day I gotta fucking deal with. Just dumb bullshit all around, man. And I got problems, man. I got problems y'all don't know about, man. I got health problems and shit. I got health problems and shit. I gotta get a fucking procedure. 1 month for... I hate doctors, man. I'm just so sick of this shit. I'm so sick of this fucking shit. I'm sad going to appointments every fucking month. They're a month in between each other, and then nothing fucking... I'll come back... I go see the doctor for 5 minutes. I'll come back next month. What? Why did I fucking come then? When are you gonna solve my fucking problem? I go, and they're just like... They 5 minutes... They'll just be like, oh, okay, I'll see you in a month. And they've been doing this to me since fucking September, and I'm fucking sick of it. Holy fuck, I need a new doctor. Fuck's sake, man. Just want to get this fucking problem solved, man. It's like holding me down, you know? Can't do shit, man. Alright. Alright, let's just do this debate. So, I'm going to give you some background info on the debate. So, a friend of 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 a friend know a guy who used to be a fan of the show. And they asked me to debate him. Because he used to be a really big fan of the show, but now he hates me, and he thinks Infrared is like this big cult. And it's basically the same thing as the Pat Sock Dems, where it's like, it was the Baristas was the tipping point. Like, the insulting the sacred barista class was just too far. That was just the point at which, oh, there can be no forgiveness, there can be no, reconciliation. It's just too far. And it's just such an egregious heresy that cannot be forgiven under any circumstances whatsoever. And that's where we're at right now, okay? That's where we're at, and that's what we're dealing with. And we're going to go ahead. Okay, you know what? I want to start the debate right now, but let's get a fucking drum roll. Let's get a fucking drum roll from the chat, where I just basically want everyone to basically... Give me some sun gorillas in the fucking chat. Why don't we get hype again, right? What happened to this chat? What happened to the fucking hype in the chat, huh? Even when I was at 50 viewers, we was more hyped than this shit. Let's get some hypes in the chat. Hype in the chat, hype in the chat, hype in the chat, hype in the chat, hype in the chat. Fuck doctors. Hype in the chat, hype in the chat, hype in the chat. Let me tell you guys something. Sun Gorilla roll call right fucking now. Right now is what I want to see. I want to see some goddamn Sun Gorillas in the chat. We're going forward, motherfucker. I don't give a fuck. I'm Kratos in this bitch. We're going forward into the winter, and I don't give a fuck. I'm taking down whoever the fuck I gotta take down, and I'm going to war again, man. I don't give a fuck. It's war. We're going to war. Don't make me turn on Papoose. Don't make me turn on Papoose, because we're going to war. I don't know who we're going to be up against and who we're going to be fighting. I think it's going to be those NAFO motherfuckers, but I just kind of feel like shit is beyond words at this point. I just kind of feel like shit is beyond words at this point. We're past the point of words. What the fuck else can we do, huh? We're past the point of motherfucking words, but we're going to war, motherfuckers. I can guarantee you as much.
Good morning, Revolution.
Good morning, Revolution. Pretty Flacco. Appreciate you. Crack dealer. I don't know why your shit didn't go through. There we go. There we go. Thank you so much, crack dealer. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much, man. So let's get right into it. As far as the debate is concerned, I just got me and my hairy ass. Hello.
Hello.
Turn off the stream.
Okay. Hold on. All right.
Okay, let's get right into it. So you used to be a fan of the infrared show. When were you a fan?
Well, I was a fan prior to, I guess, a lot of discourses. I guess it was when the first Pat Soak discourse came up, when people were fighting against like anti-conquista, and honestly, like all these, as you classify them, as like bizuo leftists, which I wholeheartedly agree with you on. You know, the Sakaiist faction of like Marxists today, basically like fake third worldists. I really agreed with all the critiques that you guys made, and I really agreed with the reconciliation of like conservatism, America's founding, a lot of things that Logo used to say or still says. You know, it really made sense. You know, things like Ron Paul Maoism, all these things made so much sense in the context of American politics. So yeah, I became an infrared fan. And the Barista discourse really did not make me an ex-fan. I disagreed with some aspects of it, or maybe thought some aspects of it weren't that clear of your position on baristas, but I disagreed with a lot of the larger discourse around it that infrared community had. But I was never an ex-fan, and I still supported you guys. And I supported you guys through all the Russia stuff because you had all the fake socialist DSA faction, the anarcho-socialist tendency that exists in the Marxist sphere. They were all attacking you for having a true anti-imperialist lens. So I still supported you all the way through that. And I don't necessarily think it's fair to either say I'm truly an ex-fan, because I still agree with you guys ideologically on a lot of things. Honestly, most things. But I don't think infrared itself is a cult. I don't think you went out of your way to develop a cult. I just think more correctly the term would be there's a cult of personality aspect that I feel like I sort of see that's building an infrared, where certain discourses are like,
all right, but you weren't this nuanced when you said we were a cult. And
okay, first of all,
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're saying this, but when you call us a cult, Kareshi, thank you so much, man. Holy shit, appreciate you. Well, you basically wasn't that nuanced when you just straight out said we were a cult.
All right, you're right. I wasn't that nuanced.
Right. So you think we're a cult?
I thought a lot of the new content that you had was just kind of like lame shit, honestly, and I was just like, you know, reacting to it. But yeah, I did say you were a cult.
What was the lame shit? Do you mean it's just like not entertaining, or do you mean it was
wasn't
wrong?
Focused on like theory? Wasn't focused on theory. But I do think the barista. I'm mainly what I'm interested in is the barista discourse. But
okay.
Yeah, no, I mean like the recent streams. I don't know, like the Blue Pill Hot stream. I don't know.
What was wrong with the Blue Pill Hot stream?
I don't know. I just didn't feel like it was like substantive theory.
So what? We were
I
having
felt like,
fun.
okay, well, you're right. You're allowed to have fun.
Does that make me a culk?
No, but you have people with around you who, not around you, but a lot of the base of infrared basically like they see you as this like the one true arbiter of Marxism. So they form instead of forming positions within their own understanding of dialectical materialism, they form positions based on just like what you said.
Can you name me a communist country that didn't have a cult of personality?
Well, I know in one of your streams yourself, like you said, Stalin himself denounced his own cult of personality.
He did, but he was just being
So,
humble.
like, what is that? All you think it was?
He was just making it clear that he did not directly identify with his own cult of personality. Doesn't make it any less decisive for the Soviet state.
Yeah, but you don't think there were larger reasons why he would have had a critique of his own cult of personality besides just the fact that he might be humble? That maybe he saw there could be larger repercussions of having a faction of people who don't ideologically think about situations but only react towards how someone they view as like an ideological leader.
I think
reacts
Stalin
towards
had a
the
very clear
situation.
understanding about what role the cult of personality formed outside the context of the party for the whole of Soviet society. There would be no Soviet socialism without the cult of personality, nor has there ever been any form of socialism without a cult of personality.
So do you think that when China was basically like eliminating the Gang of Four from their leadership, from how far the Cultural Revolution went, that was Deng was also establishing a cult of personality, or they were trying to rid themselves of what the cult of personality had created,
Mao
and
had
that's why
died at that time, so Mao was dead.
yeah, but the Gang of Four wanted to continue this cult of personality
Can't do it
around
when
Mao's
you
image.
can't do it when the personality's dead.
So do you think Deng had a cult of personality?
Not really. He was more of a kind of transition figure for socialism, I would say. I think Xi Jinping does.
Has I mean, I don't think he has a cult of personality though, because I think there are people who are willing to question him. And that was another thing. Actually, the thing that I recently disagreed with was the reaction towards like the COVID protests, because obviously I understand some of the criticisms toward the COVID protests in China, but I also do think there are valid reasons of why people were protesting
Yeah, I
against
mean, that
COVID
makes sense
zero.
because the Starbucks union supported the protests.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't support the Starbucks unions in and of themselves because I find like petty trade unionism, that's like a DSA position. That's like literally like a democratic socialist position that the unions in and of themselves are going to save us. So I don't support, I'm not like a huge fan of the Starbucks union movement. I never really tweeted in support of them, but I basically didn't necessarily understand how through all that discourse, like, what is the basis of them like what is the larger thesis? Because I've like watched your streams on it. The only way I really interacted through the discourse was what a lot of your followers were saying, and it seemed like what a lot of your followers were doing was the conflation of like unproductive and productive labor, meaning like socially useful or non-useful labor. But then I feel like you corrected that in another stream. But I guess like I'm trying to figure out like what what doesn't make like a barista's labor necessarily like proletariat, because as far as I'm aware, as Engels defines like what the proletariat is in Principles of Communism, I could pull it up. It's just like
When did he write Principles of Communism?
the exact year. I don't know. Do you know? I could pull it up.
Do you have a rough estimate of what year it was? Was it
I
like
mean, obviously,
2017
like
or something?
18. No.
Alright. So it sounds like it was a
Okay, so
long time
then
ago, right?
yeah, it was a long time ago, but I
So
mean,
you
like
just
we
said you
still
don't
have.
hold on, you just said that you have a problem with the cult of personality because people are not able to apply dialectical materialism independently, they just blindly follow what someone else says. Can you
Well, yeah, I'm
independently
not blindly
Sure, can
following
you
what he says. I'm just
independently
using an example.
justify the application of Engels' definition in 2022 using dialectical materialism?
Well, then,
Why
so how would he?
why
I'm
is that
proletariat.
definition valid in the first place?
Well, what then? I would like to understand what your definition of proletariat is, if it's not what Engels defines it in like the Principles of Communism. What makes someone proletariat? Like selling wage labor, like that has surplus value extracted because you produce like more, whatever it is within the span of period you're being paid your wage. If
That's part of
you're,
it. I mean,
yeah, so then,
what makes someone proletarian? It's like the rigid definition of class from the 19th century cannot be applied in the 21st century whatsoever. You can ask which social formations best epitomize the interests of a proletarian class. You can ask which, what kind of art or what kind of politics or what kind of ideology represents proletarian consciousness. You can go down that road. But to say, like, what makes a person proletarian today, that is just isolating people from the wider context. It's kind of a nonsensical question.
So, like, I don't feel like it's a nonsensical question.
It is because
then you don't have a definition, is what you're telling me.
The definition of the proletariat, if I had to simplify
in terms of neoliberalism, globalism.
Okay, if I had to define, and if all you're asking is for me to simplify what the proletariat is, the proletariat is the working class.
So then, like, what's the working class? Like,
the laboring class, the class that is
Baristas
engaged in labor, the real definition of labor, which Marx was very clear about outlining and defining in his early philosophical manuscripts. So it's the class engaged in labor first and foremost. B, it's the class upon the foundation of whose labor all of the profits of society, and moreover the way in which society can even reproduce itself, the state, the bureaucracy, corporations, whatever, all of those come from their labor. So that's what the proletariat is.
Yeah, working class people who like sell their labor power in for wages.
Their wages are being exchanged for labor power. Labor power doesn't mean, hey, I want you to go do this, I want you to sweep the floor with this broom. Labor power is a very sophisticated category which involves a specific understanding of how surplus value is produced. So yes, labor power isn't just, hey, go, fetch some milk for me from the cow's udders and I'll give you a coin. That's not what labor power is. Labor power is a very specific category.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what makes a barista then not like working class by your definition of proletariat? Like, it sounds like they would fall under that.
They're not.
How?
The so-called labor that baristas engage in has nothing to do with the labor of the proletarian class at any point in history. Moreover,
so then
the
point in history, you're saying things have changed in terms of the definition of the proletariat.
Right.
So then why are we using historical references of the definition of the proletariat?
Because I'm not referring to their work. Because I'm not referring to their work as a specific use value. I'm referring to baristas in terms of the specific social formation they represent, namely people who work in the service sector, basically, and in particular for Starbucks and acquiring quote-unquote class consciousness to unionize Starbucks and fight for their rights. Just like how graduate students try to form unions and all that jazz, it's pretty much the same thing in terms of its real class significance.
But I guess the thing, though, that I also seen in the discourse was like this like widespread wholesale attack of like the service industry in general. But then, one thing I pointed out to several people was like, China's been expanding their service economy for the last like 2 decades. For 2 of those decades, basically, well, I mean, like one of those decades.
China can destroy its service economy right now, and it will still survive. The bedrock of its economy will survive. We do that in America, or you do that in Britain. There's no America or Britain anymore.
No, I'm saying, why is China expanding their service economy? Like,
because it's a luxury. It's a luxury they can afford to do.
Yeah, people want.
They haven't made that the foundation of their economy like we have tried to do here.
Well, it's a larger percentage of their GDP now than manufacturing has been for the last 10 years.
You proclaim yourself to be a Marxist, but think GDP is a reliable indicator of the significance of a given economic sector.
Well, no, because I also understand that China is also the largest agricultural provider, but agriculture is still only 8% of their economic output. Like, the services industry in China is increasing massively because of the exact thing that you said. People in economies that have produced like surplus wealth, which is like what socialism of Chinese characteristics has done, they want access to these kind of commodities. Like, people like going out and getting coffee with friends. What is my point?
Yeah.
Is that, how do you think baristas are not necessarily revolutionary, or service workers are not necessarily revolutionary? SEIU union workers had walkouts against the vaccine mandates. That SEIU, this gigantic liberal union that's entrenched in the democratic political apparatus.
What workplace are you referring to?
It's the largest service industry union in the United States with over 3 million members.
Okay. And they walked out over vaccine mandates. Good for them.
Yeah, so like I'm saying, like what is unrevolutionary about the nature of service workers or baristas? Or like what is the whole discourse predicated on? Like what was the point of like this massive discourse that really like seemed to divide people? What was the real like thesis of
Okay,
it?
I'll give you the thesis. The thesis says there has been zero connection between so-called Marxists living in America or the West and the working class for decades. Now, there's a specific reason for this, right? But recently, these intellectuals, these intelligentsia, if you would dignify them that label, I would not. These Marxists have made inroads in being able to unionize people like baristas or graduate students or people who would otherwise be disposed to agree with the specific form of consciousness intellectuals have, not because it authentically relates to any real class reality, but because the reflexivity being the means by which they take a distance towards society and, understand society under the lens of a contrived theory or a contrived discourse or a contrived culture, they have fashioned themselves as these kind of hipster, reflexive, in the know classes, social formations, which is also a signifier of social parasitism. So the extent to which these Marxists have been successful in reaching the working class has only been the extent to which they've been able to reach people who are similar to them socially, namely people who are not only are not part of the working class, but are can be characterized by a number of characteristics. A, they are unpopular classes. They're not a class that can represent in any reasonable sense the majority of people in America. B, they are reflexive classes, which means in some kind of way, they make a living off of thinking about the world in some kind of way, mental labor. C, they are heavily urbanized, right? They're urbanized and they're gentrifiers and they're young people who move to these cities in order to, carve out some kind of creative life for themselves. Now, I don't know exactly what the statistics are, but I can probably guess that a good number of baristas probably are baristas on the side while they're in college pursuing some kind of career, or they're struggling artists, or there's something of that nature, and they don't really see it as like the ends of their life to be a barista of some kind. That holds true for probably the majority of the service sector. It's actually why America is still facing a huge labor shortage across the board, because when it comes to the actual working class, they're not doing this. They don't have some like higher aspiration in the main, right, that they can afford to have, like being in college or whatever. They are basically dropping out of the workplace in mass numbers because they find these to be undignified jobs, not becoming, of a human being. So when baristas come out here and they start unionizing, and leftists and communists and Marxists start celebrating this as a victory of the working class, this is just rank opportunism. They've just completely redefined what the working class is, or they've stretched the definition of the proletariat in an absurd and dishonest way to explain and cover up their failure for reaching the actual working class. So they've also decided to say things like, oh yeah, the actual working class, the people who work for their hands, those are the backward sections of the proletariat. The baristas are the advanced one. Graduate students who are at fucking NYU or something that are trying to form a union, that's the advanced section of the proletariat. This is what class struggle really is. See, we're doing it. We're doing what Lenin did. We're doing what Marx did. We're doing what Mao did. We're doing what communists in the past did. Look at us. We're doing it. And they're not fucking doing it, right? That's my fucking problem. They have failed to learn the insights of the history of Marxism-Leninism, and in an opportunistic way, they are using these examples to prove that they're right about this shit, and they're not. Baristas are not the working class. They're fucking baristas. I mean, to the extent that a barista can be a member of the working class is only to the extent that they just want to shit on their job and get the fuck out of that job. They're just an average Joe who got caught up and is just trying to make some money. Yeah, that's a working class person. That person has no particular loyalty or sense of entitlement to a job like being a fucking barista, because they know very well that this is an undignified, prostitute-like job where you're sitting there smiling for customers.
Yeah.
I mean, It's like you may as well be a fucking prostitute at that point.
No,
This is not
see,
a job this
actually,
is not a job that anyone sees as like, yeah, like in the past, you know, when people were in factories working, they were like, you know what, this job, I'm a working class man. I work in the factory. Factories keep our country running. We deserve a fair whatever. Because we factory workers, otherwise, this would be a dignified job if it were not for the circumstances and conditions of labor hours and pay. Okay? So that's why that was there. This is not the case for baristas. The only people who want to be baristas are fucking social parasites because Starbucks doesn't actually fucking produce any surplus value whatsoever. It robs the surplus value from the actual working class, redistributes it through financial abstractions and credit to the service sector. The service sector is inherently parasitic, surely you know that. And the people who want to have a Starbucks union and want to turn Starbucks into what the Twitter employees used to have before Elon Musk, they just want to create this craft unionism where they are just this privileged stratum above the actual working class, and they're so cozy and comfy at Starbucks working there. Oh, what a nice, validating, comfy job. I'm a fucking barista. Fuck, why should anyone make a living off of making fucking coffee?
Well, why? Well, one, I mean, you just contradicted yourself because you said they view themselves in jobs that they hate that are undignified, but then they also view themselves in jobs that are cushy and comfortable, and that
they're trying to make it that. That's what they're trying to make it.
I don't think
just like how pro sex work people are trying to make prostitution. They have prostitute unions and shit. It's the same thing.
But dude, that's exactly what I'm saying is like this conflation between sex work and baristas is actually ridiculous because the whole argument of sex work is that not only you're not selling your labor, your body itself is the commodity where you're
that's true for service. That's also it's just on the spectrum. It's on the spectrum.
The whole thing.
If you're a service worker, okay. Can I work for Starbucks? Okay, can I work for Starbucks and dress as Osama bin Laden?
I mean, what is that, like wearing a turban?
No, like the guy, Osama bin Laden. Can I dress as him?
I mean, I would assume not, probably.
Am I more likely to get away with dressing as Osama bin Laden in a steel factory or Starbucks?
I mean, probably a steel factory.
Right, because in a steel factory, it's actually that I'm getting paid for the labor I do, not for my presence and my appearance and my demeanor and whether I'm smiling or not, or whether I'm making people comfortable or not. That's the fucking difference. There is no economy of affect. All of that stuff about how affect is commoditizable and emotions are labor, all that is fucking prostitute drivel, has nothing to do with Marxism whatsoever.
No,
and that's where the Starbucks people are coming from.
The thing that you're comparing, like sex work and barista work, it's not the same because the whole thing.
They're not the same, but they're on the same spectrum. They are categorically
try to compare sex work to like doing McDonald's. The democratic socialists are like, sex work is work. It's just like selling. It's just like selling your labor power at a McDonald's, and that's the fucking the false analysis of what sex work is. So to compare sex work to being a barista, because not only are baristas at Starbucks, because I think the ideological reproduction of people in Starbucks comes from like people who want to work at Starbucks. Some of them just need to work a job. They're good at making coffee. A lot of them are these college students that you're talking about.
Sure. So they just need a job. They have an identity. Hold on. So they just need a job and they just need to make some money. Great.
Yeah,
those people. So I would like to address those people. I know plenty of
baristas who are. One of the baristas that I know is this. She's anti woke. She's against all the new LGBT bullshit. Like she doesn't support any of it. She's been a barista for like 10 years.
If the Starbucks union gets its way, and if the Starbucks union gets its way, she will not have I mean, she better get used to more LGBT stuff at Starbucks then, because with the power of labor comes also the power of pursuing all of these social agendas to an unprecedented degree. So, but regardless, the thing is, if people are just trying to get by and they just happen to be working at a fucking coffee shop, that's fine. But don't sit here and say that people who work at coffee shops are entitled to this, and that as coffee shop workers. Thank you so much, Lionel. Appreciate you. You can say as a citizen of the United States of America, you can say as an ordinary working class person, you can say even as a human being. But as a barista, no. The job of baristas should be driven out of existence.
As a member of someone who has to go and sell their labor power for a wage every day, they organize so that way they can get certain things that benefit them.
No,
I don't think
no. There is not a chance. You have more luck in doing crypto to improve your personal living situation than spending like years trying to organize. You will personally see none of that. People who organize have a specific institutional agenda that they're dedicating their lives to for some kind of fucking reason. But it's not fucking personal. Nobody has a direct relationship, really, who's on the front lines organizing for any of this stuff, between the personal outcome of their life and, you know, their existing living situation. If you start organizing to form a union, you're taking a huge risk. You can get fired. You can, like, you know, you can get your chances of getting rehired might be deeply worsened. So it's not a personal thing at all. There's nothing like, oh, I'm doing this for survival. Well, okay, then go rob a bank, dude. What do you?
Yeah, but don't you
organizing is not going to improve your life at all.
But don't you support like the striking rail workers who just got like shafted by the Democrats? Like, what's their reason for doing it? Like, why don't they just rob a bank?
I think they're actually making a point, actually, and I think they're organized enough at this point to actually have the leverage to do it, and that's why. But I just said organizing. You're not going to be like this. First of all, you'll never be like the striking railway workers. Because one, your labor is not that important. Two, you won't be as organized as they are. And if you want to know why that is, refer back to the first point. The only reason they're that organized in the first place is because their labor is that important. Because if one person tries to organize the striking workers at the railways and they go on strike, guess what? There's no coffee that's going to be delivered to the baristas to put into their machines in the first place. And there's going to be no stuff to be put into the store shelves in the first place at all in these stores. The service sector collapses, everything collapses. That's how important their labor is.
I'm not trying to argue that baristas are more important than those rail workers, because I don't believe that. But then I feel like that's getting back to the conflation between unproductive labor and productive labor being which is more important and socially useful in society. But if Dunkin' Donuts workers go on strike, that's going to really piss off whoever the CEO of Dunkin' Donuts is, whoever the shareholders of Dunkin' Donuts are. There's still obvious like
okay. If people decide in mass numbers to go inside Dunkin' Donuts and just start taking a shit on the floor, that's also going to piss them off. What's your point?
It pisses them off for different reasons, I suppose.
Yeah, but it like just pissing off, just cutting into the ability for cutting into the ability for these franchises to be operational does not really prove anything as far as the proletarian character of the action is concerned.
No, I'm not saying that the reason for them doing these things is because out of spite they just want to hurt the company they work for. I'm saying like they're going to have a reaction from the capitalist class who opposes. All
right, you know what? That's an interesting thing. You're bringing up class a lot. So I'd like to ask you the question. You believe, obviously, that Starbucks, the baristas, are part of the working class, and that basically probably 95% of people are working class, right? Because of the definition that they don't own their labor. So Marx has a very clear understanding of ideology, where he says they're doing it, but they don't know it. So for Marx, it's unconscious. Class and false consciousness and all that stuff is unconscious. So class exerts its influence on people on an unconscious level. Now, can you explain the unity? What actually unites a barista with railroad workers? It's like an objective material reality. Can you explain how they're united as one class?
Well, I mean, do any of them own the means of production for sustaining themselves in society outside of selling their wage labor for a wage?
Okay, that's a negative. That is a theoretical point. Can you actually point to me an imminent example of how this is a unified class?
What ties rail workers with any other section of labor aside from the fact that in order to survive, they literally have to work?
No, there's a great deal more than that, actually.
So then maybe I'm missing the point. So why don't you explain it?
And by the way, survival has nothing to do with it in the 21st century. You can survive by being a homeless person. Especially if you're not addicted to drugs.
Not in any dignified way. Most Americans don't want to live on the street.
So let's not talk about survival then, because it has nothing to do with it.
Most Americans don't want to live on the street, so they're going to work.
Okay. Again, survival has nothing to do with it. Now,
Well, it does, because the wages reproduces the conditions of their existence.
again, survival has nothing to do with it. No one is on the precipice of physical extinction.
It
You
doesn't
can.
matter about being on the precipice of extinction,
Well,
but it
that's what
matters that
survival
every
means.
day they have
Actually,
to sell
that's
their
what
wage
survival
labor.
means.
Like, I
Well,
would think
anyway,
that
you
connects
could
me
have.
to a rail
Okay,
worker as
anyway.
well. That's why I support the rail workers' cause, is because I
Okay.
have consciousness of what it means every
So
day to
according
go
to
in and
you,
out of work and sell my labor for
rail
wage.
workers are in the same class as baristas because they don't own the means of production.
I'm saying if they're not in the same class, they have ties based on that. Like the peasants and the
Okay,
proletariat don't
okay,
need to be of
great,
the
great,
same
great.
class to have
Now, where do
revolutionary
those
ties with each
ties
other.
exert any testable, observable significance in actual reality? Not in your head as a theoretician about, oh, because of this, you should do this, you should do that. Where in actual reality,
What of
demographically,
any part of
sociologically, can you
communism
let
is
me finish?
more of you should do this?
Demographically, sociologically, geographically, politically. Give me any form of objective information. What is objective information? It is information we can observe. It is data we can collect in reality itself. Okay? Now, you have not given me any data here, and I'm going to sound like an empiricist, but it's important. Data is important, right? The fact that they don't own something, according to you, is a piece of data. According to that, um, according to that variable, I guess, like 99% of Americans are part of one class. Okay, well, if it counts that they're part of one class, surely there are other, like, observable forms of data, right, that we could collect to prove that they are actually part of the same class of people. Because if their unity just hinges on some arbitrary variable that only exists in your head, how can you derive its essential significance? Why
Well, I
is
mean, that
that piece
doesn't
of
only
information
exist
the
in my
most
head.
important one?
That's a truth. That's a truth. It doesn't only exist in my head. What I
No,
said
I'm
only
not
exists in my
saying
head.
the fact only exists in your head. I'm saying the idea that this makes them unified does. Where else can we see that they're unified besides in your head?
I don't really understand. Where else can you see rail workers unified with any other section of like labor in a capitalist
Rail
economy?
workers are not that different from other kinds of working class people. We call them so culturally. You can look at it in culture. This is a great example. So in American culture, we say blue collar. Usually, when we say blue collar, we are referring to people who work with tools. We're referring to plumbers and electricians and factory workers and mechanical farmers, whatever you want to call them, and even truckers and stuff. So sociologically, culturally, demographically, with all that jazz, in terms of their relation to the state and their benefits thereof, politically, unless they're in a established union of some kind, but even they do under the surface beyond the union. So politically, they have similar interests and voting patterns. There are so many points of data we could look at to justify this notion of a blue collar working class, right? There's so many points of data you could look at. Can you give me one piece of data we could look at that unites baristas with rail workers?
So what? I mean, can you give me data? I guess that unites rail workers with the other sections of industry that you're talking about, because I obviously understand there's blue collar labor, but
Okay.
I don't think blue collar labor is the only labor that
These people have
there's.
okay. Sure, here's the data. These
There's
people are more
baristas probably
likely.
who agree with things that you say. Like, so how does their ideology form in the labor they perform?
Can you
I mean,
repeat
I'm
what you
not a
said
blue collar
about
laborer, but
Can you repeat what you said about people agreeing with what I have to say?
I said I'm sure there are baristas who agree with many things that you have to say.
Okay, here's the
I'm sure
difference.
they're not a complete ideological
When
monolith.
baristas agree with what I have to say, they have to think about it. When these people agree with what I have to say, it's literally intuition.
So, but I guess I just don't understand. Like, you're saying that only like blue collar labor is what the revolutionary class of laborers are.
Yes.
No service service workers, not at all, at all. many
Look,
cases.
I will
Even though
show.
many of them are
I am prepared to show
supposedly,
mercy to the service industry as soon as we actually focus on building a working class movement. I'm just sick of Marxists and so-called communists who have only made attempts and reached out to these service workers like baristas, because baristas are more likely to agree with them culturally, tastefully, and ideologically. Baristas aren't going to be bigoted and aren't going to be sexist and racist and use language that makes you uncomfortable. Baristas aren't going to sound dumb and stupid and vulgar, right? So I'm just sick of these fucking Marxists and communists who are running around with graduate student uses with fucking Starbucks baristas and doing nothing to actually do the self-criticism necessary to ask themselves, why do we make zero inroads with the actual fucking working class? Maybe it's because I'm not sacrificing my own class interests as a petty bourgeois intelligentsia hard enough. Maybe it's because I'm not humbling myself to the fact that there is an abrupt discontinuity with my self-interests and the interests of a class as a whole. Maybe they're possessed by this individualism, which has them go and reach out to people who are only like them, and this disgusting self-masturbatory narcissism, this incestuous narcissism, where they can't even humble themselves to the fact that they're going to have to learn and humble themselves to the wisdom of the people outside of themselves, right? Maybe that's the fucking problem. Maybe so many of these leftists are just too comfortable. Maybe I'm so harsh on baristas because of how much they get gassed up by these lazy, incestuous leftists who have made zero fucking effort to actually sacrifice just a little bit of their own fucking ego to go down and humble themselves to the people.
I guess my problem is less with like baristas as an entire like class of laborers versus the same incestuous leftists that you're talking about. Because personally, I hate the fetishization of unionism in and of itself. Like, right, like I said, like I don't believe Starbucks unions are revolutionary in and of themselves. Like in the history of the United States union movement, we've basically seen them as tools for capital. Anything post like the purge of the AFL-CIO. I mean, even today, like most of the unions in the United States.
So why did you have a problem with the barista discourse?
Because I don't understand how they're not working class. Like, I think you're taking Starbucks workers and you're making this entire blanket statement for the ideology that every single barista can possibly have.
Do you think Starbucks...
Baristas,
okay,
why couldn't baristas...
Does Starbucks produce surplus value? Do Starbucks workers produce surplus value?
I mean, I believe so, but that was also something that I would have wanted to talk about tonight too, because I guess you don't believe in the Marxist theory of value. So
that's news to me. How do I not believe in it?
Then you say that the United States is already like a form of socialist production?
And how is that incompatible with Marx's theory of value?
I don't know. I remember I heard you saying it on a stream, honestly.
I asked you, how is that statement that we no longer live in a capitalist mode of production, how is that incompatible with Marxism?
Well, I don't necessarily think it's incompatible with Marxism, but I thought in the stream that I saw you having that you said that that's because the labor theory of value doesn't exist anymore because the value that exists in the economy isn't from labor, but it's from like this larger abstract financialization.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so then I guess I just don't understand.
Saying that like, value is from financialization is like saying value is from profit. It's just, it begs the question, where are all of these financial abstractions getting their value from? What is the value of a derivative? What is the basis of the value invested in a derivative? That's the question.
Okay, but then if you believe in the Marxist theory of value, then by that standard, how does a barista not produce surplus value?
Simple, because the labor that baristas are engaged in does not pay for itself plus a surplus. Moreover, Starbucks could not derive a form of capital accumulation on the basis of the Starbucks industry. It's not like you can open up a Starbucks chain and then derive just from the sale of coffee or the sale of the products that they're selling some kind of reproduction of capital. No, Starbucks was only ever able to reproduce. It's only able to expand because of the redirection of credit from other sectors of the economy to Starbucks, because people invest in it because they're hoping that in the future Starbucks is going to be worth more than it is now. And it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because the more you direct credit into Starbucks. So it's like, imagine if we're living in a socialist economy, just for a second, and we have central planning, and the central planners are regularly allocating resources to Starbucks, and they're doing it because not because Starbucks is necessarily that profitable. The profit margins could not justify the extent to which capital is invested into Starbucks. It's the fact that Starbucks is popular, that so many people are willing to commit to going to Starbucks and having their attention captured by Starbucks. That's what makes Starbucks worth so much. It's a data economy, and it's not based on profit. That's why companies can operate at a loss even when they turn no profit. If they're popular enough, that will be enough to like initiate the derivative cycle of capital accumulation.
Starbucks doesn't run on a loss. They run on a profit. Like a $30 billion.
Yeah, profit. I know they do. When did I deny they did?
So
the profit margin Starbucks makes cannot justify how big Starbucks has gotten. And by the way,
even get that big,
the profit margin
expand their labor force. They need to expand their labor force to get that big. So
that does not. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. If Starbucks, if robots, hold on. If all baristas were replaced by robots, then they would have to expand robots. The theory of value is specifically about how labor has decisive significance for the production of value. How do you derive that from the cycle of capital in a simple reproduction of a Starbucks coffee shop? How does it happen?
What do you mean?
How does it happen from the simple reproduction of a Starbucks coffee shop that you can derive an entire process of capital accumulation?
What do you mean? That's literally the entire process of Starbucks.
So why no.
Yeah.
A actual coffee shop that is run as a small business can reproduce the conditions of its subsistence. It's a small mom and pop shop, right? The only way it gets as fucking big as Starbucks does is if it has outside investors pumping credit in there that has no relationship whatsoever in any decisive or causal sense to the profit margins it's making. Now,
but for the credit that's being pumped in, they're hiring a labor force.
Can you prove why that labor force, specifically in the context of Starbucks, has any significance at all as far as Starbucks' ability to turn a profit?
How do baristas have any significance in Starbucks' ability to turn a profit?
No, how does their labor, if any, exists at all?
What do you mean? How would a Starbucks functionally operate? If Starbucks isn't selling a commodity to the people and they're only selling an experience, how does Starbucks sell that experience without the people who are people don't just want to sit in Starbucks. They want to get a coffee too. They want to get whatever stupid cake pop that Starbucks offers. They're not just like,
can I ask you a question?
Here,
yeah,
no desserts here. Let me just sit in this empty venue. I'm not venting, but I'm saying.
Yeah. So my question for you is: are you mentally retarded?
Can you explain why what I said is wrong?
Well, I just distinctly recall telling you or posing the question to you, why would it make a difference if they just had machines do it all?
Why don't they do that then?
Well, hypothetically, if they had the ability for machines to do all of it, how would that affect Starbucks' ability to turn a profit?
If anything, they would be able to make more money because they wouldn't have the gigantic cost that it costs.
So don't say the baristas are the reason Starbucks makes a profit, because they're not.
Labor is the reason they make a profit, and the people performing that labor happen to be the organic human beings behind the counter.
And this is a good case study. This is a good case study. Why are you a Marxist? Because you clearly haven't read Marx. You don't know anything about Marxism. Just like why do you even care about Marxism?
I've read plenty of Marx, but I cited what Engels' definition of the proletariat was, and you said that wasn't relevant. So what does reading Marx even matter if those things, then when they were written in the time, have
Okay,
no relevance
let me
to what we're
explain
talking
it.
about
No,
now?
I'll explain it, sure. When Engels wrote Principles of Communism, he was writing a fucking pamphlet for a random fuck on the street during his specific time period. Whereas Marx, who wrote Capital, had a very specific, methodical, and precise breakdown of how labor produces surplus value and how it does. He did not say the presence of employees as an expense in and of itself proves that they're productive laborers. Why? Because Marx, especially throughout Capital Volume 2, gives plenty of examples of workers who are employees who only count as an expense, not as productive laborers. The example he gave were clerks. Okay? So
Baristas are not clerks.
now I'm asking you, how do baristas produce surplus value? How do baristas produce surplus value? How is it that their labor... See, when you say that without the... See, I'm going to explain basic logic to you. Basic logic. When you say that without the labor of the baristas, Starbucks couldn't turn a profit, that's fine. That's like saying if I shit in the chimney of a Starbucks and it blew up, that it wouldn't be able to turn a profit. Great. That's an operational necessity for Starbucks. But there's a difference between the labor being an operational necessity for a Starbucks coffee shop versus the labor being causally responsible and essentially responsible for the profit that it turns. See, those are two completely different things. Something being an operational necessity does not prove it is actually the reason or source of actual value or profit. And that is Marxism 101.
Worker is having no surplus value extracted in the course of an hour of their time, which they're making probably like
there is no
on national average.
There is no surplus value.
That
Starbucks does not produce. Starbucks does not produce any surplus value at all. Period.
Sector of the working class is producing surplus value.
The only real section of the working class in the traditional Marxist sense that you could justify is producing surplus value is the one that is actually involved in the transformation of nature. That's the blue-collar working class. Now, even if we understood that to be the successor to the classical proletariat, the nature of capitalism, if any still exists at all, has clearly changed. Clearly, the understanding of class you and the overwhelming majority of Marxists have is baseless. Why even call it a class? Why not just say, there was something called the Zeitgeist movement like 10 years ago, and they were these utopians who said, we want to just have everyone live in a big glass dome, and we want everyone to live on a commune and own everything together. The burden is upon you to just make evident and make clear that that's just what you want. Don't sit here and try to define, as if this is scientific, something going on in objective material reality on the basis of what you want. Prove to me the scientific significance of not owning the means of production in actual objective reality. Because Marx and Engels, when they were living, had a very clear reason for defining the relations of production in actual reality, and these were scientific categories that could tell us something about reality, observable reality, right? Whereas you are just defining people's class on the basis of your utopian end goal, not on the basis of the material significance it exerts in actual material reality.
I mean, that's just literally, you're just like projecting something, because I don't even believe in what the Zeitgeist movement supports. I don't.
Okay, but you can't. Okay, but you clearly think there is something essentially significant about not owning the means of production in this context, right?
Well, I think there's something that could tie people who don't own the means of production together in an economy. So therefore, I think there are baristas who I literally know some baristas.
So no, I'm going to explain your thinking to you. I'm going to explain your thinking to you.
What is the reason of why they support those rail workers? These baristas that I know that I'm friends with. Why do they support the? What is tying them to support the rail worker? What ideology, aside from understanding what it means?
Because they
to
are
work
only
every day?
doing so as intelligentsia, not as fucking baristas. If they were doing it as fucking baristas, then the representative of baristas, the Starbucks union, would have
No,
been the biggest advocate for the rail workers.
How does labor aristocracy have anything to do with actual laborers?
Okay.
Starbucks union leaders, that's a labor aristocracy, little Democrat piece of shit.
So why do Starbucks baristas exist as a social category then? Why don't you just say...
Why do any baristas exist as a social category?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
Why? Because people fucking want coffee.
How does that justify some kind of group that has common interests?
I don't understand how they don't have any common interest. That's what I'm trying to understand. I don't understand how they don't.
So that's what I've been trying to explain to you. That's what I've been trying to explain to you.
I don't think you've done a very good job.
So you clearly have some view that there is an essential significance to not owning the means of production. Now, I think the reason that is, and I'm saying think being very charitable because I pretty much know it, the reason that is because you believe that if everyone owned the means of production together, in the specific way you envision it, that would solve all the problems of society. Okay, very well. That is still a utopian and not a scientific outlook. You're not actually telling us anything demonstrable about reality itself in the material sense. You're just telling us the extent to which you want this specific outcome.
What specific outcome do I want? I don't
You
understand.
want everyone to like be in a workers' co-op owning the means of production, quote unquote.
I barely even support workers' co-ops.
Okay, well, you want whatever you want, right? The state owning it, whatever the fuck you want, it doesn't matter. You clearly think the remedy to all the society's ills is if we all own the means of production.
I don't necessarily think. I think it's if there's a state that's in place that represents the people's needs, who owns the means of production. I think that's fine. I don't think we need like every worker to individually own the means of production.
Can we walk through this? Let's walk through this.
Sure.
Why do you think it's significant when people don't own the means of production?
Well, I think it's significant. You're asking me what ties rail workers to Starbucks baristas. I'm saying that there's something that can tie them. That is the fact that they both sell their labor power. You disagree.
Why?
What do you mean
Why?
Laborers together. Historically, that has tied all laborers together.
Why?
Because there's a shared there's a fucking shared consciousness of the material realities that they share as workers.
But they don't have a shared consciousness at all. As proven by the wildly different expressions of that consciousness, which you attribute to the division of the working class. So clearly they don't have a shared consciousness, which is the whole point.
Well, the whole point is of Marxists to be able to link them together, not further divide the fucking
Again, how can you link them together when you can't even fucking explain to me why they even have a common interest to begin with? If you don't know why they have a common interest, you don't even know why they would have a common interest, so why the fuck would they listen to you or any other Marxist telling them they have a common interest when even you don't know why?
So you're saying rail workers should be against baristas?
Yes, I think rail workers should go inside every Starbucks and basically break all the coffee and just shit all over the floor.
Why should rail workers why shouldn't they have anything? Why shouldn't they support each other?
You know, actually, I just think, you know what, even better, why don't we just have communism, dude? Let's just all abolish everything and have communism and just live in...
Well, I think actually infrared are more the people who want to abolish the service industry, which I don't believe.
No, I just think while you're at it, telling me things that are like from nowhere and no when, derived from no context at all, and just like some like, why don't we just like, dude, why don't we just end war? Can we just end war? Let's just end war. Will you do it?
So should we abolish the service industry?
Yes, that's abolition of the service industry.
That just sounds like the anarchistic position to me, honestly. Abolish this, abolish that, abolish the service industry.
Except the difference is we have a concrete context. We have a concrete context. When we say abolish the service industry, we mean as
You have
a
no
program.
context.
We mean it as a program, though, which actually involves, like, you know, seizing power.
What does that
or
involve?
Okay, you know what? Just speak, dude. Just continue talking. Go ahead.
Well, seizing power, you're going to abolish it through like seizing power. Why is China expanding their service industry for the last 20 years? They clearly don't view the service industry the way you view the service industry, or the way infrared supporters view the service industry.
How do you know?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Oh my
Because
god.
you could just look it up.
Okay. Can you cite me with can you give me some data on what is the consensus among Chinese economic scholars about the nature of the service industry? Do they actually think the service industry is productive, or do they think that it's something supplementary with regard to the foundational industrial economy?
Well, I mean, don't you think as China advances more in automation, that manufacturing economy is going to
No.
be done
No.
the same way that ours was? I
No,
mean,
because
like
it has
Fordism,
nothing. No,
basically,
no.
Fordism is globally not relevant anymore. Like,
So-
you're not gonna
so
have
when-
industrial,
When U.S. jobs get
labor lines in the United States of Americans building cars again. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna. Yeah, you're right, dude. It's just robots. It wasn't that we shipped the jobs overseas. Robots did
Yes,
everything.
let's press the big red
Thank you so much,
communism
baby.
button.
And when
Finally,
China's
someone is
economy
saying
can
it.
advance the way ours did, what's going to happen? Which it already is, basically, which is why their service economy is expanding.
I love the arrogance. I love the arrogance. We advanced. We decimated our industrial base because all of our jobs were shifted overseas through NAFTA and other globalist treaties. And China can't wait to do what we did and just like fuck up their whole economy.
They're
and
already
fuck
doing
up their
it.
whole society.
They're already doing it. They're already expanding the service
You're right.
industry
Yeah,
all
you're
the
dude,
time.
you're right. You're so right. China, this
9
is
of
China,
those years
China's
happened
next
in the
5-year
recent
plan.
thing.
China's next 5-year plan.
You want me
Decimate
to pull
our
up the
industrial
5-year plan?
base.
Let me pull up the 5-year plan that they have.
Yeah, decimate our industrial base, ship all the jobs overseas, and become like America is today, where we have, like, we're gonna turn Manchuria into the next fucking Ohio, and fucking Cleveland, Ohio is our goal.
Yeah.
As China. We
So
just
it's,
want Cleveland, Ohio everywhere.
The work plan, the Chinese Communist Party's work plan is 2 5-year developmental goals, one of which is to optimize the business and policy environment for the service industry, opening up by 2025, focusing on trade investment, marketization, and rule of law, and also to establish an open system of service industry that adheres to international standards of economic trade by 2030.
So China has a service industry.
They don't only just have a service industry, they have 5-year plans to expand and improve the service industry.
That they already have. And
That
by the
they
way,
have
they
no
didn't
intention
say
of
expand
shrinking.
it. They said make the service industry, the business environment, yada, 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 and comply with international standards. And?
It's not only that. There's opening up of key service industries. That's one of the focus.
Do you know what opening up means?
Well, they're opening it up. They're allowing less regulation, essentially.
Okay, sure. Can you make a
To
point?
promote the service industry. So I'm saying you think that we're going to come to power and what? Abolish the service industry, and that's not the anarchistic position? Meanwhile,
No, it's
China
not.
on a world
It's
scale
not
is
an anarchist
expanding the
position.
service industry.
It's not an anarchist
So like you think
position.
in communist society, people just don't want to go and get coffee anymore?
They can make their own fucking coffee.
Really? What about restaurants too? Like people don't like going out to restaurants? Should we not have restaurants either? I mean,
Why
people
wouldn't
can
those
make a
be
steak at home.
automated? Why wouldn't those be automated?
Why? I thought the point of like communism is to have a proletarian base of full employment in the economy by workers.
Yeah, and doing real jobs, not stupid, frivolous bullshit.
So like a restaurant is stupid. Like people
Yes.
don't have great cultural
It's dumb,
experiences
frivolous.
and cuisine that they can't. Like socialist countries historically don't have restaurants. That sounds like this like lame caricature that like conservatives make of communism. They're gonna take your restaurants away from you, but like you apparently believe that.
Okay, there's a difference between people having these small mon pa shops that are for the good of the community, and it's just these warm, nice places. And
Okay, yeah, destroy.
can you shut the fuck up? I can't get one word in without your
You got lots of words.
dude. Shut the fuck up. There's a big. It's like I'm right about to. I'm making a literal argument, and I say one thing. There's a difference between mon
Alright,
pa. Hold on.
sorry.
No, it's hilarious. there's a difference between ma and pa shops and oh yeah, sure. I just wanted to say that first structure of the sentence. I didn't want to like bridge it into anything. You're right. I had nothing else to say. Go on, continue.
No, I'm sorry. Repeat whatever.
Yeah, there's a difference between people having these small ma and pa shops as a hobby or as a passion for their local community, whatever, and people enjoy it and like it for restaurants, and a like corporatized service industry in which the livelihood and ability for people to subsist in a reasonable way, not survive, subsist, is dependent on working in these industrial restaurant jobs, which don't actually exist in any because of any kind of organic interaction between people in these establishments, but because of the need for fucking financial creditors to dump their fucking money in places and the willingness for consumers, for lack of the time or options to visit these establishments, everyone being miserable in the process. I highly doubt Applebee's really makes people happy. I just there's something about it that just makes me doubt that Applebee's is an example of the proletarian workers. Like, I think there's probably the local ma and pa restaurant in a small town. There's more charm and warmth there for your average worker than visiting this soulless corporate Applebee's, which does not emerge from any organic relationship to the local community at all.
Well, I agree. Like, although, like, that's the whole thing that I'm as my argument is like not abolishing these services that exist, like baristas, but actually like removing them from the domination of the rentier finance corporatist economy. But clearly, the demand for Americans want coffee. Like the only people that can provide that. I mean, a lot of
why can't Americans make their own coffee?
Why is the only option for you to have a coffee has to be inside your own home? Like, what if you're out running errands and you just want to go grab a coffee, or you want to go to a coffee house with a friend and both? Like, why? Like, that's what I'm saying. The same logic could be used for restaurants. Why don't you just make a steak at home? Some people are better at making certain things and want to be involved in that labor. Like, why is a chef a chef? Sometimes chefs can cook much better than I can. I'm not a great chef. I know in one of your streams you even said that you don't even drink coffee. So like. And you don't know how to make it, basically. Like, a lot of people who drink coffee aren't the best at making it. A lot of people who want to eat a steak aren't the best at making it. So I go to a Portuguese restaurant with my family and get a good steak with my family. Like, why is that such a bad thing? I think that Americans have demands for those things. Those are experiences that people want to have, that they remember for their lives. Like, it's not a bad thing. You just need to change the nature of how it exists.
See, dude. You're like all over the place. Americans want these experiences for lack of an alternative. It's tautological. If you make people work 8-hour fucking jobs that crush their soul and waste their fucking time doing a bunch of bullshit, obviously that is going to inform and define a great many deal of their consumption choices. But moreover, this just assumes and this presupposes, and the fact that you like went on this long without noticing this little fucking problem, why do you think that something like a coffee house wouldn't just emerge more organically within communities, not on the basis of profit, not on the basis of, or of necessity to get by, but maybe family-run coffee shops or local coffee shops? That's not the same fucking thing as a barista laboring class as an industry. You have a situation where you slash the workday, people work real productive jobs, and then in their spare time, they can do things in their community or at home that they're passionate about, among which could include a fucking coffee shop. That doesn't mean that would be their fucking real job. It just means that's their passion they do on the fucking side. That means they're not entitled to shit as a member of the working class. They're rather doing it because they're passionate about the job. And if you can't fucking rely on people to be passionate about being fucking baristas as a hobby, you don't get to fucking justify the necessity of Starbucks existing. Because here's the difference. The reason we need coal miners and welders and plumbers and shit, regardless of whether people are passionate about them, is because those are things that are functionally necessary for the reproduction of society on a physical level. You going to a fucking coffee house and having a nice warm experience is not. So it's on people using their free time, which is actually what we want, is more free time, to do the things that make them happy after they do the things that are necessary, regardless of how they fucking feel. Being needing to fucking like temper steel and fucking chop down trees, that doesn't care about your feelings. If plumbers don't exist, we just live in shit and we'll die of disease and shit. That's not a choice. That's not because it makes us feel nice. We have to fucking live. It's defined the basis of our conditions of subsistence.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that like doctors are less or the same as important as coffee shops, but I think the concept of, first of all, I'm not trying to defend Starbucks as a necessity in the world, but you're the one saying abolish the service industry, and you're the one saying that baristas are useless.
Yes, I am.
Baristas would still exist in the form that you're talking about. They're still serving people coffee.
Because they want to, because that's something they want to do. Just like if you want to go give Bill Clinton a fucking blowjob, you can go do it, but not because he's paying you in an industry. That's the difference.
I mean, there's plenty of baristas who enjoy what they do. Like,
yeah, then let them enjoy it, and then let them enjoy it, and leave Marxism out of it.
I just don't understand how.
Go enjoy being a barista then, and shut the fuck up about you being oppressed and all this shit. You want to do that stupid, shitty job? Go fucking do it. You're not entitled to anyone's money or time because you want to be a fucking barista. If you want to be a barista, go fucking do it. It's not like you're not needed in society. You're not needed. If you want to be an interpretive dancer, go be an interpretive dancer and get in debt. You're not entitled to any of our fucking money because nobody gives a shit about your dumb interpretive dance. No one.
I mean, there's the only jobs that are not, there's socially necessary jobs beside just industry that makes culture thrive.
No, there's not.
There is.
No, there's not.
So why does China have a thriving culture, a media culture, acting, Chinese music, all these things that make being a human being something that's worth living? Not just
because that's on top of the foundation. That's on top of the firm foundation.
Like, wouldn't we want to automate these? Wouldn't we want to automate these industries of people working all day in like a factory? Like, I've worked in factories before. I respect the labor. Like, I support making inroads with like blue collar Americans. My family are all conservatives. I was raised as a conservative. I support all these things.
Even if I were to entertain your dumb idea that these things are going to be automated. No, continue. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying I'm not a member of blue collar labor. I work in the service industry, but I still support all of these.
Cool. Yeah, I mean,
I support blue collar work.
All I have is just if you can let me get one question in. I just have one.
What ties me to them?
Yeah. If you can just let me get one question in regarding that. And my question is, who asked?
No one. I'm just giving you a piece of information that I find to be relevant to the discussion.
I don't think it's relevant at all, actually.
I do think it is because, I mean, what connects me to why would I support blue collar workers like rail workers despite not being?
So what I was gonna say was that even if you were correct about all of these jobs getting automated, which they're not, by the way, then you should just be smart and be like Andrew Yang and be like, okay, we just need UBI. Let's just say UBI, and that will also destroy the service industry because we will have a guaranteed income. Everything will be automated, and we'll have the fucking free time to do whatever the fuck we want.
I'm actually saying that things are going to get automated regardless if you wanted to or not. But if there's no working class,
okay, let's all just have UBI and just do whatever we want. Then let's just get rid of all work. Then why do you want?
No, you only believe that the blue collar labor in this country is the revolutionary class. Well, things like NAFTA have basically exported that labor. It doesn't exist in the United States. So who's the revolutionary class that exists anymore?
You're right.
By your definition.
No, dude, you're so right.
Proletariat.
You're so right. It's not like 20% of the American workforce is blue collar working, traditional blue collar workers. They're gone. That 20%, that 20% is like nothing, dude. They're gone.
Been decimated.
Yeah, dude. The 20% of American blue collar workers. By the way, they've always been around.
Compared to the larger section of the economy. Compared to the much
in
larger
Marx's time, how big was the industrial? How big was the industrial proletariat in Marx's time?
I mean, I don't have a specific number, but I think it's really clear that the manufacturing economy in the United States has been like decimated over the last however
Okay.
many years of neoliberalism.
Okay. Well, there's more. There's
free
more
trade agreements,
to.
jobs exported outside of the U.S., China becoming the manufacturing hub of the world. A lot of those jobs historically don't
No,
exist.
dude.
They
Keep
used to
talking.
exist in the Rust Belt.
Keep going ahead. Keep
That's why like the
explaining it
Rust
to
Belt
us.
has massive
Wait,
poverty.
wait. I didn't know that. Can you talk more, dude? You're educating us and me. Please.
About
Continue.
what? The Rust Belt?
No, like that whole thing you just said. That's just like huge news to me. Can you like tell me more about it?
I mean, I'm saying these jobs don't historically
No,
exist the way
go
they
from
used to in
the
US.
top. The whole thing about the decline of manufacturing in China becoming. Give us like more stuff. Go ahead from the top.
I said the decline of manufacturing in the U.S.
I'm hipster craft beer brewer in Brooklyn. I am working.
Things are made in America. Things are.
Thank you
really
so
made in
much, Rainy Red.
America.
No. I want you to give me the thing you just said. Like, give me the whole rundown. Like, manufacturing in the U.S. dwindled, and the manufacturing base became centered in China. Although it was it was because of automation, but
No, it wasn't because of automation, but I'm saying that like China is expanding their service industry at the same time while they're improving automation. They're improving things to make the industrial sector of the economy not necessarily. I mean, it's a huge portion of their economy, obviously, but their service industry is growing. It's going to be 60% of their economy, basically.
All right, he's done yet. Okay. China's service industry will not be 60% of its economy unless you think economies are measured by the US dollar and GDP, in which case you're not a Marxist at all.
I think that you could definitely measure China's economy by the amount of
what?
that sector's having.
By the amount of what?
There's more service industry jobs that exist in China over the last 2 decades than has ever before, particularly most recently. It's consistently gone up.
No, you're right. You know what? I never realized this. I just realized China's a utopia. Everything China does should be...
They're not a utopia. But
No. China doesn't have any debates. China doesn't have any internal debates about its future. It doesn't have any, like, internal... just like everything about China is, like... There's never, like, policy direction shifts. There's never, like, reevaluating anything. Like, China is just... it's just a utopia, and... if we're going to be communists in America, the question is, does China do it? If so, yes, we must do it. If so, no.
No.
Right, yeah. We can't do anything if American communists should never dare to think of trying to do anything that China isn't doing. If we have a new idea about anything, China's not doing it, so we can't do it. By the way, China never forms new ideas. China doesn't have, like, a scholarly community that, like, always has new ideas given to the party. Like, no, China's just, like...
for 2 decades, they've been going down this path, so I think there's, like, some unanimous party consensus.
Yeah, there's a unanimous party consensus that they're going to make the service economy the basis of the economy. Even though the party...
they're going to expand it and develop it.
When I said even though, I wasn't going to say anything, so thank you for interrupting me. I wasn't actually going to say anything.
And you interrupt me the whole time, so...
Yeah, because you are a jibber-jabber machine, whereas almost every word that comes out of my mouth is of decisive significance for the point at hand.
I mean, I feel like I've done that too, but I guess...
You have not. You have not.
Okay.
Okay. You have not.
All right, well...
China. The scholarly community within China and the party have made it very clear their understanding of how economics work, and for them, industry, manufacturing, and the tangible economy must be the absolute paramount and primary foundation of the economy. They have even used the example of the United States as an example of an outcome to avoid, because they can see that you cannot derive an economy on the basis of the service industry. So if China is going to marginally grow their service industry or improve their service industry, just as they try to improve all the sectors of their economy, that has no bearing on If you were to tell me, yeah, we're going to become like China, guess what? That would amount to a fucking destruction of the service industry, because it would be a complete reset to the whole economy, since we would have to return to some kind of industrial base. China already has that base. We don't. So why are you comparing us to China? You're missing the fucking elephant in the room, which is that China actually has a real fucking economy. That's why on top of their economy, they're doing other things fine. What's your point? We don't even have a fucking real economy.
Abolish the service industry. Necessarily reducing the scope of the U.S. service.
The difference is, if China wants to develop...
China's not going to abolish the service industry.
I don't care. Has that ever... Like, do you not understand this? I don't care. What China's going to do with their service industry... I mean, unless you can point to me what the scholars, economic scholars within China, or what the Communist Party has said, as if they're like intentionally saying, oh yeah, we could abolish the service industry, but we're choosing not to. Unless you can give me something along those lines, I don't care what China's doing. China self-critiques itself all the time. China is in the process of trying to discover what it wants to be right now. So we're doing the same as communists in America. We can't diverge from what... I mean, you don't even understand how China fucking works. You think everything that happens in China is because they want it to happen ideologically? No. Sometimes the development of the economy in China proceeds along a typical developmental path, and the party has to respond to it in some kind of fucking way. Now, if China is not responding to their economy in such a way that they're going to say, yeah, we want to like cut labor hours and we want to reorganize the economy in this and that way, that doesn't mean they're against what we're saying at all. It just means they haven't considered it yet, or they just haven't. But why are you using China as an example for ideas that we have? I don't fucking get it.
Because in the context of the modern economy globally, the service industry is not going to disappear, like, in and of itself. You could reduce it. You could bring manufacturing jobs.
If America became communist, China would not even need to have any U.S. dollars at all in its fucking reserve banks. Let's start there. China wouldn't even need to entertain any financial economy at all. You realize that would have such wide-ranging implications for something like communism and socialism. That would be a return to some kind of new form of state. I mean, that would open up so much. Why are you thinking... So America becomes communist, and the cart is being pushed before the fucking horse, by the way, because how does that fucking happen? Well, you need a fucking strategy, a class strategy, first and foremost.
Yeah.
What are you saying? China has a fucking service industry, and we want to destroy the service industry in America because we have a radically novel idea.
No, we don't want to destroy the... If anything, you want to reduce the scope of it.
No, we want to destroy it. We want to destroy it.
See, that's retarded. I think that's retarded.
I don't care what you fucking think. Tell me why we can't do... Tell me why not. Tell me why not. Tell me why not.
Why not what?
Why should we not strive to destroy the service industry, as hypothetically if we were in power?
Because people want services. Why would we want an economy where people can't have access
to
services?
Here we go, the prostitute argument. People want their dick sucked. People want their dick sucked too. People want pussy. People want pussy and they want their cock sucked too.
Buying a human being in sex work is the same thing as serving someone coffee. You're literally making the democratic socialist argument.
You are making that fucking argument.
No, you're making the argument because you're saying baristas are prostitution.
That is a kind of... It is so demeaning. It's not...
it isn't demeaning. See, that's what we get to the heart of.
Yeah, it is pretty demeaning. It is pretty demeaning.
You're saying that baristas think the labor is demeaning? You think the labor is demeaning.
I do, actually.
I don't think it is. I think every morning when I get
Yeah,
a
and
coffee,
there's plenty of OnlyFans, and there's plenty of people on OnlyFans who also don't think what they're doing is demeaning either. I don't care what you think.
it's not about what people think. It's about the objective reality. That
The objective reality is that it's fucking demeaning to have to. It's fucking demeaning to have to put on a fucking hat. No, shut the fuck up. It is objectively fucking demeaning to put on a stupid, ugly hat and force yourself to fucking smile even when you're feeling like shit and serve people fucking food that they shove down their fucking throat and say, hey, would you like your order? Oh, did you hear about it? That is fucking demeaning, objectively. You're gonna sit here and say it's not. It is. Imagine me. No. You're gonna say if Haas, you're saying I would still be Haas the Mighty if I put on a fucking green Starbucks apron with that stupid fucking hat, sat in front of a cash register and said, Burger King with the waffle, would you like a frappuccino with that? You're saying that wouldn't be demeaning? Objectively, it would. You're just being fucking dishonest.
I mean, I've literally never had anyone say anything close to that while they were serving me food. Usually, it was just
but it's the same. It's the same shit. Okay, it's the same shit.
No.
That is fucking demeaning.
Prostitution is not the same shit as being
No,
a barista. You're
but
comparing sex work to being a barista, which is literally.
You just put fucking words in my mouth, and you just settle down.
Yeah, you did. You did.
Yeah. Shut the fuck up for 3 seconds. I said the retarded Burger King thing may as well be the same. I wasn't even referencing prostitution. Hold your fucking horses. Hold your fucking horses. I said it. I have consistently said it is on the same spectrum. That is what I have consistently said.
Spectrum. Sex work is pretty unique.
So we're not arguing about whether it's not the same thing. We're arguing about whether it's on the same spectrum.
It isn't on the same spectrum. Women being raped and having... You think that's the same as a barista giving someone coffee?
He's retarded. I said it's on the same spectrum, and you're accusing me of saying it's the same again.
Similar. That means they're similar. Okay, not the same. They're similar. They're not similar.
They're on the same spectrum, yes.
No, they aren't. So being a waiter is on the same spectrum as being a prostitute.
Yes.
No, that's ridiculous.
Yes. Yes, it is, because that is literally a spectrum. Because it goes from being a waiter. Hold on, it goes from being a waiter to working at Hooters, where you have to show your titties, and then it goes from working at Hooters, where you have to show your titties. No, it doesn't. Why not?
That's like crazy. So every person who's a waiter is gonna end up in Hooters, selling their tits. You could be.
Dude, are you the next Socrates? This is crazy logic, dude. You're like the next Socrates.
That's what I'm asking if you believe that every waiter winds up selling their body at Hooters.
Yeah, when you say something is on the same like categorical spectrum, that's the same thing as you're saying.
No, because
you're saying this is an actual inevitable pipeline. Like people must move through the spectrum. Like there's a bullet train on the spectrum where like if you're on one end, you must move in that direction in your own personal life.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that there's no similarity between being a prostitute versus being a barista. And
sure there is. Sure there is. Thank you, Jesse Miller.
Bro, it's prostitution in every way that
doesn't
include
capitalism. Sex. Hooters is not the same as Applebee's.
Okay. A service serving people, would you say that's an intimate thing?
Yeah, I would say a service can be
okay,
intimate.
So what if I said, if I was like, Rivers, your girlfriend just performed a service on me, what would you think? Is that sexual at all in your mind? Like, does that conjure anything sexual in your head?
I mean, if you're saying performing a service, the historical notion of saying...
What if I just said, yo, Rivers, I said, okay, what if I said, yo, Rivers, your dad just served me the other day? Is that like, what is that?
Is he a barista?
No, I just said served. The word
matters.
Served.
Yeah, I mean, I guess context would matter. I would be a little confused if you
said,
the
service is an inherently, hold on. Service is an inherently interpersonal relationship. That's the difference. If I go hammer metal on a fucking block, if I'm going to a factory and I'm using a hammer to smash a fucking block, I'm not serving anyone. I'm fucking smashing a block. And yeah, I'm selling my labor to do this, but it's on the thing. That's what makes it dignified. It's on the thing. It's a thing there, right? That's what makes it
doesn't
dignified.
mean purely
If I have to work on people, that's humiliating. I have to work on people? What? Thank you, Vi.
Don't
Appreciate
convert
it.
him, Moss. We need obedient
You're not
employees
working
like him in
on
this
them.
world.
You're just serving
Thank you so
them
much,
coffee.
Vi. What's that, Rivers?
I said you're not working on them. You're just serving them a basic service.
Oh,
A
I will
haircut.
serve. I will
A haircut.
serve you.
A
I will serve
barber
you.
gives
I
you a
will
haircut.
serve. Okay, let's all be servants. Is being a servant dignified?
So like I mean I don't think that a waiter or just a barista is purely just a servant. But
Okay.
what about a barber? That's a service. Like that's undignified.
Barbers usually own their own shop, and they're usually a small business.
Well, one barber does, but most of the barbers that I've ever been to has like 8 or 9 barbers who work there and are.
Yeah, I know.
employees.
But here's the difference: a barber shop is typically not a chain. So what
about
that means?
service to your
Yeah. Shut up. A barber is typically not a chain, and what that means is what I'm trying to say is that usually at a barber shop, the barber and all of his employees have a specific relationship where, there is a clear atmosphere and environment founded on the basis of respect for themselves and the customers and vice versa, where it's not really that they're servants at that point, it's that they're people who cut hair for their own profession, and they're doing it on the basis of the context established by the small business. Like it's a personal relationship, yes, but there's a reason why barbershops are such like personal places where everyone's friend, everyone understands their relationship with one another. Like it's very clear, right? Whereas if you have a chain barbershop, like in mass numbers, then it's not an interpersonal relationship between human beings and communities anymore. It's to an institution. So I work for this institution, and I have to cut your hair for a fucking wage, and I have to serve you. Yeah, that is undignified, absolutely. So the context definitely fucking matters. Usually, and drum roll please, whether it's an industry or not. When it gets turned into an industry, yes, it's not dignified anymore. Whereas if it's just a small thing that doesn't turn into this huge industry, yeah, that's not necessarily undignified. But the service industry is an industry of servants. Of course, that is undignified.
No, I don't really think that service in general is undignified.
Okay,
There's
is being a
concepts like
servant
service to your country.
Is being a servant
Serving the
dignified?
community.
If I call your mom my servant, is that dignified?
Don't you think there are different contexts?
No, but you said the service industry isn't
Why
dignified.
is my mom your servant? In what context would she be your servant? When
I'm just
to
saying
Dunkin'
she's
Donuts in the morning,
my servant.
that's not
There's
a
nothing
sexual-
undignified about the service industry. Your mom's my servant. That's fine.
In what context? Like sexually pleasing you? Like, yeah, no.
The fact that you have to ask proves you're not a man.
No, it doesn't.
If someone called my mom their servant in front of me, I would.
Yeah, because I'm saying that's the difference.
I wouldn't ask them if it's sexual or not. I would not ask it. I would not ask them if it's sexual or not, because it's inherently disrespectful to say that.
Yeah, because the context of you calling someone's mother a servant.
There is no context. There is no context. Hold on. There is no context. There is no context. There is no context.
I'm a public servant.
There is no context. There is no context in which that would be justifiable.
Yeah, so why would you say it to me in the first place then?
Because I'm trying to explain to you how the service industry.
Not a point. You're saying, yo,
Right, keep
if I called
talking.
your mom a servant.
Hey, why are you saying this thing? Why are you doing it? It's a. Okay, don't let me speak then. Don't even ask your question.
It's not that great of a good rhetorical device, honestly. If you call my mother
So don't
a
ask
servant,
me a question. Don't ask me why I'm doing it. You don't want to know.
Being a public servant? What about what about service to your country? Those things are.
Oh, Jackson, thank you so much. Being a public servant means you're serving kind of like an abstraction, the public. So it's not one person in particular, it's the public. Like it's almost like you're saying like, oh, this guy's name is Abdullah. It means he's slave of God. That must mean he's a slave, and it's to mean, he's slave of God, right? If I'm a slave of the state or I'm a slave of the public, that doesn't mean I'm the slave to any Joe Blow who's walking on the street and I'm going to do whatever he fucking says. I'm a slave to the distilled, purified public interest. That is a fucking...
Neither does the service economy. You're saying that your argument... That
Yes, it does! Because the service economy is about people getting paid to serve specific individuals food and other fucking interpersonal services like massages. Dude, holy fuck, you are really bad at debating like you're really just bad at logic in general.
Nothing undignified about serving someone food.
Serving anyone for a wage is okay. Serving anyone for a wage is demeaning and undignified. And most Americans agree with me. Most Americans agree with me. Most Americans agree with me.
I don't think most Americans.
Okay, let's look at the facts. Let's look at the facts of what's going on in the current American economy. And this is kind of like breaking news. Men are dropping out of the labor force because they're upset about their social status, according to a new study. A new study says that men are dropping out of the labor force for no explicable reason other than the social status that is conferred specifically to service sector jobs. Why is that? Is that patriarchy? What is that?
Why are men not working service jobs?
They're dropping out in mass numbers.
I don't know. That sounds like a lot of the anti-work bullshit that like you rail against, right?
No, it's actually that men don't want to fucking serve people for the rest of their life for a fucking wage. That's why.
I mean, I think there's like plenty of men who don't mind being baristas.
There's also many, and that's great. There's also many men who suck dick. I have nothing against them. They're great too, but they're a minority. They're a minority. They're a minority, but they're a minority.
So somehow, like, being a Twitch streamer is dignified, but being a barista means you're the equivalent to a male who sucks dick.
Even if I agreed with you that there's something undignified about being a fucking streamer, which I don't really, I'm not the one who's trying to turn this into a fucking industry that people's livelihoods depend on as a mass. If saying Haas, like, how could this be an industry? How could this be an industry? How could me sitting here arguing with you about the specificities of Marxist theory, how do you turn that into a fucking industry, you fucking retard? What a stupid thing to say.
What?
How do I say, okay, instead of you being a barista, I want you guys to be Haas from Infrared. You have to be as charming, talented, and unique as me. What a stupid thing to say. Of course that's not a fucking viable...
Baristas infinitely have more, like, social utility than any of the
Okay, then prove it! Why do I make more money than them now? Why do more people like me than the average barista? Why do more people... I have more followers than the average barista.
The economy is, like, more important.
Okay, so Rivers. According to the actual economy, which is based in markets, I'm better than baristas. According to you, baristas are better. According to you, baristas are better. According to you, baristas are better. Not according to the actual economy. The economy says I'm better.
I don't define my definition of how someone's worth is if they make more money than someone. I mean,
so if it's not about the economy, you can't sit here and bitch that we want to abolish the service industry just because people go like to fucking spend their money at Starbucks. That's the difference.
People want to make more money. People want higher wages in those industries.
Too bad! You're working at a useless job. I don't give a fuck if they want higher wages. Suck my cock. I don't care. Why does that concern Marxists? Why should that concern communists? Why can't communists actually reach out to the fucking working class? Why are they playing these games? Oh, the graduate students are unionized. I don't care about these fucking people. It's not the working class.
How often are infrared supporters reaching the working class?
Why would that even... I mean, even if I were to entertain that, why would that even matter?
Well, I mean, like...
We are better. We have limited numbers, but for our numbers that we actually have right now, I mean, we're doing a pretty good job.
I mean, I think you've made some important contributions, honestly, but, like, what are you materially doing, really? Like, do you think most infrared supporters are really talking to blue collar
We have the ear. We have learned how to get the ear of regular working class people to be interested in communism
Do you have like
and
data that
Marxism.
supports that? Like which
Yeah.
regular working class people? I think it's people who are already introduced to the concept of socialism who wanted to abandon
Not
the left.
true. Not true. There's plenty of anecdotal evidence from all across my community that says that's not true. And personal evidence on my part.
Well, then I guess I would say that's a good thing. But personally, one of the things that I really like don't see is honestly like what the CPUSA 2036 movement is really gearing towards. I don't see there's no democratic centralist organization. It's essentially like just like a Discord channel.
Isn't the Communist Party supposed to be the democratic centralist organization?
It's supposed to be. So how are you influencing CPUSA? Like, if there's no centralized organization to actually like determine strategy to do this supposed takeover.
If leftists weren't retards, we would already have the CPUSA. It's just leftists are retards. So I have to go reach out to people who aren't leftists to have enough people to actually take over the CPUSA. But if the left weren't all retards, and I say all with 100%, all of them, it wouldn't be taking this long. But I can't draw from leftists because they're actual mentally retarded and they're scum, and socially they are class enemies of the working class, not just people who happen to not be working class. They're class enemies.
Yeah, I'm saying, so like, how is the strategy determined to even like do this hostile takeover of the party if there's not some kind of like democratic centralist unit where people could democratically input strategy in terms of how people are going to achieve this political success of reaching this blue collar working movement?
What are you saying?
I'm saying I have seen it predominantly existing online.
You're saying there needs to be a democratic centralist institution.
I'm saying, how is strategy implemented within infrared? How is strategy implemented by the CPUSA 2036 strategy, which is supposed to be like
to take over the CPUSA?
How communists can achieve power and making inroads with the blue collar working class. Yeah, like how is strategy formed?
We want to take... No, keep talking, please.
No.
Go ahead, get it all out. Spill it all out.
I'm done. What mechanism?
Okay.
That's all.
We want to take over the party and then use the party to reach the workers.
Yeah, but I'm saying like, okay, like you want to take over the party, but there needs to be strategy of taking over a party. Like you can't just send one person into a chapter to like listen to meetings and try to like hostile. You need people who can create a consensus, who can become members and like vote on things and then like push ideology within
so you want me to make an institution to take over the institution?
Well, I'm saying mainly how do we do it? That's one of the things that I've also like been concerned with.
Join the party, practice taqiyya, become a fucking delegate, and then get elected to a position of power. And then we get just one person in the fucking central committee of the party, and at the very minimum we can fucking split it. And then we take the split and we become the real CPUSA. It's fucking simple.
And have you guys made any wins in any chapter in the US? Have you got anyone on any committees?
We have people in positions of power already. The next fucking election was postponed because of what we're fucking doing to like 2024.
All right. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that's good. But that's been one of my. I haven't seen the real tangible.
Because the elections have not occurred yet. And how would you see anything happen except through online? Would you see it in your like?
I know like CPUSA members. Like I have done organizing within where I live, so I know CPUSA members.
You obviously wouldn't know which ones are my people because they're practicing taqiyya.
Well, I know in like our local chapter, basically none of them are infrared. The only one that
you don't know that. I promise you don't know that.
Well, I know they're all literally shit liberals, like except for one person who supported patriotic socialism, but they left the party.
Well, a lot of people are pretending to be shit libs who actually are not.
I mean, I could guarantee that none of the people in my Long Island chapter.
Did you say Long Island, New York?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I don't want to say anything.
It's okay.
Okay, yeah, you're right. The Long Island chapter in New York.
Well, what? I mean,
No, you're
I know
right.
they're in
You're
the
actually
middle,
right. You're actually right. You're right.
but they're shit libs.
Yeah, all of them are. Yeah.
I mean, they basically literally all are. They're like Joe Sims.
No, you're
There's
right.
like maybe, there's one
Dude.
guy who basically isn't.
You got it.
Well, I mean, you know
You got
them
it.
all.
No, they're all. None of our people are there.
I think
Right.
there's like one.
Nope, none.
None.
No, there's
So how many? How many?
Zero.
Okay.
Zero.
Well, I know most of them, and they definitely don't seem to support infrared thought.
You got it. You got it.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess I don't really have anything else. I don't think we're going to agree on how baristas are not members of the working class, honestly.
They're not. I think there's two options I can give you, right? One option is to accept that there is no united quote unquote working class based on ownership of the means of production. You have to accept that. So that has to lead you to one of the two conclusions, right? A, there's no longer any proletariat, or B, either baristas are exclusively the proletariat and people like baristas, like grad students, where there's actual data that can prove these people are united in some kind of socially intelligible way. Or what we say, which is that the blue-collar working class is the proletariat and baristas are not. But you can't say there's just, we're all working class, and that's not true. That would be an unscientific thing to say.
Well, I don't think every single person who's working is working class. I mean, I guess you could argue that they're unproductive or productive laborers. I just think that baristas can be productive laborers, like, easily. In the context of
What? Can you repeat that?
Defined. I believe that baristas are productive laborers, or can be. If you're saying if the financing of Starbucks is what makes a barista not productive labor because the surplus value is not extracted from the workforce, but what about a mom and pop shop? What about a small business? They
don't produce surplus value. That's why those are subsistence shops. You realize surplus value is a form of accumulation, right? Which means it's constant expansion of capital. Ma and pa shops can't do that because they can take care of the expenses of running the shop and their own living expenses, plus the employees. And if they become wildly popular and all the rage, they can get invested.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. They can't compete with the monopolies in their own industry, but it doesn't mean that their workers still.
It's not just they can't
surplus.
It's not just that they can't compete. It's that form of accumulation does not produce enough capital. Just profit does not produce enough capital.
But if it turns out any profit whatsoever as a mom and pop shop, and you have a labor force, then it was that labor force that helped you achieve that profit. So somewhere along the lines of that, they still have a value extracted.
Yep, they helped. So did Mother Nature also helped, and the cat helped, and the ma helped, and the pa helped, and the grandma helped, and Mima helped, and the mayor helped, and the policeman helped, and look, and the worms on the ground helped, and it turns out everyone helps everyone. Great scientific terminology.
Well, in a non-abstract way, the worker directly does it.
No,
the mayor
is an the worker.
Way.
Okay,
yeah,
the
worker helped.
The worker helped. The worker helped. So does the customer. Everyone helps.
Well, yeah, there needs to be a demand for the service. I mean, like, coffee wouldn't be popular in the USA if nobody liked it.
Turns out everyone helps.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the crossing guard helps get you to the Dunkin'
You know
Donuts,
what?
but
I just think everyone helps, and you know what? We just return to paganism. We just need the division of labor to be like reified into distinct idols, where like we'll be like, this is the god of the baristas, and this is the god of the customer, and this is the god of the manager, and everyone knows their place, and everyone helps, and it's all that's actually what the working class means. It's like we all help out, man. And the baristas, they make our coffee. We need them to make our coffee. The sun gives us warmth, and the rain gives us sustenance, and we just, it's all one harmonious pagan society. We should just start being pedos and shit, just like the Romans.
I mean, that's a bit of a stretch.
Everyone helps, man. It's all Mother Nature and everyone helping, and it's one harmonious helping
So
society.
the mayor and the teacher and the crossing guard, they all produce the commodity.
You know what this actually is? It's a word. It's called Hitler socialism, and it's where you just glorify the whole of society as everything without distinction. It's fascist. It's Mussolini organicism, but the Hitler aspect comes from the the paganism, and it's just Hitler socialism. Great, that's what it is.
So if you think baristas are more involved in the production of a commodity, which is the coffee, that's somehow Hitler socialism. It's like,
okay.
Isn't the harmonious
baristas do not produce surplus value. Their labor does not produce surplus value. I have tried to explain this to you so many times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see how a barista in a small business isn't producing surplus value.
They're not. They're not. They're not doing it in a small business, and they're not doing it in Starbucks either. The difference is that the small business doesn't expand because it's a small business.
So where does the profit for a small business come from if it doesn't come from the extraction of the surplus value of its labor force?
It's a form of simple reproduction. It's just subsistence. Small businesses get by. There's no real
why
profit.
Are they? Well, they don't. They can make money. They can definitely make money after
Then they're not going to be a small business anymore, and they're going to fucking have a process of capital accumulation that will make them expand. Dude, just read capital. 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 Holy fuck.
I have.
No, that's why I'm telling you this, because if you were just some random dumb fuck, I'd be like, all right, whatever. But you're just like this guy who like I'm a Marxist. I'm gonna argue with Haas about this shit that I don't even fucking know about.
I didn't even want to argue. You wanted to debate me,
dude.
The proposal was brought to me. I didn't bring it to you.
Profit means you can turn it to capital. Okay. If you don't have that, the profit is nowhere. It's not significant enough to even take into account.
Okay, but in order to expand capital, you need to expand your labor force.
Okay.
The
listen. Simple reproduction, the abstraction of simple reproduction is the key to surplus value. Don't talk about surplus value unless you're talking about a process of capital accumulation. It's that simple.
So how can they accumulate capital? How can you expand capital without expanding your labor force?
I don't even know why you're asking that question.
Because it's clear that what the integral part is to expanding capital is the labor itself.
It's not! Because Starbucks can only fucking get the capital it needs to expand from credit, not from fucking the profit margins of its sales.
Okay, but a mom and pop shop can still open another location.
Maybe they can. Maybe they can get. Maybe they're in a financially good enough situation where they can do that. But if they ever want to get anywhere near Starbucks, they need massive dumps of investment from banks and financial institutions that are going to bet on them and make a wager on them, and that's how they fucking expand. Not because of there is no amount of profit margins you can make just from selling coffee that will allow you to ever become as big as Starbucks. If you think that America's franchises expand like a lemonade stand, the lemonade stand, then I'm going to do it. That's not how it works, dude.
You don't need to be the size. Your goal as a mom and pop business trying to expand locations doesn't need to be as big as Starbucks. That doesn't need
yes,
to be
it does. To become an industry, to become an industry, yes, it does.
No, but it doesn't have to be the goal for them to extract value from their labor force.
What?
I'm saying that a mom and pop shop, their goal doesn't have to be as big as Starbucks for it to be true that the mom and pop shop that is expanding their locations is extracting a value from the workforce that the workers are not receiving in financial compensation.
There is those shops don't produce surplus value at all. All they can get
so where
away.
does the profit come from?
I am taking deep breaths. The profit.
Where does
the profit comes from redistributing value from other sectors of the economy to them. They themselves cannot initiate an organic process of capital reproduction. So they have to extract it from other parts of the economy that do this, that can, in fact, be the basis for a runaway circuit to take off that will be the foundation.
I mean, yeah, I guess I don't really understand that part.
I know, because you don't understand Marx's Capital.
No, I mean, I do, but I don't really understand.
Then please go read it.
I mean, I have, but I don't understand how, in the process of a company making a profit, who hires a workforce, that in the process of them churning over a profit to expand their business, there was no surplus value extracted from the workforce.
Do you know what's okay? Let's start with what is surplus value. Do you know what it is?
I mean, it's the uncompensated value that the worker has robbed from them in the course of a workday.
Okay, where are you getting that idea of surplus value? Because it's not true.
Okay, so why don't you explain to me what surplus value is?
Well, I mean, because Marx makes it very clear that workers.
If it's the value, if it's not the value,
go ahead. Just talk.
You know, I
just talk, dude. Just talk.
But you're not compensated for.
Just talk. Just talk. Keep talking more, dude. I'll just let you talk.
No, explain it then.
Marx makes it very clear that workers are compensated for the exact price of their labor power. Nothing is uncompensated. They're getting exactly the value of their labor. Workers are compensated the exact value of their labor power.
How is that true? Capitalists are always constantly fighting to decrease wages.
And thereby reducing the value of the labor power.
No, devaluing the amount of money they need to pay for labor.
That is the value of the labor power. When taken at an aggregate level. If all capitalists agree they're gonna, let's say the wages, the going rate is $5 an hour, and the capitalists drive it down to $2 an hour as like a society-wide thing, that's the value of the labor.
No, that's
yes, it is. Yes, it is. No, that's the value of the fucking labor.
That's the whole point of class struggle, is the workers not getting paid the value of their labor.
No, they're getting paid the exact value of their fucking labor, according to Marx.
So what's surplus value then?
It is literally called surplus
Whatever
value.
the wage that society
Just shut up,
decides it wants to pay workers, whatever the wage society decides it wants to pay workers is the true value. Then why have workers historically fought for wage increases?
Because you don't know what value is.
The true value of labor is not just what the capitalist class sets the minimum wage at.
Okay, forgetting about the minimum wage for a second. Labor power is sold for Marx. When Marx was writing, this is what he thought, at its full value.
Okay, so then where's the surplus?
I was trying to explain that, but you decided to go on another lecture. So please, Professor, go on giving me another lecture.
Pause for quite some time.
I tried. I've been trying to speak.
I feel like I've been letting you though. Have I not? I mean, I've interrupted sometimes, but
well, no, I said actually surplus value. The reason it's called a surplus value is because in the process of giving laborers the exact power of their labor, the exact value of their labor power, the realization of their labor power produces a surplus. So the subsistence of the wage laborer, the simple subsistence of the wage laborer, manages to produce a surplus just from their subsistence, just by paying them the exact value of what they're doing and paying them the exact cost of doing that thing. A surplus is produced, an excess. And that is the source, according to Marx, for the aggregate profits of a given society in his time. That's what surplus value is.
Where does a surplus come from when you're just paying someone their earned wage?
For Marx, it comes, first of all, the first thing that needs to be established is that there is this profit, because that was observable in Marx's time. The presence of labor does not prove surplus value. Surplus value proves labor. Okay? So for Marx, the surplus value, if you are engaged in this process where I am a small stand and I'm a capitalist who doesn't have any laborers, whatever, and I just have machines do everything, and this is like in a vacuum. We're not talking about anything in the aggregate. I am just selling things at their cost, at their price, whatever. My profit could only ever hope to be redistributive. I'm just sucking someone else's excesses of consumption and redirecting it to me. But what about actual new wealth? What about actual new surplus value? That doesn't just redistribute one's already created, but actually produces something new. Well, if I'm just having a laborer and I'm paying them the value of their labor power, suddenly this crazy process, capital accumulation, right, where I get such an extent of surplus value, surplus profit, that I can just derive this process where I can just keep accumulating more and more capital, keep on expanding the process of production. Where is that coming from? For Marx, that was the labor. The subsistence of the conditions of labor produced a surplus that was responsible for this rapid capital expansion and industrialization Marx was observing.
So, I mean, like a barista, they don't only they're not only circulating capital. I mean, they're constantly reproducing the new commodity.
They're not. That's what I've been trying to tell you. The baristas, their labor only exists as an expense. That's even if I would agree that they're selling their labor power, which I wouldn't.
But what are they selling if they're not selling their labor power?
They're selling a willingness to do services and perform services.
But like you perform services like with human labor.
Labor power is quantifiable on the basis of general labor. General labor has to fulfill a number of criterion. I don't see how service sector work could fulfill that criterion, at least when it comes to the wage relation that it's embedded in.
That it's not labor?
It's not Marx's labor power. I don't think so. It's not general labor.
I mean, I don't
That's
really
that's why when
understand how
service that's why
serving people.
when service sector workers want to unionize, it's a form of craft unionism because it's not general labor. A Starbucks union in no way epitomizes any abstract or general labor for society as a whole. It doesn't represent like the relative average conditions of the subsistence of general labor, nor does it represent some kind of general commodity production, some kind of labor that's involved in generalized commodity production. There's nothing generalized about the commodity production, if any at all, is occurring in the service industry. It's not generalized. It's not abstract
what
enough.
sense? Why does it need to be abstract?
I don't know. Maybe Marx wrote about it in the first volume of Capital.
So the labor has to be abstract in order to be considered labor. I just think the act of
It has to
performing
be
the
a
labor
form
itself
of
makes
general.
labor.
It has to be a form of
Yeah,
general
people-
labor.
So I don't see how it's not general labor. I would define being a service worker as you're a laborer. A Uber
Because
driver is
the
a
form
laborer.
of service work that is performed, first of all, it is not a general industry, the service industry. It's not a generalized form of commodity production at all. How do you generalize all of the inputs and outputs involved in the service industry besides with money? Name me one other thing that you could generalize it besides that. Nothing. Generalized commodity production, I mean, you're talking about the production of a diversity of self-same, identical, standardized commodities and a generalized labor process where people are working standard. I mean, think of Fordism, right? That's probably a great example. The assembly line of Fordism. When it comes to a service job, you don't have any general labor when it comes to the exchange between the wage and the work. That is not something like quantifiable in any abstract. I'm not just saying that on the basis of the use value. It's not quantifiable on any abstract basis. Moreover, the wages tend to be minimum wages, meaning it's just an expense. The only reason they're even being paid that much is because it's mandated by the fucking government. So it's not even a market price of what their labor power actually is.
Yeah, but I thought you said before that whatever the market price is what their labor power is worth.
Yeah, and these minimum wages are not even the market price, which means baristas probably should get $1 an hour or less. They should probably get 5 cents an hour. If you're going by the market, if you're talking about from the perspective of the production of surplus value, baristas would probably get like 1 penny an hour, right? From the perspective of our current market economy, clearly that would not be tenable, right? But that begs the question, is our current market economy based on the production of surplus value? I don't think it is. That's why I don't think that we live in the capitalist mode of production anymore.
Yeah, I guess I'm saying that like if the economy isn't based on extraction of surplus value, then doesn't that would radically change the potential for revolution.
No, it wouldn't. Well, it'd make it better.
Why?
What is a revolution?
Well, there's different kinds of revolutions, but I mean in terms of the working class.
Yeah, it would mean that our society is more based on use value, increasingly based on use value in command, probably in the form of data and the attention economy. And that has implications for the dictatorship of the working class. And the interests, political interests of the working class, which, if you're talking about an economy based on use value, I mean, that's already it, right? That's already socialism.
You think the economy in the United States is predicated on use value?
No, I think something very strange has happened, which nobody has really developed. I mean, Michael Hudson has done work and people are doing work, but it's just the traditional Marxian understanding of the capitalist economy doesn't apply to the 21st century, really.
I mean, the way I see it is that things are more based in exchange value, if anything.
Okay. What is
But
exchange value?
I mean, the way I see it, there's less value on what utility a good has in society than, I mean, like for example, like Logan Paul buying a Charizard card for $100,000. Like the utility of that card is not worth $100,000.
Well, it's certainly not based in the labor that goes into the fucking card either.
No, it's not. But I still don't see how, like, I guess I just still don't see. I don't see how the economy being not based on surplus value would mean there's more revolutionary potential, because the extraction of, like, the whole reason that there's class antagonism between the capitalist class and the working class is that extraction of surplus value. If the economy is not based on that anymore, doesn't that
So you decided because
nullify?
let me point out to you the profound problem at hand. You decided that because a theory of something changes, that means the facts of class struggle changes.
Well, I would say that it's been pretty obvious that there's been a lot of challenges to class struggle in general, third wayism, and all these other things. But I would say that a lot of the mechanizations that capitalism has taken in its form today have been with the pure reason of necessarily thwarting class struggle or making it harder to achieve by abstracting.
So it's all conspiracy
between workers.
So it's all conspiracy so that your ideology won't become realized.
So you don't think the capitalists as a class engage in some like conspiratorial measures to reproduce ideology to make sure that proletarian ideology can't overcome their own?
Which proletarian ideology?
Well, I'm a Marxist, so Marxism.
During the Cold War, especially the early stages, the US waged a significant campaign against Marxism. By the time of the Sino-Soviet split, the United States stopped caring about Marxism because nobody even knew what that was or meant anymore. And all they cared about really was geopolitical influence, which thinkers, which hegemonies represented the interests of the Soviets and which ones didn't. That's really all they started to care about.
But I actually think that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there was still the Cold War, and then there was this internal battle going on within the United States between two factions of the ruling class. One of it, which represented international social democracy, if that's what you're referring to as the neoliberal plot against, yeah, that was neoliberal. See, Allende and neoliberalism and the international social democracy, which it had supposedly waged war against, they're two peas in a pot. There's the same fucking thing, actually. Neoliberalism realized the aspirations of international social democracy, and Margaret Thatcher could she could wave her hand about the fucking nanny state all she wanted, and so could Reagan. But the truth is that the nanny state and the welfare state expanded to an unprecedented degree under neoliberalism, so-called neoliberalism. That's an objective fact.
Yeah, well, I mean,
the government has never been as big in history. It was smaller in the so-called golden 60s and 50s.
But I think the ruling class today is still concerned with Marxism being an
They're not.
ideology that
They don't
can
give a
unify.
They
Yeah,
don't.
well, that's
they-
why I
the-
think the synthetic
yeah, I
left
think they are
exists.
concerned with Marxism. I think a lot of the people in the ruling class probably think of themselves as Marxists. Honestly, Hillary Clinton probably, she's probably like she probably just like goes to bed reading Marxism and thinking she's a fucking Marxist in private. I bet she does.
Yeah, but I mean, like, she's not a Marxist though. At the end of the day, like, and I think that's important of what we're facing today with like the synthetic left. Is basically it's this bastardized distortion of Marxism infused with postmodernism. And I
Well,
think
you're gonna have to explain how Marxism got so co-opted, and you can't do that if you can't think beyond the narrow confines of so-called Marxist organizations and their dogmas.
Well, so how are you saying communism got co-opted or Marxism got co-opted? Because I think it's very clear that there's an ongoing distortion of Marxism that only serves the ruling class. Today, like today, not only in the 70s or the height of the Cold War, I think today there's still an existing philosophical struggle that's basically Marxism has been supplanted by postmodernism. And I think it's important because I think that actually reaching the masses with dialectical thought, regardless if someone views themselves as a Marxist at the end of the day, doesn't mean they actually are practicing dialectical materialism. So I think that the ruling class does still care. Otherwise, I don't think this monstrosity of a synthetic left would exist in the first place.
The ruling class doesn't give a shit about Marxism. They're more scared of Islamism, Patriot Front libertarianism, and some other ultra-nationalist ideology or something. They don't really give a fuck about Marxism at all, and they have.
Well, because Marxism has been nullified, but if you have ascendant movements that want
and guess who nullified Marxism? You want to know who nullified Marxism?
Who?
Marxists.
Self-proclaimed Marxists. I don't really view them as I don't view Angela Davis as a Marxist.
Wasn't just her.
No, people of her ilk.
The truth is that Marxists failed to update Marxism in the way that Mao and Lenin did. And they have been comfortable and content with their notion of Marxism. And they just dwell in it. And then they complain about the world. Not realizing that they're complicit in it. For what they're not doing. And what they're not doing is actually critiquing the world. And critiquing themselves. But don't you think
that's like an explicit development of like social engineering? Like, don't you think the synthetic left was socially engineered for a purpose?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter.
I think it matters because
no. What happened was that a certain class of people emerged who dominated the meaning of Marxism, and then the elements who represented the genuine working class, sentiment, did not have they didn't have as much of a powerful hegemony or theory or whatever that was compelling enough. They didn't have a strategy to, preserve themselves. So it's like, it's pretty simple. The CIA was involved doing this and that, but even if they weren't, it wouldn't have mattered. At the end of the day, Marxists destroyed Marxism.
But don't you think that Marxists could reclaim Marxism? Like, isn't that the entire infrared project?
I guess, but I don't see what the point of that is.
Of reclaiming Marxism?
No, I mean I don't see what the point of. I don't see the point of. What is your point? Yes, we're trying to rediscover what Marxism is.
Yeah, I'm saying like I think the ruling class views Marxism as a threat. I think that's why they nullify.
Well, what is Marxism? Nobody knows what Marxism is. That's my point. What is Marxism?
Well, I mean,
where has Marxism been established to be a threat to the ruling class? In
I mean, like, what
America,
about
what establishment of Marxism do they fear? There's none. It's taught in the
Well, there is no
universities. Go to any
establishment.
fucking university. It's all Marxism.
Yeah, what they teach in the university is like Gramsci, like basically like
Not just
critical
Gramsci.
theory.
Not just
Critical
Gramsci.
theory.
Not just Gramsci. Karl Marx is one of the most cited people in American academia. Okay, so I don't see what fear of Marxism. Maybe they would potentially fear a revival of Marxism. I agree they would, and I think the reaction to infrared speaks enough on that front. But the truth
Well, maybe
is,
it's not Marxism.
the
Sorry.
ruling class doesn't care about Marxism. I promise.
They might not care about Marxism in itself, but I think they care about the infusion of Marxism and Leninism, and I think that's one of the reasons of why they view the right today
They
as
don't really care about Marxism Leninism either. They might have cared about Soviet influence or Chinese influence, maybe. I haven't seen that one really. And they really don't fucking care though. They really don't give a shit.
So then, what purpose do you think like the synthetic left serves in general?
I think the synthetic left plays its own role. It's not to deceive people about the left. It's actually to fulfill the function of the left, which is to, participate in this destructive process of being the vanguard of all that is solid melts into air culturally and politically. The left, it is like a synthetic left, I guess, but it's like it doesn't exist to repress anything. It actually fulfills the role of like being an attractive medium for the youth to channel their resentments and destructive instincts.
Wait, I'm sorry. My headphones just died. Can you repeat that?
It's just the soft power vanguard of U.S. imperialism, and it is what you pay for. It's not a conspiracy. They're not pretending to be pro LGBT. They're not pretending to be for all of these socialist causes. They actually are. They do want to expand the government. They do want to have LGBT domination of society. They do want, they do want to like subject everyone to these socializing institutions. And they do want to expropriate, quote unquote, the capitalists, aka truckers, and turn them into serfs for the Great Reset. These are all things they actually do want to do. And when AOC says that she wants a Green New Deal, I believe her. She does. So it's not just a thing to dupe people. Oh, it's not real socialism. No, this is actually what they want.
Well, I don't think these are all people who are acting. Like I believe that they believe these things. I think that's what's so powerful about ideology. But I'm saying, why is American universities reproducing this ideology if it wasn't to thwart an actual ability?
They're doing it because they've weaponized the revolutionary insights of Marxism in order to actually accelerate the process of the destruction of what remains of any kind of semblance of, substantive traditional society and reality. That's just all that is solid melts into air. And they see Marx's insights only in the critical sense of, exposing the true nature behind things. And they only interpret criticism one-sidedly. And it's, it's a form of Western Marxism. It's Kantian, Lukácsian Marxism.
I don't know. I personally see, like in academia, especially, like a move away from materialist thought. That's why I think the postmodernist trend is actually so dangerous. Because
I don't know what you mean by materialism, but we have never before had a belief in the, reductionistic nature of genetics and all this shit in biology. So I don't know what you mean.
I mean specifically in terms of postmodernist idealism.
And what is that?
What do you mean?
What is postmodern idealism?
Well, I guess just in the sense that, like, there's a subjective understanding about concrete things. So, I mean, like, for example, like, I guess, like, deconstructing all these accepted narratives. For example, like, within the gender discourse, it's all about deconstructing of, like, biological sex, or deconstructing of gender norms. Like, in postmodernism, for me, the trend that I see is that there's the idealism that's rooted in subjectivity overrides any other kind of philosophical thought that might be rooted in a more material understanding of things. So that's
What
why
would a more material understanding be?
of what? Of the gender discourse?
Of anything.
Well, it's not rooted in, like, just an idea. It's not rooted in, like, self identification. It's material reality. For example, like, being a worker, you just can't self identify as
So you mean
a non-worker.
a tangibly observable reality.
Yes. I think the
So
left has
your only problem
foregone.
is that there's a division of labor, because in the sphere of STEM sciences, you have an ultra reductionism that already defines how we understand modern physics, and that is perfectly compatible with the. It's not idealism when they do that. It's the same vulgar British materialism, actually, that has given rise to the view that gender is just personal subjectivity. It's not like they're being like Lysenko and they're like, well, yeah, when you identify a certain gender, you will like grow a vagina or some shit. They're not saying that. They're like, oh yeah, everything the biologists say is true. It's just we're gonna have the discourse. They only have that free spirited interpretation of culture because of the reductionism that they have invested in biology itself.
So you don't think there's no idealism on the part of someone who thinks self-identification can override whatever material reality exists for them?
Yeah, obviously that's idealist. I'm just trying to tell you that that idealism and your materialism are one and the same thing.
All right. Well, I mean, I guess what I'm not understanding then is, if we can't reclaim Marxism and there's no point to it, then what is the end goal, like, at all, of, like, even any socialist discourse?
I think you can reclaim Marxism, but you can't do it by referring to established authorities on what Marxism is, because those authorities in America at least have completely discredited themselves. So whenever you say, "Oh, I think this is Marxist," because of some convention established by American Marxists, that is a completely bankrupt thing. When I say something about Marxism that American Marxists have never heard before, that is not an indictment on the credibility of what I'm saying. That's an indictment on the fact that established Marxism is completely bankrupt in this country.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is, like, the way these synthetic leftists act when you have any critique of anything on their agenda. Like, why does this ideological class of people exist? Look at how they react to certain critiques that infrared has made. Look at how they react towards larger critiques that even conservatives make. If Marxism wasn't a threat, I don't think this entire ideological class of people would exist at all,
Why not?
because their entire existence is they exist to basically diminish the ability. So when you say Starbucks workers and railway workers don't have any ability to connect with each other, a lot of this is purely on, like, cultural
No, it's not.
divisions.
No, it's
It
not.
really is.
No, it's not.
It really is.
Okay, where does the cultural difference come from?
I mean, it depends on a lot of things. Honestly, it depends on your socioeconomic status. It depends on your
So
education.
the cultural difference is just the proxy for the actual class difference.
No, because a lot of baristas, I mean, don't have college education. They make minimum wage. They're minimum wage workers.
Okay.
A lot of blue collar workers don't have college education either.
You know what? I'm just gonna go to a soup kitchen and give them soup.
I mean, that's charity.
So why are you pointing out that they're poor?
You think there's just zero connection whatsoever?
I don't think class identity is based on income at all.
I think when the conditions of capitalism keep you in similar situations, I think there's
Dude,
something
it's just
that-
like, you know what? Capitalism's not real, and if your life is shitty, it's your fault. That's what I believe.
That's it.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't.
Nobody
the
has a
railways
shared
never
class
striking
because nobody has a shared class identity based on suffering and based on what they're not getting and based on what they don't like. That's not what establishes a class identity. That's not what gives rise to a social formation in any scientific sense.
So what?
So if you're just like, oh, all these people have similar interests because like their life is shitty. Well, that's not Marxist science. I'm sorry.
I mean, going on strike doesn't mean you think your life is shitty. It means you want more protections or
Hey, you know what?
higher pay.
Twitter employees who make $200,000 a year also want more. I don't give a fuck. Just because you want more means nothing. A spoiled brat with a fucking pink Mercedes also wants more. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about people who make $200,000 a year. A barista doesn't make $200,000 a year.
So you have an ideology based on empathy and compassion and care. So
I mean, not
at
necessarily.
What point? So are you just gonna? What's your ideology? Just let people drink milk from your titties or something? Like, what is this? I don't get it.
What's not to get? I mean, like I fully explained it.
Like, oh, this person is suffering. We should care for them more.
I'm not saying.
Well, that's not science. That's not Marxist science.
I'm saying that
that's not Marxist
people
science.
have similar socioeconomic statuses, there's a relationship they can draw from each other.
No. Just being poor does not mean you have a similar experience or similar outlook on anything. Or maybe being rich and being...
I think in a lot of cases, poor people have similar experiences. Not universally, because of course every experience is different. But like,
a grad student living in Brooklyn who is poor, quote unquote, will never have anything in common with a trucker in Canada.
Because the trucker isn't going through the same ideological institutions that someone who's in American academia is going through. So then the real question is, why does academia have these nullifying?
Because it's a because big surprise that a parasitical institution whose dependencies, which include graduate students, big surprise that parasites breed parasitical ideologies.
It's not, but I'm saying it's...
If I get paid to have to fucking listen to what a fucking blue hair professor has to tell me, that means I'm a fucking parasite. A trucker doesn't have to care about that shit because the work they do is not dependent on their compliance with a social agenda. They have to transport goods in their fucking truck. Doesn't matter what social agenda you have.
They're not listening to a blue-haired grad student, but most people who inform conservative media and who a lot of the people...
Doesn't matter. The work they do is necessary regardless of anyone's feelings. If you feel a certain way, let me tell you the difference. If you're a grad student, then everything you earn is based on your feelings, right? If you're a trucker, what you earn is based on what you do in objective reality. It has nothing to do with feelings. It has nothing to do with any of this blue. It has nothing to do with that. Someone's got to deliver shit across the border. Someone must do it, or else everything will collapse. If we don't have any more professors, or if we don't have any more grad students, I guess a lot of people will feel lost and bereft of purpose in Brooklyn, New York. And I think they can all go suck a dick, because at the end of the day, everyone else will be fine without them.
I'm saying being a grad student doesn't necessarily mean that conservatives aren't willing to listen to you. Like Ben Shapiro, like Michael Knowles.
Hold on.
products.
Well, then,
academic
hold on.
institution.
Dude,
They had
logic.
the ear of conservatives.
Oh, you got
Truckers
it,
are more
dude.
likely
You
to
got
listen
it.
to
You
Ben
got it.
Shapiro,
You
which
got
is
it.
incorrect.
You got it. Except logic, right? The test would actually be if those grad students can get to the grad students as a class. If individual grad students are reaching workers, they're doing so at the expense of the class that is grad students. This is like, it's like basic logic. Why does it matter if Ben Shapiro went to fucking college if 99% of grad students hate Ben Shapiro? Well, there's a reason for that, because he stepped out and he decided to make a living off of attracting a different demographic than the one that he himself belongs to. So what? Like, what's your point? That doesn't mean.
I'm saying that a grad student
Dude,
doesn't necessarily
listen.
have a conflict with a member of the conservative working class.
Truckers, listening to fucking Alex Jones on their spare time is not the same thing as a Brooklyn fucking hipster who is a grad student and makes a fucking living off of bullshit. That's just, there's no comparison between those things at all.
Yes, there is, because I'm saying not every grad student has the same ideology. Conservatives are
Doesn't
willing to
matter
listen to
if they're
people who
making
share those
money.
concerns.
If they're making money off of being a grad student working for an institution, and the institution is the one paying them, they are a fucking parasite. I don't care what they
And most
believe.
baristas are grad students.
They're like, it's the same class of people.
They're not, though. I mean, like, the people who work at the Dunkin' Donuts I go to, they're literally, like, everyone's 30 plus.
Dunkin'
They're
Donuts,
just
Dunkin'
working class
Donuts people,
Americans.
Dunkin'
Most likely have
Donuts,
no college education
Dunkin' Donuts
whatsoever.
people are more like McDonald's and Burger King people, and those are just people trying to make money. There's nothing wrong with them. But those people, there's a reason why Dunkin' Donuts workers don't want to, like, beautify. They're not like, oh yeah, my goal in life is to make this job something I want to do. It's more like, my goal in life is to escape this stupid job at Dunkin' Donuts. And
I don't
the
think every
coworker who
single
loves
worker looks
working
at
at
it like
Dunkin'
that.
Donuts is hated by everyone. I guarantee it. The guy who works at Dunkin' Donuts and just loves doing their job at Dunkin' Donuts, everyone hates them at their job. Everyone hates them. Nobody
Why
likes
should
them.
they hate him?
Because he's a fucking narc. Because when you
How's
want
he a
to,
narc?
because when you want to go in the fucking bathroom and fucking do a line of coke, he's gonna fucking snitch. That's fucking why. Okay. Because he's a fucking narc. Because he's got a fucking
just
bow
sounds
tie.
like
He's
some,
got a
like,
fucking bow
made-up
tie and
shit.
glasses, and he's like, and nobody fucking cares about these stupid jobs, dude. They're just trying to make money. I don't have any problem with that. I have a problem with narcs, and that's what Starbucks workers are.
How are Starbucks workers narcs?
The same way SpongeBob SquarePants is a fucking narc, and fucking Squidward is just trying to make money. That's the fucking difference.
But they both work at the same company. So there could be two ideologically different people working within the same company.
No, it's not ideology. It's like, the difference is when you make it an institution. When you try to make a Starbucks fucking union and you try to tell me, a Marxist and communist, that I should give a fuck about your dumb Starbucks bullshit, you're being SpongeBob SquarePants. When you're just some random fuck who's like, yeah, man, I'm just making some money so I can buy crack in my spare time, you're just an OG random motherfucker, average person who's just trying to be on his grind. I don't have any fucking problem with you, but you're not trying to make it my problem. That's the fucking difference. And if you are trying to make it my fucking problem, you're not doing it as a Starbucks worker, but as an average, regular motherfucker who's trying to get UBI, or trying to destroy the service industry, or trying to bring back manufacturing jobs. What matters is, when do you elevate your life to some kind of social significance? That's when it fucking matters.
How are they supposed to do that?
They're supposed to do it by, instead of saying, oh yeah, as a barista, they'll just be like, as an American citizen who wants a dignified fucking job, I hate my job at Starbucks. I want to work a dignified job. I want to work a job that actually is meaningful and dignified. And I'm just doing this to make money right now. I don't want this to have the social significance of being a job that, like, should exist and, like, you know, we should be comfortable with. Nobody fucking wants that.
There's plenty of people who they don't view their job like that. But first of all, like, even factory labor was not The earliest forms of factory labor, you think those people were in a factory saying, "This is really dignified. I love working 16 hours a day and breathing in trash into my
No,
fucking
but the
lungs
minute they
and working
elevated,
alongside my
no,
kid."
but when they elevated their circumstance to social significance, they started to have to think about the use value of their job, and they're like, you know what? This is still going to exist in socialism because it's like actual physically necessary work, and I just want it to be dignified. There's nothing inherently demeaning about the work
That's
I'm
literally
doing.
what baristas are saying. Like, what if Dunkin'
But the
Donuts was
difference is
forming a
there is
union?
something
Would you
inherently.
support Dunkin' Donuts forming a union? Would you support those guys forming a union?
There is something inherently demeaning about Starbucks work. That's the point that I'm making. So it's not the same thing
Yeah,
as
I
fucking.
get it, is that you think it's
There's
demeaning.
nothing inherently
Like, a lot
demeaning
of
about
people
working at a
work
fucking
at
factory because you don't have. There's nothing inherently demeaning about working at a fucking factory. There is something inherently demeaning about being a prostitute or being a barista.
Yeah, I know. You think prostitute is comparable to barista.
I'm just trying to give you an example of a demeaning job.
I think that actually diminishes the severity of like prostitution as a social ill.
I don't care.
I guess not. I don't know. I think prostitution.
No,
is
I'm
a
pretty
really
sure.
uniquely horrible social ill.
I'm pretty sure the prostitutes are really empowered by the Starbucks union. Like, we should have our own fucking union. And like,
Yeah, because most of them are just like. There's a lot of.
no, it's the
leftist
same
idiots.
shit, dude. Go look at the Starbucks union. They're furries, and they're just, dude. I don't know what to tell you,
No,
right?
I don't think they're all furries. When
But
the
it's like
Starbucks
that's
unions were
what it is.
organizing,
It's a
I wasn't
reflexive.
sitting here.
It's a reflexive ideological hipster phenomena. It's not some like working class movement.
All right, so
It's a bunch of
what about
entitled
Dunkin'
fucking.
workers?
It's a bunch of entitled fucking. Reflexive hipster urbanites, glasses wearers, who got the idea that they should be entitled to this and that because of this and that contrived abstract moral reason. Like, none of it's actually grounded in any like real world anything. It's just because if it was, I know for a fact a real working class person who works at Starbucks is just gonna like work there, get their bag, and get the fuck out. They're not gonna be like, no, we went. No, they're not, dude. They're gonna go there, get their bag, get the fuck out of there, right? Or they're probably gonna get fired, honestly, for like, you know, I don't. What you're saying is fucking stupid.
I don't see how. How if a Dunkin' worker wanted to organize if Dunkin' workers wanted to organize a union, that's gonna make it more likely that they can get a bag. They won't get a
I will
wage
have
increase
nothing to
or
do
like
with
a
that
longer
union.
lunch.
I will no. Nobody forms a
collective
fucking
bargaining.
union to get the bag. Nobody does that. You form a fucking union not to get the fucking bag, but to make a point. There's no way a union could ever be formed if people were just interested in getting the bag. No way.
I mean, like, union jobs historically had is the reason why America built a middle class. Union jobs.
This is like, dude, you are just bereft. You are bereft. You are bereft of the ability to use logic. If unions resulted in more prosperity, that is in no way a example of any form of evidence that prosperity or the wanting of personal prosperity is the motivating factor for individuals to form unions.
So basically, workers historically have just been trying to prove a point. They don't care about
organizers have been trying to prove.
Putting meat on the table.
Organizers have been trying to prove a point. And there's something called trade union consciousness. Trade union consciousness, according to Marxism, is when workers step beyond their personal life and they start to regard the union as an institution that they're loyal to, sometimes even at the expense of their personal life. Because it gives them some kind of elementary meaning and sensibility of the world. That's trade union consciousness. It's a form of consciousness. It's not just like, oh, I want to get the bag like I'm a gangster. I'm a fucking hustler trying to get the fucking bag, so I'm going to form a union. That's not how it fucking works.
Well, I mean, that's a reductionism, of course. I don't only believe that's how it works, but I'm saying if your whole thing is about getting more money, a union would help that.
No, that's a social message. If your whole thing is about getting more money, then you will fucking rob a bank or some shit. Or you will do something under the table, low-key, that you don't tell society about, and you don't fucking elevate it to social significance. You will get on your hustle. You won't fucking talk about it in public to society.
You're a working-class man who has a family. Robbing a bank serves massive social implications. First of all, if you have any moral code of conduct, you probably wouldn't do it in the first place because you wouldn't want to threaten people in general. Like an upstanding citizen in society would much rather organize a union so they can get democratically what they're deserved in terms of compensation for the labor they provide versus putting so much on the line to what? Rob a bank? To go to prison? To not see your kids again? Does organizing a union have that same repercussion? No, not anymore.
Are you retarded mentally?
Yes. Explain to me what is wrong with what I said.
Because the point isn't specifically about robbing a bank, but more speaking to the point that it's a private thing. When you privately want to make more fucking money, you don't elevate that to any level of social significance if it's an immediate private necessity. If it's an immediate private necessity, it's going to be acted upon as an immediate private necessity. You're not going to be like, oh, because I want this thing that's of immediate private significance to me, I'm going to like create this institution and do all of it. It's like, no, that is way too many steps removed from the motivating factor. So yes, instead of giving all this fucking energy to a union, people will probably just like get creative and trying to like get money some other kind of fucking way. If it's just about money, nobody's gonna put their fucking job on the line trying to organize an entire fucking union. That's my point.
I mean, like
only after the organizing is done, or maybe at best when you get to the point where it's like you're just gonna be voted on. Where like they're gonna vote on whether they want to join the union. At that point, maybe they might take into account, okay, how is this relating to my ability to make money in my personal life and my personal circumstances? By the way, that's also a reason people reject unions a lot of the time because they don't want to be tied down to their fucking workplace, right? But anyway, that's like why the Amazon labor union first failed because it wasn't the Amazon labor union; it was some other establishment union trying to unionize the Amazon workers. They didn't want it, right? So, that was before Chris Smalls. That's very common, okay? So, no, you're wrong. Personal reasons are not the actual fucking reason people form unions. It's not. It's because of trade union consciousness.
And what is the trade union consciousness based in on an individual level?
Do you think Lenin was fighting so Lenin could, like, get higher wages? Is that why Lenin went to fucking Siberian prison? Why did Lenin go to Siberian prison?
Marxists only get higher wages, but I'm saying a lot of union workers are organizing for the basis of improving their material conditions.
No, they're not. 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 No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
If you want to make it a fucking if you want to make a social cause around getting more money, you would join a fucking Forex Discord.
It's not just about money. It's not just only about. It's about better conditions for their working. It's about all the different things that come in with union organizing.
No, they have so much better conditions when they get fired or when they like, they have to go on strike. They have to lose their job. They have to raise money for strike funds. All of that improves their.
Aren't things people want to do. It's a last resort. So obviously, it's not.
It's like that. That improves their. And by the way. And how does Starbucks respond to it? How does Starbucks respond? Starbucks just closes the fucking the place down.
So that means they shouldn't do it because capital will react negatively.
No
shit, capital.
No. It means clearly they're not just fucking doing it to improve their fucking material circumstances. And even if they fucking are, why should I give a shit? Even if they fucking are, why should I give a shit?
Short-term losses.
Even if they are dreaming that they're gonna have a Starbucks union where they're gonna be like the Twitter employees, why do I give a fuck? I don't give a shit.
How are they like Twitter employees? They don't even
they might because it is exclusively the parasitical stratum of the urban hipsterite scum who do make it society's problem, whatever personal fantasies they have. Whether they want to adopt a gender that they want to enforce on everyone to recognize, or whether they're like, they feel entitled to like all of this shit and they want to make it society's problem that we're not fulfilling their personal fantasy. They do have the lack of shame to just say, you know what? I want you to pay for my fucking fantasy. Personally. You can fuck off, man.
How does organizing a union make things? How are they saying that's society's problem? What are they trying to make society's problem by organizing?
They're trying to like make us give a fuck about them when we don't. I don't.
I mean, I'm not against them forming unions.
Yeah, I used to not give a fuck, but now I actually am against them because they're trying to have regime change in China, and there's other shit too, like how they're tied to the left. And the left are a bunch of disgusting scum who I wish nothing but misfortune upon. So it's not only the Starbucks union, but actually baristas are my personal enemy now too.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think the Starbucks union necessarily has amazing politics. Like, I agree that unions can have shit politics. Like, the 4 major unions in the U.S. basically
I actually hate Starbucks baristas. They're so rude in particular. They're so fucking rude and shit. It's like, wow. They always, you know, they're the only people who just, like, think they own their workplace already. They act like they're in charge, right? They act like they're in charge. You're not in charge, bitch. You're a fucking slave. Go make a fucking frappuccino again, dumb bitch. You're not in charge of anything. They always act like they're the boss. Oh yeah, I'm in charge. No, you're not. No, you're fucking not. This whole thing's a sham. You don't run this place. You're not the fucking shopkeeper. You're not the fucking shopkeeper. You're a fucking servant. Nothing else. They always act like they're the shopkeeper though, right? And they're not. They're just not. And I actually think they should all go to jail.
They've always been pretty nice to me, I feel like, usually.
Yeah, but there's just something about them I don't like. There's just some, you know, like they're so entitled and they're just so like bitter and shit, you know? It's like, yeah, I get it. Yeah, they're so bitter. But here's the thing. They're so bitter and shit, and it's like, then just quit that job, dumbass. And nobody has to work at Starbucks out of necessity. Now, a motherfucker at Dunkin' Donuts is not necessarily bitter. They may not be happy. They not be in a jolly mood. But it's just like, oh, just another day, another grind, whatever. That's their fucking mentality at Dunkin' Donuts. At Starbucks, they make it seem like I've done wrong to them. And I've done something to them. Shut the fuck up, you fucking barista idiot. Go fucking get a real job. Stop fucking complaining at the world that you're a fucking loser. And the fact that these people want more control over their workplace that they already have, I'm against that outright, actually. I might go out of my way to subvert their efforts, to be honest. I don't want these people to have more power. I want these people to be kept down as much as possible, actually.
Well, I mean, all right, that's a lot, definitely. I mean, I don't think I take it to that extent, but I definitely hate a lot of the social politics they have. But I just still support their ability to organize a union. And I would support the same thing for Dunkin' Donuts workers.
I don't think Dunkin' Donuts workers will ever form a union.
Why?
Because they are just not about that shit. They don't care. I promise they don't give a fuck. Dunkin' Donuts workers will sooner rob a fucking bank than form a fucking union for Dunkin' Donuts. They may as well just rob the fuck. You want a union? Just take money out the cash register. No one will notice. I promise they're not going to notice. You can actually just take a few 20s.
I think they're definitely going to notice.
They don't notice that shit. Trust me, they don't notice it. It's not that hard.
No, I think Dunkin' Donuts workers would organize unions, but I think there's a
I just have such a suspicion that if someone was like, "Hey guys, let's form a union," someone would be like, "Shut your bitch ass up. The fuck you mean a union?" And they would bully him and give him a fucking swirly and then just take a 20 out the cash register. That's what I think about Dunkin' Donuts, honestly. It's such like a SpongeBob thing. Let's form a union. What the fuck is that shit, right? If you like, just, you know, you don't have to follow the law in a video game. You could just like steal from Dunkin' Donuts and shit. It ain't that you don't even have to like work pretty much. You really don't. You can come in, you can just be at Dunkin' Donuts on reading a magazine, and if someone comes in and asks you for, you can just ignore them. Honestly, what are they? Nothing will happen.
I mean, the Dunkin' Donuts workers at the Dunkin' I go to, those motherfuckers work hard as fuck every day.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, they're not. It's not what you think. It's not going to be like Starbucks where they're going to have glass and like, they're, they don't like have such a reflexive attitude, such a conscientious attitude to what they're doing to the point where they're going to be like, let's recycle. They don't give a fuck about that, right?
Well, honestly, I think a lot of Dunkin'
But
workers.
that's just what it is. That's just what it is. When the Starbucks workers unionize, this is not like some like raw expression of the material interests of a class, as much as like it's the expression of some kind of like moral cause, like recycling or helping the planet, an environmental group, or an LGBT activist movement, or taking down statues in town square. It's more like this thing of like, oh, we should have a union because it's unfair. Like, it's more like this kind of like contrived social cause, like Black Lives Matter, than it is the expression of this raw interest of a material class. That's what it actually is. If you're a theater kid, if you're a theater kid and I'm walking in the park, and I'm just like, I'm drinking water and I just throw it on the ground because why not? You know, the theater kid is going to have a problem. They're going to be, hey, you're poisoning the environment. And that's just the narc nature of these people, right? The grad student, urbanized, whatever. These are not people who have the outlook on life that the working class does. Now, I'm not saying the working class litters or doesn't have any kind of like socially conscientious morality of any kind. I'm just saying they keep it frugal. They keep it very frugal. They don't like these like, they don't like being whipped up on campaigns to just like, let's save the environment. They're like, nope, let's just do things as we have done and our forefathers have done. Let's just keep things normal, right? You know, it's like these theater kids are LARP. You know what it is? The Starbucks Union is a form of LARP. It's live action role play of the 20th century union movement by baristas who, just like furries are LARPing, just like the furry, it's exactly what it is. It's LARP. They're using the imagery and slogans of the 20th century labor movement to justify their own feelings of, moral vanity. And moreover, you can even see this, like, Scabby the Rat! New York Times journalists, are they working class to you? Because they also went on strike recently, and they brought a big, like, Scabby the Rat mascot to their workplace. And these are New York Times journalists. Are those the working class to you?
I mean, honestly, at first, I really didn't give a fuck. I even posted something that I was like, I literally don't care about New York Times unions. But then they only make like $60K a year. So I guess regardless of what their ideology,
the fact that they make $1, the fact
I don't
that
really give a fuck. I guess if they make a little more money.
Yeah, the fact that they make $1 at all for that garbage is a disgusting insult on humanity as a whole. The fact that people get anything. So you're telling me that there are plumbers who have to go and clog shit for a living, and then there's other people who can go make a living writing for the New York Times?
Yeah, here's the difference. The New York Times is ideologically reproducing some trash, but a barista is just handing a dude coffee who's about to go to work.
And yet, in terms of consciousness, the New York Times writer and the barista is indistinguishable. The same kind of LARP where they bring Scabby the Rat and they pretend to be 20th century steel workers and they try to like justify what they're... It's all a contrived institutional social cause. It has nothing to do with material necessity. New York Times writers, they're educated. They tend to feel... It's like they're the ones who would be educated enough to know about union history, to know all these references in the first place. It's just like when Taryn Fivek from the Communist Party USA, she's personally right now on strike at CUNI, New York University. She's a grad student on strike right now, Taryn Fivek, and she's LARPing as the working class. And that's all you really need to know to see this is all just a sick game of LARP that has nothing to do with class struggle. It's just these fucking LARPers who are using the aesthetics of class struggle to do something entirely separate from class struggle is something that has social significance. It's not something that is like this like moral crusade and this like Black Lives Matter contrived fucking cause. It's just not.
So you don't think there's anything that any Starbucks worker is organizing for outside of just this contrived ideology?
Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else.
I mean, I think there are definitely workers who are organizing.
If I hated my fucking job so much, I would just quit. If I hated my job so much,
yeah, but that's not like the full reality.
Here's the difference. When I work at Amazon, right? It's like, would I consider joining the Amazon labor union? Probably, because it's like, you know what? I work here, I pack boxes and shit, and this is a decent enough job, but, you know, we could use more protections and rights, and it's a good job, and it's a good paying job, and the job is otherwise great, and whatever, right? But if you have so much personal grievances at Starbucks, working for Starbucks, that you want to form a fucking Starbucks union, fuck you. I would just quit at that point. Like, okay, this is clearly not the job for me. At Amazon, it's like, hold on, factory workers have more rights than us here at Amazon. Other warehouse workers got way more protections. This is like, it's not really unreasonable to expect or feel entitled to something more at the Amazon labor union, because it's like jobs that are similar to this already do better. Starbucks is already overpaid compared to everyone else in the service, whatever, the same industry. So it's like, I don't sympathize with, I would just quit. If I'm so upset at Starbucks that I'm like, oh my god, then I'm gonna just quit. I'm not gonna fucking form a union at Starbucks. I'll just quit.
Well, I mean, there are people who quit. They go for job applications. They give a 2-week notice. There's people who don't quit because they don't hate the job.
Yeah, and giving a 2-week notice and you just said it. Starbucks workers are exactly the type that always give a 2 weeks notice.
I don't think there's anything wrong with giving a 2 weeks notice, especially when capitalists like literally design workplaces to have labor shortages. It's actually just a sign of like courtesy to the other people who work in a place, so they don't have to work.
Too bad. It's a dog world. Too bad. If you're not paying my bills, I don't give a fuck about you. Dog world. Anyway,
I just feel like that's like sounds like
so when you get fired, do you get a 2 week? So when you get fired, do you get a 2 week notice? No, you don't. So just leave.
No, you don't. I used to pathologize it like that until I realized when people don't give 2 week notices, how much it fucks me over at my own job. So I started sympathizing with workers. So I would give a 2 weeks notice. But to me, that pathology sounds like
the way I see it is that it's if I'm just doing this job to get by and make money, there's no such thing as someone else fucking me over by leaving the job. I'll just fucking leave. That's just
I don't think every Starbucks worker either gives a 2 week notice. I was making just like a general quip, but there are
there's no if you quit. See, this is how much the great American people right now who are quitting these jobs, they just kind of just like quit and they don't say nothing and they just like leave and they don't even like. They just leave. They don't even say anything. And that's great. And you're saying that's bad. You're a narc, just like the Starbucks workers.
I think it sucks when, especially when workplaces literally are designed to have, like, they're not staffed properly.
Too bad. Okay, why is that their place? Why is that another man's problem? Why is that another man's problem?
Because not every person hates their job. You act like everybody.
That's the thing. If you're in the service sector, if you are in the service sector, hold on. If you are in the service sector and you don't hate your job, politically speaking, you are the class enemy of the working class. It's that simple.
I don't think so.
Mm-hmm. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because your fucking job is the epitome of dehumanizing slavery, and you like it. You're a fucking narc. You're SpongeBob. Being a barista is You're SpongeBob. You are SpongeBob. That's SpongeBob mentality.
No, I just think you sound like someone who has like little to no experience in a workplace.
Okay. I don't care what you think. You
I
are
mean, that's
SpongeBob.
been clearly abundant, but you care on some level because you invited me on your stream.
Yeah, now you're throwing on anecdotals. No, actually, I worked at every Starbucks in America, and I've worked everywhere. I've worked everything everywhere.
No, I just think giving a 2-week notice could be courtesy to the
To
other
who?
workers who
To
work
who?
there.
To who?
To the other workers that you work with every day, that you build camaraderie with.
Nah, I'll never speak to them again. I'm leaving anyway. They'll never see me again.
Well, that is how people look at it. I'm aware of that.
And it's not my fault. I'm a free person. I'm not a slave. I'm not
Yeah, but you know
I'm not
what?
responsible for
The
taking
only
care.
people who have the
Why
privilege
should I be
to just
responsible unless I have a personal relationship to my boss and my coworkers and everyone? It's like a small shop. I'm not gonna take care of some other man's ball sack and be like, oh,
the people who
I'll just leave, man. The fuck?
The people who
I'm a
quit
free
those
man.
jobs like that are literally like fucking teenagers who like literally don't give a shit. They live at home. Someone who's gonna just abruptly quit their job out of nowhere, they have to pay rent. They have things that cost them for survival. So they're actively looking for another job. Well, it doesn't take a day to get another job. It could take a couple of weeks. So if you already know you're going to be looking for another
People
job,
are quitting
just give your
jobs in
employer
record
some
numbers.
notice. It's not that fucking big of a deal.
People are quitting jobs in record numbers.
Yeah, what's the age demographic of those people quitting jobs?
They're in their 20s and 30s.
Yeah, they're 20. They're 20-year-olds who live at home who are.
No, that's not what I said, retard.
Shit. Could easily just quit their job.
Okay, let's look at the data.
Like,
Let's just stop talking about this and look at the data.
Starbucks is undignified. I don't want to be a Starbucks worker. I want to be a SoundCloud rapper. They're fucking little brat pieces of shit.
They don't work at their mom's house, you fucking retard. These are people in their 30s.
No one can just up and quit their job just because they don't like it.
And they're doing it though. But that's what people are fucking doing.
No,
retard. That's what they're doing.
20-year-olds are doing that. People who don't have to pay rent can just quit.
Yeah, you're lying. You're just lying.
Just because they don't like it.
You are lying. You are just lying. These are not 20-year-olds who don't have to pay rent. People who have to pay rent are quitting their job.
Really? So that's what the data says that you're citing, that people who have to pay rent are quitting their jobs in mass.
Yes.
And which report is this?
This has been something that has been going on since COVID and the COVID checks. It's still going on.
Yeah, it's going on because people are they got spoiled off the COVID unemployment checks.
Now you sound like a narc. See how you sound like a narc? Dude, you sound like the boss right now. You sound like a fucking narc. You're talking about the working class? Dude, you just gave it away. You are a fucking teacher's pet. You are the teacher's pet. You are the teacher's pet. You are the boss's pet. Here you fucking have it. He literally like, oh, all these people are just spoiled off of COVID checks. Yeah, dude, you are on the side of capital. You represent capital. You are capital. You represent 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 capital. Gotcha, bitch. You represent capital.
You want to continue lockdowns. That's what you support. The laptop class.
No, I support people
out of the workplace.
I support people not have I support service sectors who have finally gotten the courage to just say, you know what? I'm not going to work. I support that. I support that. Because you know what? It's just there are other ways to make money than working in the fucking service sector. So many other ways. You can go to trade school. You can do it. You can do so much else. You can do gig shit. The guy who came the other day to install my TV, he's an example. He does gig work. He chooses his own time. Hell, you can do Uber Eats. You can do DoorDash. My friends have done that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You can do a gig side, you can do a gig side job, something like that. And it's not sustainable in the whole long term, but neither is the fucking service sector. That's the thing. I have seen people who are 70 years old where I was working at a fucking service sector job. And I see that. I'm not going to be that guy. I'm not going to spend my whole fucking life here. I'll take my fucking risk. That's the mentality this great new generation of Americans have. They'll take the risk going to do the gig economy stuff than working at a fucking stupid service sector workplace.
So the gig economy, which is a product of neoliberalism, is somehow good.
The
but
gig,
the
I
service-
support the gig economy over the service sector. And it's way better. It's way fucking better. Yes, it is. It's way better. It's even better because there's no way to institutionalize it. There's no way to impose social agendas or cultural agendas on it. And guess what? Everyone I know who works in the fucking gig economy likes it better than these institutionalized workplaces. Every single one. Every single one says, I love the freedom it gives me. I love the ability to feel dignified, like this is my choice. I can choose it. I don't have to answer to a boss. I don't have to fucking answer to some fucking guy. I don't have to wear the uniforms that someone wants me to wear. That is
Most people
so
do
freeing
Uber
and
as a
liberating.
part-time
That is
gig.
so liberating. In California, they're trying to fucking get rid of the fucking gig economy and shit, and all the workers are going. They went on. Dock workers went on strike over it because they hated it. Owner operators want to own their own fucking trucks instead of having to work for fucking trucking corporations. This is the new era of the working class. Yes, I support it. It's the new Fordism, and Fordism was a step above the thing before. And just like this is a step above the old Fordist paradigm. So yeah, I'm a supporter of progress personally.
Yeah,
And that's
most
why
gig economy
that's why
workers-
you're the reactionary and you and the leftists are the reactionaries and I'm progressive haze. That's the
No, because
fucking difference.
I still support gig workers, and I talk to gig workers.
No,
all the
I
time.
support gig
I don't wanna
workers.
abolish-
Gig
I don't wanna
workers, no,
abolish
gig
Uber.
workers don't want to abolish the gig economy. They want to make it better. So do I.
I
think
don't-
we are transitioning into a data economy. It's more dynamic. It's Deng Xiaoping data economy. You know, we
I
need
don't
to.
want to abolish Uber. I support Uber. I like Uber. I use Uber as a service every day. But most of the drivers
Everything
Uber,
needs
they
to
don't
be
do it as a
disrupted.
primary
Everything
income.
needs to be
They do it as
disrupted.
additional
Everything
to
needs to
work
be
a full-time
disrupted.
job.
Everything needs to be disrupted. Everything needs to be disrupted. I'm on that whole thing. Crypto, all of that. Web3, everything. Gig economy. Unleash the productive forces. Wipe away the kulaks. Wipe away the leftists. Wipe away Starbucks. Wipe away all of it. Wipe it all away. Pol Pot, gig
It's
economy.
not like Uber drivers have no connection to baristas.
Let me tell
or
you
people in
something.
the service
When
industry. literally
There
I
is
have
such a
past conversations
Uber
every
drivers,
day
Uber
with
drivers,
drivers.
Uber drivers. I'm with Uber drivers that wear suits, and these people got 10 phones on there. They're always on their hustle and shit. They got the Bluetooth earpiece gel, hair slicked back, got a fucking nice car and shit. It's such a dignified thing when you think about it compared to working at fucking McDonald's or Wendy's or some shit. It's your car, your rules, your time, your everything. If you don't like the passenger no more, get the fuck out of my car, bitch. Now
Yeah,
the
but they're
one
doing it as
thing,
a side job, like
the only thing,
pay a
the
lot
only
per
thing that
hour.
gig, the only thing that gig economy workers are controlled by is ratings, and that is a fucking problem. The rating thing. But guess what? It's like more direct and more honest than working at fucking Applebee's. Period.
Uber drivers, they don't make a lot of money. So most of them are
Nobody.
doing
You
it-
think service workers make a lot of money? No, they don't.
Exactly. So they both want why don't they both deserve like better fucking standards of living if that's what they want to organize for?
See, the gig economy workers, they just want a solid foundation to flourish upon and earn their keep, right? They want the opportunity to earn their keep. Because I agree, the gig economy doesn't give you a foundation. So that's just all they want is a foundation, right? To actually have something to stand on, like a plot of land or some shit like that. Whereas Starbucks workers and the service worker union people, they just want to tie people down to these fucking dead-end jobs with more perks and benefits and force them to be there and stay there. And that is just reactionary, actually. It's reactionary, objectively.
It's not. Some people don't like doing Uber. Some people would rather be a barista than a
If
Uber
you don't
driver.
like doing
Why
Uber,
what
whoever
does
doesn't
make
like
them
doing
wrong?
Uber, people who don't like doing Uber, go do something else. That's what they do. They don't
Yeah, they might
fucking...
become a barista.
Then let them become a fucking barista. And if you don't like being a barista, go fucking be an Uber driver again or do whatever the fuck you want. But a Starbucks union is reactionary. The unions are being used in such a reactionary way now to stifle the development of the productive forces and stifle the transition into the fourth industrial revolution economy that we're transitioning into. And they're trying to hold us back. Just like how these same fucking people want to stop AI art. Because they hate AI art. Oh, real artists. Fuck the real artists. If you can't make better art than AI art, you're not a fucking artist. And you don't deserve shit. Same fucking, these are reactionaries. Luddite reactionaries. See, I'm against both Starbucks and the Starbucks Union. Starbucks, outdated reactionary. Starbucks Union, outdated reactionary. A plague on both their houses. They can both suck a dick. I'm talking about I'm talking about the fourth industrial revolution. We're gonna talk about coffee that assembles itself with 3D printing from magnets. All right, that's the future. I don't give a fuck about Starbucks. What the fuck is that? We're talking about the future where people can connect the coffee they drink to the air they breathe through smartphone haptic feedback using 5G networks on the 6G data phone connection. All right? We're talking about progress here. I don't give a fuck about that old, dumb, previous paradigm of Starbucks. I just don't give a shit about that.
I mean, I don't think the fourth industrial revolution is going to bring this utopian society.
It's not utopian. It's not utopian. It's not utopian. But it is the paradigm shift. It is the future instead of the past. It is the next big thing. It is the next big thing. And we need to unleash the productive forces like a goddamn fucking hurricane and displace all these stupid, unnecessary, unneeded sectors of the economy. Disrupt it all. Let's have a full acceleration forward.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the full acceleration.
Exactly, because you're not a Marxist.
No, because
you're not a Marxist. Because that's what Marxism is about. Marxism is about full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. I'm sick of the sentiment. Oh, I'm in Starbucks. I'm in Starbucks. I don't give a fuck about Starbucks. Full steam ahead.
Do you support transhumanism?
That's not the same thing.
Why? Cybernetics is a part of the fourth industrial revolution.
Cybernetics is a beautiful technology. Transhumanism is
organic.
Transhumanism is a pipe dream that will never be possible.
Revolution. And if workers aren't in control of
transhumanism,
those advances.
Hey, transhumanism will never be possible. I'm not worried about it.
I think it definitely can.
I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it.
I'm definitely worried about when billionaires like Martine Rothblatt are investing like billions of dollars into this industry of transhumanism, cybernetics. I think it's a problem.
Transhumanism will never happen. It's just not possible. They might try to kill us, which they're trying to do, but the way you disempower them from doing that, unleash the productive forces, empower the small guy, empower the little guy, reap the rewards and the fruits of progressive industrial change, overthrow the fucking monopolies, topple the whole fucking thing, Kampuchea in the technocratic age 2.0, Robo Pol Pot.
I don't know. I don't really agree.
Yeah. Well, we're not talking about glasses wearers because we're fucking Terminator infrared vision now. And we're not saying, oh, the glasses wearers, they are just not natural. They're just wearing glasses. No, we're saying the glasses wearers are not updated to infrared Terminator fucking laser vision, which is what we have. Robo Pol Pot.
Well, I don't know. I pretty much disagree with the premise.
It's coming. It's coming anyway.
I'm not against technological expansion or revolution, and I know Marx viewed the technological expansion of the original Industrial Revolution and capitalism itself to be a progressive force, but I think in many ways the force has yielded obvious negative repercussions for society, for specific classes as a whole. So I think that if that technological revolution is not controlled by the working class, then it's going to have real negative repercussions.
Okay, but it's not going to be controlled by the working class by having fucking barista unions shit everything up. It's only going to be controlled by the working class. You know, you have a working class movement, MAGA communism movement in this country. take the reins of power, constitutional revolution, nationalize the big industries, big year zero, big transformation, 1776 style 2.0. I mean, you're talking about a national movement about the mecca workers, not fucking baristas frolicking around with fucking mugs of coffee. And I hope they spill it on themselves.
And who are the Mecca workers?
The rail workers, owner operators of trucks, people who are trade school workers, welders, all that kind of stuff. People who do real physical work with tools and shit and machines, forklift operators, warehouse workers, dock workers, all that jazz, people who are actually engaged in mechanical, powerful work. Real workers, not fucking Burger King with a rapper. Would you like an apple pie with that? Would you like an apple? Thank you, Jen. I appreciate you.
I just think
electricians
workers in various industries are capable of coming to a revolutionary.
Thank you so much, Amila.
We come from the future to kill the cringe. Based _Skynet 2036.
Yes. All right, Skynet 2036, indeed. What are you saying?
I said I just think that workers in various industries are capable of coming to a revolutionary consciousness, a non-synthetic consciousness.
Starbucks, let me tell you what, you can have individual Starbucks people be cool, that's fine. The truth is, when the revolution comes, the Starbucks baristas will be on the front lines of the counter-revolution, on the barracks, with LGBT pride flags, and furries with blue hair, and they're going to basically try and stop year zero from happening. Guaranteed.
Well, you might be right, honestly. I don't know. But I do think that baristas are capable of coming to a non-synthetic ideology.
Yeah, well, so is anyone else. Anyone else is too.
That's why I don't want to disregard them wholesale.
Even literal feudal landlords can come to the conclusion of revolution.
Oh, socialist, like Marxist revolution, Marxist theory of
Yes, they
so
have. They have in the past. Nobles and feudal nobles and feudal landlords can actually also be won over to communism as individuals. But that has nothing to do with class. It has nothing to do with their social significance. Because clearly landlords are reactionary as a class. That's different from individuals.
Yeah, but I think there's a big difference between a landlord and a barista, because a landlord, like, they earn their income in two completely different ways.
But that's not the point! The point is just because there's some individual baristas who can agree with communist or truly revolutionary ideas, they're not doing it as baristas. They're doing it as individuals.
We're going to the end of history and rolling out in our 2036 mechas.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so then how do they? How is a barista coming to this communist or socialist ideology if it's not because of what they do every day?
Why does a feudal landlord come to become a communist socialist? Because of the idea, because of a personal connection they've established between the idea and what they believe and their level of knowledge and their level of conviction and their ideology. It's not based in their material class.
Yeah, but I think it happens way more with a barista who is a worker.
It doesn't.
Than it does with a landlord.
I guarantee you, the privileged...
Most landlords don't want to make housing like a human right.
It's more likely that you're coming from the nobility that you become a Marxist than a barista.
How?
That is historical fact.
More nobility.
Can you look up the Bolshevik Party leadership?
No, I mean, I know, like, Felix Jezerin, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Like, I know he came from a noble family.
So did many other communists, including ones that are actually ruling in China today, are descendants from Chinese feudal families.
Yeah, so they supported it on what, a moralistic basis?
No, these were accultured, educated people who decided to selflessly devote themselves to communism on the basis of its truth. They are real, true nobles. True nobles. That's called having a noble spirit. It's nobility.
And then the Starbucks workers, they don't have a noble spirit.
They can, but that has nothing to do with the base material level of class, which only exerts its significance on a mass level.
I just think the fundamental difference of why a bar, and I'm not even going to say a Starbucks barista, I'm going to say a barista in general, is not because of necessarily a moralistic concern with socialism, but because they understand their own status as a laborer.
No. The minute they make it about themselves, they're not. There's no possibility they will ever be revolutionaries. They will just be, retoids.
Well, I don't know. I don't really have much else to say, honestly.
Okay.
But if there's nothing else that you really want to talk about, I guess, because I don't know. I just disagree. I don't know. Well, I think I agreed with a lot of things that you said tonight, even where I did disagree, but I felt like it was different from a lot of the discourse in general around the baristas, because now you're saying some of them can be good.
Yeah,
I don't agree with
as
the wholesale
individuals,
diminishing.
anyone can be good. Cops can be good. There's a lot of good cops.
Well, I agree with that. That's why I think the ACAB shit that the left does is fucking
Well,
retarded.
okay, anyone can be good. There's probably good people who work for the fucking CIA who are cool people.
Well, there's Edward Snowden.
But that doesn't mean we start saying, "Oh yeah, we like the CIA" because there's a few individuals.
I'm not saying I like
Still
Starbucks,
oppose it
but I'm
as a
saying
social phenomenon.
I don't think Starbucks.
I am personally
equivalent with the
against
CIA.
baristas as a social mass. Period.
Okay. Well, I'm not against baristas as a social mass because I think people want coffee, and I don't think socialist society.
Well, people also want
service industry.
blowjobs. People also want blowjobs. The logic doesn't
Right,
add
but
up.
I don't think
Logic doesn't add up.
Comparison between
Logic just
barista
because
is
people want something doesn't justify the existence of the thing.
not necessarily, but I think on a social level, I think it's going to be pretty hard to convince people to support the wholesale abolition of things like.
I think it'll be
services.
easy. I think it'll be easy because the slogan is free time. Shout out Jehu. Free time. It's a slogan. Free time. Free time. Free time for the working class. That's what we want. Free time. Free time. You want to get free time? Get rid of the service industry. Then you get free time. Beautiful. Service industry only exists because nobody has free time. We have to go out and get food because you can't cook your own meals because there's no free time. You got to go have people serve you things instead of being served in your own fucking home because there's no free time. No wife at the home to take care of the kids. No free time. There's no free time for anyone to fucking do anything. And that created the service industry because of the 8-hour workday, sucking out our day, sucking out our energy, creating whole industries based on keeping us domesticated sheep who are just always going to be institutionalized and forced to do what authorities tell us to do. That's why the whole fucking thing exists. Not because it produces surplus value, because the government needs to fucking keep everyone like fucking sheep. Like it's the fucking Matrix. That's why it fucking exists. And I'm against it wholeheartedly, completely, unequivocally, uncompromisingly. And I cannot be bribed. Simple as that.
Well, it sounds like you're making it to be like a conspiratorial thing that you tried to say that I was doing before. But it's actually...
Well, maybe the government is just trying to keep everyone in check. Because when you think about it, they don't produce any value. They don't produce any surplus value. They still exist. We still have an 8-hour workday. Why? I don't know. Keeps everyone fucking demoralized and unawake. Imagine what people could do with free time if they weren't so... Why does everyone hate their life and why does everyone hate their fucking job? And if so, what a fucking miserable, soulless fucking economy we have. Everyone's so unhappy. It's such a depressing, dreary environment, atmosphere, and people are just demoralized, and the pedophiles are raping children, and nobody can do anything. Balenciaga's in power. They're sacrificing children. Everyone's too fucking miserable and demoralized to give a fuck about their depopulation agenda, where they're gonna. And that's how they want us. They want to keep the people demoralized. That's why they don't fucking want to give the railway workers a meager few more days off of the fucking year, because they just want people to be so fucking demoralized that you don't even have the fucking energy or the grit to fucking stand up for yourself, let alone for the rest of the fucking people and for our fucking children. But I think
So you don't.
they're starting to go after the children, and that's really poking the bee's hive. So we'll see.
Well, I agree. I think targeting of children is disgusting. That's one of the reasons why I basically wholesale renounced the left, because it's a normalization of pedophilia, honestly. But in terms of Starbucks workers, I don't even. You said something, but I forgot what I was gonna say.
Baristas are bad people, and they're going to hell. That's my final word.
Well, I don't think they're that bad. I think some of them are decent.
I
and
think
some of them
I think
agree with
Starbucks
you
should
on many things.
fire everything. That's my advice to Starbucks. Fire everything. Fire them all. Fire all of them.
So you don't think when people started unionizing,
Elon
Starbucks shut
Musk
down?
fired the Twitter employees. I love that.
Well, I agree.
Beautiful.
I agree with that. I supported that, honestly. But I'm saying when a Starbucks organizes a union and you say Starbucks shuts it down, don't you think that's a demoralization tactic?
No, because I think having to work at Starbucks is a demoralization tactic. I think wearing a fucking green apron is a fucking demoralization tactic.
What if they had a union where they could organize to not wear such fucking lame uniforms?
They will never, because it'll defeat the purpose of Starbucks completely.
No, I think probably some Starbucks people don't give a shit about the uniforms that they wear. Like that's not really like a whole. Like,
Yeah,
a part
they
of the
want
experience.
no, they do want they want the experience of going in, and it's just like what they see on TV, and it's Starbucks, and it's just like Disney World. It's the same shit.
I mean, honestly, my job gives me a nice uniform. I love my uniform. If
All
you
right,
just
dude,
gave
we get
Starbucks,
it. You're SpongeBob. I'm ready. I'm ready.
you
Nobody
don't think
wants.
people sometimes like the uniforms they wear? Mine is stylish and fresh.
Okay, well,
Starbucks is not though. I think there's a way you can make it like
I
that.
just don't think a grown man should have to wear a uniform except for like a hazardous, like not that's not even a uniform. That's just like a jumper suit. Like, if you're like you need to protect yourself, but to have to wear a uniform, it's just kind of demeaning in a lot of ways.
What about military, like the great, respectable military uniforms of the Soviet and Chinese armies?
That's a fucking army. That's different.
Yeah, but I don't think a uniform is necessarily bad. I think what the uniform is much worse. But if you
All right,
had a
well,
union,
a
you could probably organize.
uniform based on giving people fucking French fries is pretty demeaning.
I don't think it has to be. Is it the actual like specifications of the uniform that makes it degrading, or is just any uniform that they wear ever will always be degrading?
A grown man shouldn't have to wear a fucking uniform unless they're
Unless
in the
they're in the
army,
army. Okay.
or unless they're doing public service.
But, I don't know. Like, what about like a plumber or something? They wear a
Plumbers
uniform.
wear
Like a
what they
unitard.
wear as a utility.
I'm just not against uniforms if they're not disturbingly embarrassing.
Okay?
But I guess I don't know. That makes me a narc or whatever.
It kind of does, honestly.
All right. Well,
I just
think
know if I was your coworker, you would tell on me. Guaranteed.
I don't. I haven't told on anyone.
Yeah, because you've
I
never
called my
worked with
coworker
because you've
smoking
never
weed.
worked with someone like me, that's why.
I don't snitch on my coworker. I mean, I have. I caught people smoking vapes before. I smoked vapes at my
Nah,
job.
that is nothing. Okay? That is nothing.
What am I gonna snitch on them for?
Horrible things.
No.
Horrible things, okay? I mean, you would not I get it. Y'all are good people. You're vaping on the low. That's so naughty. Vaping on the low. You know, that's
I mean,
if that's what you think. If that's what you think, I mean, okay. You just never work with a real hustler. That's the problem.
Why? What would you do in the workplace that would
That's some
be so
narc
bad?
shit. Because you're just saying some narc shit,
Why?
honestly.
How's that narc shit?
Because it's like, don't ask any questions. Simple as that. It's like some.
What do you mean?
It's like you getting a little too inquisitive. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of inquisitive questions and shit. It's like, chill, man. It's not your business, so chill, right? But I just feel like if you saw some shit, you would definitely tell on me to the manager, and I would get fired. And it's okay. I've worked with people like you before. Y'all love your job, SpongeBob SquarePants. And
well, I love my job.
You guys are
but I wouldn't-
always
I wouldn't
ready.
narc on you.
You're
I wouldn't narc on
always
you.
ready. Okay, you're always ready. You're always ready to observe what your coworkers are doing, even though it has nothing to do with you. It don't concern you, but you just love following the rules.
I mean,
That's
it kind
fine.
of does at sometimes.
It don't. It really don't. It really don't.
It definitely can. I don't think most people
Like
I mean,
there's
if you like the workplace,
the
you like it.
coworkers who snitch on other coworkers. Oh, this person's not really working hard enough. What does that got to do with you? You don't even work on the same cash register as me, and you're saying, "Oh, this person's being lazy." We don't have any customers right now. What the fuck you want? They're socializing too much, and there's no customers. You envious, bitter bitch.
I mean,
a grown
honestly, in my
woman
experience,
working at the
people who,
bar.
like,
She's looking across at me and snitching on me because because nothing that has to do with her. She's on the other side of the whole fucking building, but it concerned her because the whole world's got to look right for her. She's got to fuck up my shit, fuck up my.
But you know what? That's not even the way most conservative Americans view labor. Like they view labor as
They don't see this bullshit as labor. Most conservative Americans don't see this dumb bullshit as labor. Okay, because it's not. That's why they voted for President Trump, because they wanted real jobs back, not fucking dumb, fucking stupid jobs that are fucking pointless.
Yeah, none of those Trump voters support the people quitting their jobs so they can go get unemployment pandemic checks. Honestly, the conservative Americans are against that shit, and conservative Americans value hard work.
Not really. I've seen it's not as clear cut as you'd think it to be honest. A lot of the time, the new MAGA movement is the gig workers who quit their jobs and are trying to make crypto and shit. That's a new thing. That's a big thing.
Honestly, in my experience, and I've worked over 8 different jobs in different industries. In my experience, the people who value hard work are more conservative-minded Americans who are the kind of
But
people.
you just admitted it's in the service industry. No, that's not. That don't mean they're conservative. It just means they're narcs. Dude, a narc is not a conservative.
It's not your business what I'm doing. It's not your business what I'm doing.
A narc is not a dude. A narc. A narc is not a conservative, okay? A narc is not a conservative, period.
Just because you care about people performing equal labor to you in a workplace doesn't mean you're narking on them.
Yes, it does mean you're fucking narking on them.
No,
yes,
it doesn't, because there's some people who just want to just do their job. That's it. They just come in
and they gotta make it, and they gotta do their job, but also they gotta work on other people's job too, right?
Yeah, they
complete narc shit, bro. Bro, do you just suck dick in the back room for the fucking boss? I don't get this shit, man. It's like, why don't you just focus on your own money?
I don't think you're actually really in touch with conservative Americans want, despite acting.
You don't know. You're talking, dude. You're talking about what you're talking about.
Hard work.
Dude, shut the fuck up, retard. NPC. Retard. You're talking about.
Fuck off.
You're talking about bitter boomers working in the service industry. That's not the conservative working class at all.
No, I'm not talking about anyone working.
Okay, the conservative working class do not respect these jobs in the first place.
Doesn't value what
the conservative working class doesn't value bullshit jobs in the first place.
The
Period.
conservative worker really doesn't give a fuck about Dunkin' Donuts or baristas. In fact,
They
most
don't
conservative
want to work
Americans
those
drink
jobs.
fucking
They don't
coffee.
want to work those jobs, and they don't respect those jobs.
So there's no conservative Americans who work at Dunkin' Donuts.
There are like, dude, you're looking for the exception. There's exceptions. It's not the norm though. Most of the people who work at Dunkin' Donuts are apolitical. When we're talking about the MAGA communism, or the MAGA industrial working class that voted for Trump, showed out for Trump, that's a real like political demographic. Random people working at Dunkin' Donuts, I'm not against them, but like that's not the same as the MAGA working class.
These people eat at Burger King. They eat at McDonald's. So when Tucker Carlson does an anti-work segment, and the anti-work segment is the focus of people don't want to work at Burger King anymore, conservatives, they actually do care about these things. They don't view...
What a silly fucking thing! Just because conservative, dude, it's like a living parody. Conservatives eat at conservatives.
You don't even know what they value.
Dude, you're a fucking narc hiding behind the fucking conservatives working class. You fucking narc bitch. Conservatives fucking work at. Conservatives go eat at Burger King. Conservatives go fucking eat at Burger King. So your logic is that a Burger King snitch narc bitch who tattletales on their fucking coworker is justified because the people. Dude, you sound like this is the type of warped. This is the type of warped, convoluted fucking logic I would expect of a typical leftist. So because fucking workers go to fucking Burger King to eat, that means they give a shit and they respect your narc bitch behavior at your workplace. So you think they respect your narc bitch behavior at your fucking workplace?
No, you think
dude, I'm pretty sure working class people would rather slash their workday in half and have the time to barbecue their own fucking burgers than maintain the fucking service industry just because they like Burger King. I'm pretty sure they'd rather have the free time to do things themselves.
That's fucking retarded. You're making.
And then maybe if you like Burger King so much above and beyond, dude.
Don't care about Starbucks, so they don't care about the service industry.
They don't.
There are other service institutions that conservative Americans interact
You're missing the fucking point. They don't respect that form of work. I'm not fucking saying this just because they don't fucking go to Starbucks to drink coffee. I'm fucking saying it because they don't respect this as a dignified way of living or earning your keep. They don't fucking see it as real work or real fucking labor. It's not just because they don't fucking drink Starbucks coffees. You fucking dense fucking idiot for 4 hours. I'm trying to fucking explain basic fucking things to you. You're so fucking stupid. You just run your mouth and you go on tangents, interrupting me on the basis of complete ignorance of the topic at hand. You fucking idiot.
No fucking ignorance here. You think you're gonna fucking appeal to conservative Americans by sympathizing with people who quit their jobs to get pandemic?
Yes, I am already, bitch. Guess who the fucking conservatives are now, bitch? The people who quit their jobs are becoming red pill conservatives en masse. Those are the fucking people who are yes, it's the same fucking people who actually are becoming MAGA people. You fucking idiot. Those people are becoming MAGA. The people, dude, you're a fucking idiot. You don't know anything. Have you ever talked to anyone in your whole fucking life? If you interrupt me one more time, interrupt me again, retard. I'm gonna fucking mute you like a squealing bitch pig who can't shut their fucking mouth. Let me get this in. You talk to an ordinary fucking person. Yeah, I'm muting this. I'm gonna say slurs. I'm saying slurs. I fucking muted this fucking retard. This stupid squealing. Fuck. That's what I wanted to say. Okay? The basic consciousness corresponding to these people quitting their fucking service industry jobs and doing hustles and grind set is basically, and it's even a stereotype culturally, that when you're working at a service end job, you're a sheep who's in the blue pill matrix, and you're brainwashed by the media, and you're brainwashed by the society, whatever. So when you quit your job and you become more independent, you're taking the red pill, and you're like, that's when you're more like, oh, Trump is based, traditional values based. Like, these are actually the new conservatives, this is the successor of the MAGA working class from 2016. The MAGA working class from 2016 doesn't care about the service industry. This new one that came from the service industry is rapidly taking the red pill. That is the conservative fucking working class. Your some boomer guy who wears a bow tie who works at your fucking service industry job and like loves their job, that's just a weirdo. And yeah, he may be more conservative. That guy would have voted for George W. Bush. He doesn't represent the actual MAGA working class. You fucking idiot. That was my point. Now you're getting unmuted. Because you can't fucking control yourself.
How could I not control myself?
Because you kept assuming that I'm only saying this because those people don't fucking shop at Starbucks. That wasn't my point.
I'm saying conservative workers care about work ethic.
Yeah, they do, but they don't consider these service industry jobs to be real forms of work.
No, so then why does Tucker Carlson run a segment on anti-work and the people supporting
because in their mind,
USA,
because when they hear anti-work, work for them is the work that they're used to. So they think of people who are too fucking lazy to pick up a wrench. They're not really thinking of people like, oh, your job at McDonald's and Starbucks is so fucking easy. It's just like a piss easy job. Why are you going on the internet to complain about it? They're not, that's the whole point too. I'm not saying people should go and complain about their fucking jobs. You are. You're the one who wants people to unionize, not me. If I'm saying at work, don't be a fucking narc bitch on a personal level, don't be a narc bitch. That's not the same fucking thing as going on Tucker Carlson. That means you mind your own fucking business. If you see me not working as hard as you, suck my dick and mind your own fucking business. That doesn't mean I'm going on fucking Tucker Carlson. That doesn't mean I'm going on Reddit. It means stay in your own fucking lane, you narc bitch, and mind your own fucking business. I hate people like you. I hate people like you. I fucking hate narcs like you. You are a cocksucker. You are a cocksucker for free. You are a real life Janny. You are a cocksucker for free, snitching on your fucking coworkers for shit that don't concern you. It don't even concern you. It don't even concern you. Stay in your own fucking lane. Mind your own business. The well-being of the enterprise and the institution. They don't fucking pay you for that shit. They pay you a fucking wage to do your fucking job. So you do it and you take care of yourself. Don't worry about what other fucking people do. It doesn't fucking concern you, you narc bitch. That has nothing to do with the conservative working class. Stop hiding behind them. They don't fucking care about you. They don't care about any of this fucking shit. Tucker Carlson has nothing to fucking do with it. So shut the fuck up about it.
It does. It has a lot to do
with
it.
No, it doesn't! Because it's not a social affair! It's not a social affair when you see someone who is lazy according to you at work. That's your personal opinion. Go suck a dick about it. It's not your business. Just because Tucker Carlson's audience is not receptive to anti-work people trying to make it a social affair that they don't want to go work at Wendy's, yeah, they don't care about that. They're not going to sympathize. That's not the same thing as you going out of your fucking way to be a narc bitch at work because you feel that people are too lazy. You are a fucking Karen, and I spit on your grave, and I want you to go to hell and burn.
It doesn't become a problem for another worker ever when someone else doesn't do their fucking job.
No, it doesn't become a fucking problem for a fucking worker. No, it doesn't become a fucking problem for a fucking worker when someone is minding their own fucking business and doing something you don't fucking approve of just because you feel you're being robbed of your fucking hard work because they're not working as hard.
Work on them to have a conversation with them,
dude.
About hey,
you are the biggest narc on earth. You are the worst.
I don't give a fuck.
Dude, you are a Gestapo. You are a fucking dude. You're a Hitler socialist. Hitler socialist. You're an Auschwitz guard. You're a Hitler socialist Auschwitz guard. Hitler socialist Auschwitz guard. That's what you are.
Dude. Yeah, for sure.
Because you're guarding them in his fucking torture prison of fucking. You're the guard. You're the fucking narc. I'm gonna make sure people are staying with the boss wants.
I'm
gonna make sure people are doing what the boss wants.
Go out and get money.
Dude, where's the Hitler mustache? Can you dude, you're gonna give a Hitler speech. I'm going to make sure I am guarding the workplace. I am going to make sure the will of the Führer is carried out. The will of the Führer, even if you're minding your own business and it don't even concern me in any capacity, the Führer must have said, I must fulfill the will of the Führer. I am the guardian of the workplace. That's what you fucking sound like. You are a fucking narc, dude.
You're a fucking retard.
You are a capo, dude. You are a capo of the fucking workplace. That's what you are.
How is holding someone accountable mean you're narking?
What do you mean? Hold them accountable for what? Do you get paid for that? Do you get paid for that? Do you get paid for that, bro? Do you get paid for that? Holding them accountable for what? Holding them accountable for what? Are you God? Are you God? Are you judging?
You don't want service industry workers to organize unions, but
No.
you want them to go out and get a bag, but you don't want them to do things that will help them get promoted.
Nah, if you are a narc bitch, no, because you're trying to get promoted and trying to climb the career of being a service worker is what a fucking loser, first of all.
No,
Second of all, if that makes you a narc bitch, you are my
make a
personal
little more
enemy and I
fucking
fucking
money.
hate you. If that
You
turns you
never
into a
done
narc
for the
bitch, you're my
working class.
personal enemy and I fucking hate you personally, you bitch. It's not even any of your
Then
fucking
fuck you,
business.
dude. You never done shit for the working class. People will rather get promoted.
Dude,
than
you are the
live their
enemy of
life.
the working class. You are literally the Nazi capo
You're a
fucking
fake
guard of the
fucking
capitalists.
working
You are literally a fascist black shirt enforcer of the capitalist iron will, beating the working class if they don't fucking conform behaviorally to the will of the fucking enterprise in the fucking workplace. You fucking black shirt
Beating
bitch.
the working class.
You are a fucking
How are you beating the
Hitlerite
working
brown
class?
shirt, black
Worker
shirt.
to worker,
Dude,
holding
you are a
the
Hitlerite, Adolf Hitler, black shirt, brown shirt, espresso Gestapo motherfucker who is literally beating down fucking coworkers for shit that has nothing to do with you just because you're a SpongeBob narc bitch snitch.
No,
you are the
fucking
worst person in the
loser.
world. I
You've never
fucking
had
hate
any
you.
managerial experience because other coworkers will complain about shit like this.
Why? If it doesn't concern them, why complain?
Because at the end of the day, a worker has to fucking do certain things to keep their job. Otherwise, they get
Oh,
fired.
but why is it
Some people
why does the coworker
fired.
enforce anything? Why is the coworker enforcing shit
Then
if
they
it don't
have to
concern
take
them?
more responsibility because someone won't do their job.
So if it does concern them, in fact, and I have to work harder because this person is slacking, that's one thing, right? But if someone is slacking and I'm working hard for no fucking reason, just because I want to work hard, fuck you, bitch. You're a narc. That's what you fucking are.
Yeah,
And I
most
know
people
for a
are
fact, and don't sit here and tell me that narcs are doing it because I have to work harder because this person's slacking off. That's not fucking true. Every narc that I've fucking encountered, it had nothing to do with them at all, and they still were a fucking narc, snitch bitch,
People
just like you.
SpongeBob
Dude,
make society
dude,
run.
leftists are literally narcs. That's all it is. Narc theory. We're done. That's it. All leftists are just narcs. Narc psychology, teacher's pet psychology, narc psychology, bitch psychology, capo psychology. That's what you are. That's why you're a leftist. That's why you call yourself a socialist, because you want to be the narc for all of society. You want to managerialize all of society, just like you managerialize and be a free Janny at your fucking workplace. Hell no, I will be a libertarian anarcho-capitalist. I will be a libertarian anarcho-capitalist, Taliban anarcho-capitalist libertarian who breaks down any semblance of your fucking Hitler socialism wherever I fucking see it.
Because managerialism ceased to exist in China and it ceased to exist in the
No,
Soviet
China
Union.
is a proletarian dictatorship. Until we have that, suck a dick. You're a fucking cocksucker
Until
for a
some
fascist
hypothetical
dictatorship.
thing never
You're a
existed.
cocksucker for a fascist fucking
You're a fucking
CIA
pussy, bro.
dictatorship, you bitch. Don't try to fucking LARP.
You're a fucking
Dude,
pussy.
you're such a
You're the
cocksucker.
LARPer.
Dude, you're such a cocksucker that you literally LARP China's society in capitalist America. So whenever you go and fucking like snitch on people, you're like, oh, this is like what they do in China. You're not living in China, bitch. You live in fucking America. Dude, it's the epitome of cope. You're like a cocksucker. You're like a prostitute cocksucker who's like, oh, this is just like if I was doing it for my boyfriend. No, it's not. You're sucking a man's cock who paid you. It's not just
really.
like you're just LARPing that it's your boyfriend to cope with it, but it's not. You're LARPing that you're living in China, but you're not, to justify your lick
I don't
spittle
LARP that I live
bitch
in China. I
narc
acknowledge
behavior.
that I live in the fucking United States of America.
You are LARPing as if you're
People
living in China.
are
You're not
fucking
living in
LARP
China. You're
haters.
not living in China. You're not
How do I
living in
pretend I
China.
live in China? That's fucking retarded.
Okay, so stop saying, oh, in China they don't have managers. Shut the fuck up. It's a
I'm
completely
saying
different.
neither in the USSR or the Chinese Revolution they dealt away
It's a
with the managerial
completely
class.
different. That's a
There's
society.
managers-
Here's the difference. Here's the difference.
There's
Those are societies.
managers
Shut the
that
fuck up,
socialism, you
cocksucker.
fucking-
Cocksucker. Shut up. Cocksucker. Shut up.
Fuck you.
Those
Fuck
societies wiped everything from scratch and built up completely new fucking societies based on an iron will of a people's proletarian dictatorship. Don't fucking sit here and try to compare that to fucking America. There's no comparison at all, so shut the fuck up about it. It's like when you are working in the Soviet Union or you're working in China, you are working.
Managerialism will not cease to exist after whatever communist.
You are making managerialism a fucking abstract. You are a cocksucker. You are a cocksucker. Hey, stupid cocksucker. Hey, you cocksucker. Hey, cocksucker. Don't make me mute you, cocksucker. Okay, I have to mute the cocksucker. Perfect. I have to mute the cocksucker. He's muted. Cocksucker's muted. Hey, in the Soviet Union and China, there's no abstraction of managerialism. If there was a managerial culture in the Soviet Union and China, it is within the context of serving completely different ends in a completely different environment and in a completely different context where work had a completely different goal, namely the goal for the common prosperity of the people. Work in America only has the goal of fucking serving some private person. That's the fucking difference. So when you're justifying your bitch, snitch, narc fucking behavior in America because, well, in the Soviet Union and China there was also managerialism, that's such a stupid fucking point to make because we're not talking about some abstraction of managerialism. We are talking about the structural and institutional hegemony of the ruling class, which you are enforcing with your bitch, snitch, narc behavior. You can't that's like, you're like an anarchist who's trying to fucking compare, well, the Soviet Union had jails. Yeah, jails for who? Jails in what context? Jails on behalf of what power? Same thing with managerialism. Managers for what? On behalf of what power? Under what context? There's no fucking comparison. You are a snitch bitch. You are a cocksucker because you don't have the balls to stand up for yourself. You are a natural born sheep. Your goal in life is to serve other men, no matter the context. Even if we were living in Hitler's Germany, you would gaslight yourself into justifying how you derive this pleasure from being a fucking Janny for free because it just makes you feel good to feel like you're complying with authority and complying with bosses. Marx hated lickspittles, and in his personal interview claimed, in his personal confession, that the worst attribute in a man is servility. And that's the attribute that characterizes you the most. You are servile. You are the most bitch-made fucking person who has ever come onto my show. Now you're unmuted.
I could barely hear anything you said.
Good, I don't give a fuck. Because at least the audience could hear it without your fucking pig squealing narc bitch ass interrupting me.
Suck a dick, you fucking pussy.
You're the cocksucker here, dude. You suck dick for free.
Pussy, dude.
You're a fucking you are a cocksucker for free. You are a fucking cocksucker for free. You are a cocksucker for free. You're a typical narc bitch, and your coworkers fucking hate you. Even I hate you just talking to you.
No, my coworkers like me because I actually...
That's what they tell you to your face. That's what they tell you to your face. I promise. I promise. When they're smoking crack in the back rooms, they're talking so much shit about your little bitch ass.
Why do you think workers are smoking crack in the back room?
It don't matter what they're fucking doing. They don't like your bitch ass. They don't like your bitch ass. They don't like your bitch ass.
I don't think you've ever worked
promise.
a job at all, honestly, because workers...
Yeah. Guess what? Guess what? Your coworkers fucking hate you. I promise.
Nice projection of an...
They don't invite you to any of their parties. They have parties and shit. They have wild ass parties, dude. They're doing wild shit, smoking lines off of ass cracks and shit, bro. They don't invite you to any of that shit. I promise.
Your entire shtick becomes just...
Bro, they don't invite you. I promise they don't.
They're like, why would I want to go to their parties if they have them in the first place?
Dude, you are a narc because you're the narc. They smile in your presence. They smile in your presence because they see you as a CCTV camera. Dude, you are a living CCTV camera.
No, most of them they just work hard because that's how
CCTV camera, dude.
That's what they do.
You're not working hard by fiddling balls at a retail store. Don't fucking flatter yourself. You're not like a lumberjack chopping down trees, working hard.
I get it. The only labor that you value is fucking like lumberjacks and coal.
I only value physical labor. You're right. I don't fucking value. Yeah, I don't fucking say, oh, I love working hard at fucking, the Hallmark store and fucking walking around putting, carrying
Yeah, well,
teddy
some
bears
people
around.
do, man. Some people
Well,
do.
guess
and I like
what?
those
You know
people.
what? If you
I
like that
those people.
work, if you like that work, you're not gonna make it. We're not taking you into the future. Sorry.
Those people are nice usually.
Yeah, they're narcs
Bob's
just
a
like
good
you,
person.
dude. We get it. You're a narc. We get it.
Okay. Are you gonna go into another rant? A crazy tangent?
No, dude. We all know
Because
you're a
people should be
narc.
held accountable.
Yeah, I mean, how would you, dude? You're such a leftist. This is literally what leftists are.
You don't
Look, you wanted to know where the
Starbucks
synthetic left came from? Your psychology is the synthetic left.
Starbucks workers organizing a union, but you don't support holding them accountable for their labor. What do you support?
I support space Cambodians and Mecha Pol Pot. That's what I support.
Yeah, retarded.
You are the synthetic left. You want to know where the synthetic left came from? Your archetypal narc psychology is the origin of the American left in the modern era. Your archetypal
and not a bunch of hyper online.
Your archetypal narc psychology is the origin. Yours. You are the leftist. You report people on Twitch and Twitter. You are fucking Janny for free. You are the one who complains that you want more censorship. You are the fucking one who complains shit is not more inclusive enough. You are the fucking person who goes around trying to make shit that's none of your fucking business. You are the fucking person that wants to fucking control people. You are the fucking person that wants to keep people in line. You are Hitler. You are Adolf Hitler. You are fucking Mussolini. You are Joseph Goebbels. You are Ernest Röhm. You are fucking Franco. You are fucking Hitler socialism. You are fucking Mussolini fucking socialism. You are goddamn fucking every fucking Nazi, Hitler, fascist, Mussolini fuck in history. That is you. You are a black shirt. You are a black shirt. You are a brown shirt. That's you.
Okay. I didn't realize that black shirts typically supported like barista unions, but
yeah, they were. They were, and you have a new name.
Okay.
And you have a new name.
And how is Mecha Pol Pot going to relate to the American working class?
It's not going to relate. It's only going to relate to the most advanced class conscious segments, which are the people who are my audience. Gig workers, mecha workers, independent contractors. Those people fucking watch me. You know that? You know that? People. And those people understand all those references. Obviously, the massive American workers won't. But guess what? The real world reference of what year zero means and fucking Robo Pol Pot, they don't have to know what that combination of words specifically, but the referent, this idea that we're gonna wipe the fucking urban fucking parasitical fucking managerial class and it's dictatorship on the American people, and we're gonna free people to do the things in their free time that they wanted. We're gonna give people real economic liberty and shit. They would love that. They might not know all the fucking in community terms we fucking use to describe that shit, but when we actually spell it out to them and actually actualize these memes and like tell them what it actually fucking means, they fucking love it, and they're fully on board. And those are the people that watch Infrared and join us at rapid numbers. Rapid numbers. You are a narc bitch. You are the enemy of the workers. You are a black shirt Mussolini socialist, Adolf Hitler socialist.
All right. Well, I really wish you luck in doing anything with socialism that isn't just saying things like Mecha Pol Pot to a bunch of hyper online 18-year-olds.
No, you are the hyper online one. Your brain is a CCTV camera connected to the 8G network of fucking Adolf Hitler narcs worldwide and in the country specifically. You are tied to the hive mind institutions of the American fucking ruling class, which for some reason compel you to be a fucking robo-Janny for free. We are overly online. Guess what? We're entering into the fucking fourth industrial revolution, and you may enjoy the petty personal dictatorship that you have being a fucking manager at your workplace. The internet is destroying your fucking dominion. Your tyranny is coming to an end. The gig economy will devastate you and every petty dictatorial fucking sense of power you've ever fucking derived from being a manager. All that is going to be fucking collapsed, and all you will do is eat shit with 0 followers and 0 clout.
Workers will just run themselves in communes like anarchists, like
No, communes are cringe,
anarchistically-
actually. Communes are actually cringe.
Yeah, it's just going to be all self-managed. There's no workers who have more understanding of the workplace.
No, it's gonna be a
or
fucking
who manage
revolution.
it.
It's gonna be a revolution in the fucking productive forces, and people are gonna be able to have fucking families again, living
And
normal
no one
fucking
should
lives.
Have more skilled labor and should lead managerial positions. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, you managers, there's too many of you managers. You know that? There's too many of you fucking man. What are you managing even? Nothing. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking loser.
Labor.
Yeah, exactly. You're a fucking herdsman. What are you? What are you fucking managing at this point?
Because
You're just
labor
your
needs to
point.
be managed.
You have no contribution
There's
to the world.
component
Huh.
parts to an
Dude,
organization that needs to be managed.
Adolf. You have zero contribution to the world. None. There's nothing you contribute to humanity.
You
Nothing.
do.
If the store you worked at got bulldozed, if the store you worked at got bulldozed, it would make no one unhappy except the boss. No one. If I got bulldozed, at least 100 people would cry.
If the store I worked at bulldozed, would probably have more social impact than any shutdown of any of your servers or Twitch streams or YouTube.
No, actually, I feel like a lot of
More-
people. No, actually, like 500 people would become depressed, and that would have more of a social impact.
When a
then-
Starbucks closes locally, more people care about that than they'll ever care about. any
Nobody,
Twitch
no,
stream.
dude, you live in your own fantasy world that you think, oh, you're too online. You live in an offline fantasy dictatorship where you're Adolf Hitler for a fucking store, and you like feel like you have all this power because the internet hasn't fucking disrupted you yet. It will.
I don't feel like I would support if the workers in my place wanted to organize a union. But you don't support service worker unions.
Yeah, you would be the manager who's hurting them into. It's all about control for you. You ever
I
notice
wouldn't
that?
organize it. I haven't organized
Dude,
it.
you're the manager. You're always the manager. You're the manager of
What's wrong with
everything.
managers?
Dude,
You think workers are just going to do this anarchistic self-governance thing where everyone's just equal and has the same knowledge of how the operations work in this industry?
dude, again, you're doing what I exactly already rebuked you for, which is assuming managerialism is an abstraction when you're actually a fucking manager, not only in the context of American capitalism, but in the fucking context of a useless service industry parasitical fucking economic formation.
Yeah, I get it. People are just either they're not supposed to try to advance in that industry, or the only thing they can do is just quit. Those are the only two
Dude,
things.
if you're a
people can do.
man and your goal in life is to advance, you're SpongeBob SquarePants. I can't respect you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, people want to make a
Go
living.
fucking,
people
dude,
wanna-
go get your hustle up. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. What excuse do you
What
have?
does that even mean? What does get your?
If you have the time to sit here and debate me for 4 hours, couldn't you have spent that, like, learning a trade or something? Think about it. I can't really
I don't need
respect...
to learn a trade. I live.
Dude, I can't
moderately
really respect
comfortably.
your, like, way of life. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Why would I need you to respect my way of life?
Because it's like, you're not some, like, victim of the... You're not a victim of the system. You're just a fucking loser with a power trip. 'Cause
I'm not
you're a
trying to be a victim of a system.
You're just a fucking loser with a power trip, because you know if you weren't a fucking manager at that store, you would have
I
no
don't view
power.
myself.
You would have no power anywhere else. You're not a warlord. You're not a warlord.
Typically, workers have power.
You're not a warlord. You're a
typically
fucking.
don't.
You're not a warlord. You're the.
You think you're a warlord? I don't.
I am a fucking warlord, bitch. If I
you're not.
told my audience that I'm gonna get some fucking dirt bikes and we're gonna just fucking invade America, at least 50 people would be behind me. At least 50. I guarantee at least 50. If I said
That
we're all
sounds
gonna
pretty
get,
selfish.
if I said we're all gonna fucking get on dirt bikes and we're just gonna ride in and conquer America and just see what happens, go on a big trip where we go across the entire fucking country on dirt bikes and we're the new Mongols, at least 50 people would join me. At least. I am a fucking warlord, bitch.
Well, you'd probably fail like miserably, honestly.
Yeah, well, at least
And
I would.
then-
But here's the difference: people respect me.
probably
The difference between me and you, people respect me enough. At least 50 people would join me. The only reason anyone gives you the veneer of respect is because you were appointed that role at your fucking stupid job, and they have to fucking keep their job. That's the fucking difference between you and me.
Yeah, the difference is I earned the position because I actually have an understanding of how the.
You earned
Functions
being
of
a
the store
narc.
operate.
No, you earned it because you cared. No one
Yeah.
else gives a fuck about that job. No one does. Congrats,
I
dude. You're
think a
so
lot of people
successful.
do actually.
Congrats, dude. These are
Yeah,
the
I think
fucking
I'm doing
dude.
right
These are the
too.
Pat Sock Dems. Why is every Pat Sock Dem a fucking manager? Why is every Pat Sock Dem a fucking narc? And they're calling this, I'm the working class. No, you're not. The working class hates you. You are the people at the workplace everyone hates. I hope you know that. Everyone
It
hates
sounds
you.
like a projection, but it's good to know.
Everyone,
You don't even
no,
operate in the
no.
workplace.
Everyone has always thought I was so funny and relatable and fun to be around and fun to talk to, and in general, just the most fun guy. I'm the fun guy who makes it fun to go to work because I'm always making people laugh. And I'm always
You know
talking.
what?
I'm always talking shit about people like you at the workplace. Actually,
Those guys
I
don't
make
make
fun of
society
you.
run.
I'm the one who makes fun of you, dude. And I even do it to your face, and you don't even
People
notice
like
because
me
you're an
don't
idiot.
care if we get made fun of. No, we don't care if you get made fun of because first of all, people like you aren't the people who make society run. People like SpongeBob.
No, it's you. You make society run. No, SpongeBob
Yeah.
SquarePants doesn't make anything run. SpongeBob
They
SquarePants
don't.
is a dog. SpongeBob SquarePants. SpongeBob SquarePants.
Amazing credit.
SpongeBob SquarePants is a fucking dog who just is a bitch and a
No.
cocksucker. That's what SpongeBob
Squidward
SquarePants
is
says.
a dog.
No,
Squidward
no.
is
The people who made no, Mr. Krabs. The truth is,
I bitch about my job and
Yeah,
complain
yeah,
about
yeah,
my
yeah,
job. I'm
yeah.
Squidward. SpongeBob.
So
has
what?
fucking
So what?
hard
So
work.
what? Here's the thing.
Fucking makes
Here's the thing.
delicious hamburgers. He makes people happy every day. Squidward doesn't do any
And
of
what
that
does he
shit.
get
He's
for
really
it?
a
Nothing.
bitch.
SpongeBob is a bitch. SpongeBob is a bitch.
SpongeBob is
If anything, Mr.
happy.
Krabs is the real G. If any, I can respect Mr. Krabs. I just can't respect his little bitch SpongeBob. If anything, Mr. Krabs is the real G.
SpongeBob more than
But here's the
Squidward.
thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The SpongeBobs don't fucking make society run. Stop making it seem like you're like a Stakhanovite for what?
Really?
For America? You're the Stakhanov of American strip malls. That's what you fucking are. You LARP is like this Stalinist Stakhanovite, strong, hard-working guy working at a fucking strip mall in the middle of a fucking suburban random fucking place. And you think you represent the productive workers of America. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're a fucking manager at a fucking retail store. You're a fucking manager at a retail store. Shut the fuck up.
I
That
connect
dumbass
people to
shit.
commodities that they want.
Yeah, you give people the dude. You're trying to make your life. Dude, I hate people like you. I only respect the service workers who do it because they have to. But the people like you who create these narratives in their head to
You hate people.
you
who
make
enjoy
it
their
seem like
job.
your work is meaningful and it's not. You don't have a
You hate
meaningful
people who
job.
enjoy their
You don't
job.
have a meaningful
Yeah.
job. You don't have a meaningful job. You don't matter a
Find
meaningful
meaning in
job.
it. Don't you think that's subjective? I find meaning in it. Lots of our customers.
Okay,
find
that's why the working class hates you, because the majority of the working class doesn't find those kinds of jobs meaningful, and they hate them.
plenty of people do.
Well, the
Lots of
majority,
people
yeah, you're the Nazi black shirt snitch capos. Of course, the minority of traitors to the working class love their jobs like SpongeBob SquarePants. The majority fucking hates you. I promise.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, you don't think so?
Nope.
Because you have never gotten clocked in the face for being the person you are, and you know what? That surprises me.
You don't even know the person. I am.
You
You're
a
making a
coworker
random
has
projection.
never clocked you in the fucking face
Why would they
after
hate
hours
you? For what?
because you are such a narc bitch. That's why.
For asking them to do something?
Dude, you know what? One day, I just want you to know this. One day, you're just gonna run into the wrong one, and you're gonna be at work, and you're gonna be like snitching on your coworker. He's gonna notice that, and he's just doing this as a temporary hustle, just for like maybe a few months. And then you're gonna go out back taking out the garbage one day, and a fucking van is gonna come of some real street motherfuckers, and you're gonna get fucking kidnapped. Good luck.
Sounds like the most craziest, retarded hypothetical.
No, I promise.
projection
You don't.
that
You
anyone
don't.
can
Okay,
make.
you don't know the hatred you invoke in people. You just don't.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
I promise. I promise you don't.
Well,
I promise
I
you
tend to
don't.
disagree.
Alright? I promise you don't.
No, I think people like working with me, but I'm glad
I don't.
for your
I
projection.
don't. I don't.
Well,
I don't. Dude, you at least
Yeah,
police,
you
at
just
least
think people should
cops,
just
at
be
least
lazy.
cops are paid. At least cops are paid. What's your excuse?
I
You
am
just
paid.
love sucking dick?
I get paid.
Yeah, you don't get paid to be a fucking dick sucker though.
I just get paid to manage people doing their jobs.
Yeah, you get paid to be a manager.
Because people should just.
You're
do
a
the
man. You're
basics
so
that are
productive.
required of their job.
You're a productive laborer. You manage the retail store to make sure people do the like pointless, unproductive bullshit job, and make sure that the store can operate function. You make
I
sure
don't
corporate.
necessarily think
You
productive labor, 'cause I
secure
don't
the
produce
steady.
any commodity.
You secure the fucking stock earnings of the board of trustees of whatever fucking retail chain you work at. Clap for this guy, dude. He's such a hero. This is a hero. This is a hero of society.
Well,
You're a fucking
outside
hero,
of
dude. You herd the
unionism,
sheep to fucking do the thing that.
having a union, the way that an American
Dude,
can earn more money
you
is
protect the fake financial American economy. You protect the veneer of that, making sure it doesn't collapse. You're such a hero, dude. You're a hero.
And how's that? And how's that? How
You're
do
a
I
hero.
protect
I
the
called you a
finance
hero.
economy?
You're such a hero.
No, I'm saying, how do I protect the finance economy?
Oh,
Just
because you
working
just like
hard.
you ensure the smooth operation, even beyond what's necessary, of your workplace.
Yeah, I value hard work.
No, you don't
Makes
value
you
hard
feel good.
work. You just value
Yeah,
being
I
a
do.
cocksucker.
No, I.
This is
work
like when a
hard
damn
to know
hoe.
what I
This is like when a fucking hoe is like, "Oh, I'm going to work," and she ties her hair back, starts sucking dick. I'm working. You're not working. You're just
No,
a
I
hoe.
don't think it's the
You a
same at
hoe.
all,
You a
actually.
hoe. You don't know what work is. That's not work. That's not going to work. You just a hoe. You just a hoe. You just a hoe.
Yeah, I know.
You just a
think
hoe.
false service
You a
labor
fucking
and
hoe,
all
bro.
things
You a
that are
fucking
not
hoe.
industrial labor
You a
is the
fucking
same
hoe.
thing
You a
as
hoe bag. You a
prostitution.
hoe bag. You
I
a hoe
get it.
bag.
I get
You a
it.
damn hoe bag. You a hoe bag. You a hoe bag.
Okay.
You don't know what work is. You a fucking hoe bag.
You don't know what work is. You
Nah,
fucking
you a hoe
sing
bag.
on Twitter for
You a hoe. You a hoe. You a
literally
hoe. You a
rely
hoe.
on
You a hoe.
the
You a hoe. You a hoe.
donations
You a
of
hoe.
people
You a
who
hoe. You a
actually
hoe.
work.
You a hoe. You a hoe. Tell some people
Okay.
to empty the trash, hoe. That's what you are. You just a hoe.
Yeah,
You're not a hard
trashes
worker.
need to get
Okay,
emptied,
taking
you
your
know?
finger, taking your
You know who
finger,
else needs to do that?
taking your
I am
finger.
trash
Hey,
every
hey,
day.
using
People
your
need to
finger.
get the
Hey,
trash.
listen. Using your finger,
Hey.
using your finger to like point at people, like, hey, you, that's not hard work. You fucking finger waving bitch.
You
It's
think
not
that's
hard
the only
work.
thing I do?
You
Why would that
finger
be the only
waving
thing I
bitch.
do?
That ain't hard work. You're not a
Why
hard
would
worker.
that be the only thing I do? You're fucking retarded.
You're
You're
a
just making
finger
such
waving,
straw
finger
man
wagging
arguments.
hag. You're a finger. The finger. I hope I don't have a slur here. The
At least
finger
my manager
wagging.
was apologetic
The
about
finger
slave driving
wagging
in the US during
hag.
rush
Thank you
hour
so
and
much,
didn't have
Default.
Rivers'
Appreciate you.
illusion about somehow being
The
our friend.
finger wagging hag.
So you're against workers being told to take out garbage?
I'm just against people like you who LARP as like working class conservative workers when what you actually do is wag your fingers at people to do menial bullshit that has no significance as far as defining sociologically what a conservative working class will ever be thought of as.
Well, I'm saying that conservatives value hard work.
Yeah, but they don't value dumb bullshit jobs. So you're getting quite of a conundrum, aren't you?
I mean, like, lots of conservatives shop, like, at various places. It's
That
not like
doesn't mean
don't
they
shop.
value, okay, but that doesn't mean they would ever accept that form of work for themselves
What
as
do you
something
mean?
dignified. That's why they voted Trump, because they don't want that. They want to keep the fucking real jobs that they have managed to keep since even in spite of NAFTA and all that shit.
Yeah, I mean, lots of them want those jobs. They want manufacturing jobs back.
Okay,
but
you
a
know
lot
what?
of them
You've given me
also-
everything I wanted here. It's like you came here to defend the Starbucks union, and you just like outed yourself as the biggest fucking narc in the world. And then now you can see where these people stand in relation to the working class. I've made my case. It's so fucking simple now. Like you are the 9 to 5
no, not
watch.
really.
You're the watchdog for the 9 to 5s. I'm like everyone hates 9 to 5s, and you're like, well, some people like it. It's fulfilling for some people. It's like, dude, you don't know how much you're hated. You don't know. You're not a friend of the working class. I promise.
So then the basis of hatred is the 9 to 5 or the fucking work itself. Why don't you just reduce the hours of
Why don't you just fucking realize
Full
these are
employment.
dumb? Why don't you just realize these are dumb bullshit jobs no one wants
I
to
don't think
fucking
they are
do?
dumb bullshit.
If you want to fucking do the job you do, then we will wipe the economy, the fucking financial sector, and destroy fucking Wall Street, whatever corporations. And then in your spare time for free, you can fucking use your time and your resources to prop up whatever stupid fucking form of menial activity you've taken pride in, and you go fucking do it and fuck off from everyone else. Stop forcing people to, as a fucking manager, fucking blackmailing people to do shit they don't fucking want to do. You bitch. You do it in your fucking spare time. If you love it so much, you do it in your free time, bitch. Don't fucking hold society hostage to your dumb, menial, retarded, fucking stupid idea of what real work is, which it's not, by the way.
You're the one who's fucking holding society hostage because you don't want people to perform this labor at all.
No, I am speaking for the majority of
You want them to
society.
do-
I'm speaking for the majority of
No, you're
society.
not.
Yeah, my sentiment is reflected better in the majority of fucking working class people, and there's no way I can.
Most working class people don't really give a shit if they're not asking for Starbucks to not exist.
Yeah, but what they are asking for is reindustrialization, a return to dignified work, and what they don't know what they want yet is actually free time.
So why can't Starbucks workers work a 13-hour work week?
Because the existence of Starbucks is predicated upon the financialization of the fucking economy in the fucking first place, you fucking retard.
Okay, so why can't baristas just work a 15-hour work week who don't work for a job?
Why don't baristas go be baristas on their own free time instead of trying to
Why does it
institutionalize
need
it? Why does it have to be institutionalized? It doesn't produce surplus value, so it's not like it's a real capitalist institution dictated by the market. Why does it have to be institutionalized along traditional capitalist lines? Why can't someone just fucking go in their backyard and just serve coffee out their ass crack in a fucking mug and fart
Because
to produce a
people
fucking
want
sprinkle fountain of fucking coffee in people's mouths?
Everyone wants it like that. Why would anyone want it like that? People want to.
You know what? You know what? Because that's what they want. That's the beautiful thing.
No.
Because that's what they
No one
want.
does want that though. That's the thing with your argument.
I
They
think
don't.
you want that because that's how you lick your fucking boss's asshole every fucking
No,
day.
I think you're just
You
a
go to
fucking
work.
retard who's just
what you
imagining
fucking
really like gay homoerotic
That's what you,
scenario.
that's what you want, dude. You are the fucking ass eater.
You're the one. Who's
You're the
just
ass eater of
imagining
your workplace,
gay
dude.
Homoerotic scenarios, which is really weird.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's weird sounding, if it sounds weird, imagine
really gay.
if it sounds weird, imagine your coworkers who witness it every day on your part.
Witness what?
You sucking your manager's dick.
Why
Your
would I
fucking
do that?
boss.
I am the
You
manager.
yeah, your boss is fucking you licking your boss's ass every day, viscerally. That's what they see. Picture it in your head. Picture the graphic.
asking people
Picture
to
how
just do their
graphic this
job.
sounds. Picture the graphicness of how this sounds, right? Every day your
It just
coworkers
sounds
see
like
you.
you're-
I want you to know how your coworkers see you. I want you to know how your
you're just-
No, listen.
Okay.
Listen. I want you to know. Hold on. I want you to know how your coworkers see you. Every day.
You're making
Every day
shit
they
up.
go to work.
That's
Every
what
day they
you
show up
do.
to work. Hold on. Every day they show up to work and
Yeah,
they see you. They see you
Okay.
viscerally cleaning the entire ass of your fucking boss, and you're
Right.
good. You're putting so much work into. You're like an electric toothbrush. You're for free,
Okay.
and you're getting paid nothing, and you have unlimited batteries, and that's what they see.
Nope.
That's how they see you. I promise. I
Sounds
promise
like
that's
some
how they see you.
gay, homoerotic
I promise
gay
that's how they see you.
situation That
You
have
when
fantasizing in your head.
when you go to work, quote unquote work, all your coworkers see homoerotic pornography. That's what they see.
No,
Yes, they do.
I think that's what you see.
No, that's what your coworkers see you as.
And
It's
I
the
think
same
that's why
level.
you just made up that
They
weird
see you
scenario.
on the same
I think
level as
that's
that.
what you see.
They see you on the same level as that.
No,
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
no,
Yes,
not
they do.
really.
Well, they
No.
do. Well, they do.
I don't think so.
Well, they do. Well, they do.
Well, you're wrong.
I'm not wrong. I'm right. I know
It
for a
wouldn't be the
fact.
first time, but
You don't know how they talk to me, but behind your back, and they tell me. Trust me.
Oh, wow. Okay,
Yeah, behind
Well-
your back, they tell me.
that's good to know.
Yeah. They don't like you. It's a Friday night. They didn't invite you to the party. There's a reason.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're having like a blast.
Yeah, they're having a party without you. You don't get invited because you're a narc bitch and no one likes you.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you know a lot about the intricacies of my
Dude,
workplace
you are the
environment.
class enemy. You are the class enemy. You're like the CCTV camera class enemy.
I really don't think class enemies advocate for people to organize.
You said
unions,
infrared
but-
was a cult? Dude, you're literally in a retail
Yeah, because
cult.
you are fucking cultists.
Yeah, but
dude.
you're in a
People call
yeah.
you
At
fucking
least
cultists.
my
They call you
cult.
the cult-
At least my
Dr.
cult is
Hayes,
just hey. At
something.
least my cult is just internet fun. Your cult is like forcing people to do things to survive, and it's in a fucking
force
retail.
any-
You're in a
anything.
strip mall
You
cult.
actually
You're
do
a
a
strip. You're in a fucking strip mall cult. Shut the fuck up. You're in a strip mall
How-
cult.
How am I
Yes.
forcing people to do anything?
Because it's their job, but depends on it, and you're just forcing them in this
I'm
cult.
not-
You're forcing them to be in a
gonna
cult.
not-
You're
not
forcing.
go to
You
work.
see, let me
You're
tell you.
gonna-
Hey, boy. Let me tell you something.
No,
When
fuck
you get a
fucking
job,
boy, you
when someone
fucking
gets a
loser.
job, it's a contractual relationship. You give me money, and I will do this task.
Do your job.
I
And
will
if you
do
don't
this
that
task.
job,
Hey,
you-
listen. Let me tell you something, boy. How hard
Fuck
people
you.
work, it's not in the contract. Do the bare minimum. Suck a dick, bitch. They're going to do the bare minimum.
Okay.
You want to
You don't even
brainwash
do the
them
bare
into a
minimum?
cult. Hey, boy.
You don't even do the
Boy,
fucking bare minimum.
boy. You want,
You sound like a fucking retard, dude.
boy. You want to
Boy,
brainwash
boy.
people. You want to
sound like a
brainwash
retard.
people. Boy, you want to brainwash
You
people.
sound like a retard, bro.
You want to brainwash people into your retail cult where they give
No,
a
we just
fuck,
want people to
where they
work
give a
hard.
fuck about the job above and beyond what they're paid. You're a loser, dude. You're a fucking loser.
No, bare minimum. You think people should do below the bare minimum? And you think
Yes.
holds them accountable?
Bare
What the
minimum.
fuck is that? Yeah.
They should do below bare minimum when they can get away with it, and bare minimum if you're watching.
Yeah, you know what? A lot of people don't fucking think like you, man.
Yeah, because they're fucking losers
really
like you.
don't.
They're
A lot of
losers
people
like
don't
you.
think
Because they're
like you.
fucking losers
In my
like
experience in
you.
the workplace, they don't think like you.
Because they're workers like
A lot of
you.
people are just
Because
willing
they're
to
fucking
work.
losers like you. But good thing, the working class is
They're good
awakening.
people.
Good thing the working class is awakening, and they don't want to fucking work these dumb fucking jobs anymore. Suck a dick, bitch. They're waking up. They're taking the red pill. Suck a dick, bitch.
They all want to work in factories. That's what they all
No,
want to do.
they
It's like
don't want to
in
work
factories.
bullshit jobs anymore. They don't want to work bullshit jobs anymore. They want real fulfilling jobs. They want something dignified. They don't want to work in fucking bullshit jobs.
Yeah, so they all just want to work in factories. That's what everyone wants to do. There's not gonna be any
They
kind
don't
of
want to
thing
work
everyone can work
bullshit
in a
jobs.
factory.
If you ask people, hey, would you work in a
millions of
dude, you know
Americans
what?
work
Shut the
in jobs.
fuck up, you retard. I live in Detroit.
Yeah.
Everyone here wants to work in a fucking factory, you retard. If you fucking get picked to work for Ford or GM, that's like winning the Willy Wonka golden fucking ticket to the fucking chocolate factory, you fucking idiot. Everyone wants those fucking jobs here, you dumbass. You think, dude, people want to fucking work at fucking, yes, they do want to work in factories where I fucking live, you idiot.
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you
not
stupid?
I'm not against bringing industrial labor back. I'm against the idea that we're going to eliminate.
No, you just said
the
something
majority of
retarded. You said something retarded. You're like, oh, you think people want to work at factories? Yes,
saying
they
you think
do.
everyone wants
They
to work
really
at
do. Yes, they do.
Factories. People
That's
in
like
Detroit
getting.
want
That's
to work
like
at
winning the
factories.
lottery, dude. That's like getting drafted to the fucking
Historically,
Lions.
the manufacturing
That's
hub
like
of
getting
America.
drafted, dude. That's like your ticket out. You get a fucking factory job, you're set. You're set. Of course people want that.
Yeah, because in most of those factories, they had union jobs, first of all. But it's also a
Not
cultural
just that.
regional
Not just
thing in the United
that.
States.
Not just that.
The Rust
They're
Belt
good
is-
paying. Hold on. They're good paying. They're stable. They're dignified. Because guess what? You're not serving people. You're working on things. People prefer that infinitely better than having to fucking smile at fucking people they hate.
There's also lots of workplace hazards and consequences that come with those jobs that had to be.
And then, well, the
won
people
through
have spoken.
union
The people have
organizing.
spoken. People have spoken, and they prefer. You're a pussy. That's your problem. Though the people have spoken, they prefer those more hazardous jobs, risking more
No.
hazards. You are a pussy.
people
That's your
prefer those
problem. You're just a
jobs.
pussy. You're just a
Have you
pussy.
ever worked one of those jobs?
Yes,
You
I
ever
have.
worked one of those
Yes, I
jobs?
have.
You
Yes, I
ever
have.
worked one?
Yes, I have.
Why don't you go work one right now?
Why? I'm doing this now. I believe in this.
Oh, this is more important. Oh, the railroad workers are the backbone of the economy, but you're a Twitch streamer. You can just go be a rail. Why don't you go learn a trade?
Why don't you be a Twitch streamer then if you can be a Twitch streamer,
I don't
you
wanna
dumb
be a
bitch? Because you have nothing to offer. You have no ideas to offer. You have nothing to offer to the world. No one cares what you have to say, bitch.
You wanted to debate me though, even though I have 95.
Yeah,
followers.
honestly,
You care that I talk.
because I'm so glad I debated you too, because I've made you my sacrificial chicken to show the world what the baristas truly are. They're fucking narcs. I'm so glad I have this. I'm so glad I have this. Holy fuck, I'm so glad I was vindicated like this. Holy shit.
You think people should just do nothing at their jobs? And anyone
Dude,
can
you
tell
sound
to
like
do
a
it
boss
all.
right now. It's like motherfuckers are just literally saying, dude, it's not our problem. We don't live in a communist society. It's not my fucking problem,
It
bitch.
becomes other people's problem.
If
yeah,
I want to scam your boss, That's not my fucking problem, bitch. It's a dog-eat-dog world. Suck a dick. Yes, my goal is to do as little work as fucking possible and make the fucking most amount of money possible. Why? Because we live in a dog-eat-dog capitalist society. That means I don't give a fuck about you. I don't care about society. I don't care about the common good. Any of that shit. As long as I gotta pay my bills, making my own fucking grind, I'm not getting paid to be a fucking narc like you.
Yeah, no, you're saying it's a dog-eat-dog world, but only for the other guy. If you're doing
yeah, bitch, that's how it is. Yeah, bitch, it's a dog-eat-dog world. You have to secure your dude. Okay, if a man comes up to you, all right, let me explain. If a man comes up to you, he goes, I want to fuck your girl. And you're like, well, it's kind of fair that you should be able to. And, nah, bruh, that's your girl. That's your shit. He got his own shit. You got to understand there's a distance there. You got your business. He's got his business. It's not the same damn thing. It's not your job to choose what is just and what is not just. You are out here living your own fucking world. He's out here living his own fucking world. Now, when you want to talk about the business of politics, which is what I'm involved in, ideology and shit, then treat it that way. Don't commingle it and mix it up with your personal fucking business and your private fucking business, because that's how you end up getting spanked with your fucking members and your fucking CPI. So shut the fuck up.
Personal shit is political shit.
No, but okay, then go get spanked, bitch. No, it's not.
What does that even fucking mean?
It means it's not the same shit. It means even if you decide you're a communist and I want to look out for the best interests of all humanity and all society, you're still an ugly motherfucker. You're still a weak bitch. You're still not smart. You're still not talented. All of those things are tested under the competitive pressures of the dog-eat-dog world, where motherfuckers gotta prove themselves and test their mettle. Just because you decide you're the fucking universal representative of all the humanity doesn't actually make you that in actual reality. When it comes to the actual relationship you bear to humanity, you need to prove that. You need to prove your fucking mettle. You don't just get to sit here like a fucking bureaucrat claiming you're the most moral person who's looking out for everyone without actually proving yourself among the wilderness of the fucking people and proving you even have shit to offer in the fucking first place, which you don't.
I'm not claiming I'm a moral authority. But if it's a dog-eat-dog world, then people can be fucking held accountable for not doing their fucking job.
No, they can't. You can only hold people accountable in a Stalinist show trial where you have a fucking proletarian dictatorship and it's a communist society. Fine, then hold people accountable. We don't live in that, so shut the fuck up and eat a dick. So shut the fuck up and eat a dick. There's no accountability. There's no accountability in a Wild West capitalist society.
You don't even believe in a real dog-eat-dog world.
Yes, I do, because that's what we fucking live in.
Because you don't believe in people doing what they got to do to advance in a workplace.
Dude, you're a loser is the problem, because you're a talentless loser.
You're associating narking.
Dude, no, don't. Hey, Adolf,
You're
listen.
associating narking people.
You're a pussy. Hey, pussy. Let me tell you something, pussy. Don't get it twisted. If I ever found myself in the unfortunate circumstances that you were ever my manager, I'm not gonna try to hold you accountable, bitch. I'm gonna do shit behind your back, and while you're not looking, I'm gonna fucking make you slip on a banana peel and shit, and do pranks and shit on you, and make you look like a dumb bitch. I'm not gonna tell you any of it either, and I'm gonna steal. Hey, bitch, and I'm gonna steal from the cash register when you're not looking, and you're not gonna do shit, bitch, because you're not gonna know I'm doing it. Dog eat dog, suck a dick, eat a dick, bitch.
I'll find out you're doing it really quick. Honestly.
Now you won't, bitch, because you're a bird-brained idiot, and dumb fucks like you. Dumb fucks like you. You're a dime a dozen. You're such a dime a dozen. You're such a dime a dozen. Dumb bird-brained fucks like you couldn't notice if you got pickpocketed. If you're fucking.
You're like an anarchist who thinks stealing from the company is praxis. You like.
It's not praxis, motherfucker. It's not praxis. It's called getting your hustle up, bitch. It's not praxis. It's not praxis. No, nobody's saying it's praxis. Nobody's saying it's praxis. Nobody's saying it's praxis. But what we are saying is that it's wintertime grind. We're trying to get our money up, stack the money, kick the hose out. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, get the money up, but don't advance in your workplace by getting the money up. Just fucking.
Nah, because you're a talentless loser who's trying to be a client. Yeah. I was making. Listen. I was making $8 an hour, and now I make $8.50. I'm advancing. I'm making another $1 an hour. $1 whole dollar.
A $6 raise doesn't improve someone's condition.
Yeah, and that's when inflation, that's dog shit. That's nothing.
It matters a lot. On a
In
material level.
inflation era, why is everyone quitting? Because it doesn't matter, bitch.
Because everyone's quitting because of the anti-work leftist.
Everyone's
retard.
quitting because of the anti-work left. You're blaming. This dude is saying Joe Schmo on the street who's quitting his job is brainwashed by the anti-work left. Shut the fuck up. You're blaming the anti-work left because nobody's a SpongeBob SquarePants bitch like you. Shut the fuck up.
You're the one who blamed it on the pandemic in the first place, you fucking retard. It's because they want their pandemic checks, bro. It's a fucking
and that's based. No, they don't just want their pandemic check. The pandemic made them realize how much they're getting conned working at these dumb, dead-end, stupid fucking jobs. Because they realize our society still functions when they don't have to show up to these dumb jobs. It still functions. Why am I going to work at this job if it's not necessary for society to function?
Society was horrible under the lockdown. It didn't function. It was horrible.
No, it did function. A lot of people lost their businesses. That was horrible. But guess what? Shit did still function. It did.
No, it was a horrible function. It was terrible.
Not really.
Not
really. Not really. Not really. Not really. Not really. Not really.
Yeah, really.
Eat a dick. You are a fucking man. You're a fucking narc.
And you're a fucking pussy.
I'm a pussy. You're
and
a fucking
lazy
pussy.
Bitch
You're a pussy. You're a pussy. You have never, as a man. Hey, Adolf, why don't you pull yourself up by the bootstraps and make a fucking living, getting your own bread instead of sucking the cock of some fucking boss to climb the ranks to be the fucking head prostitute? You fucking narc,
you believe
bitch.
in dog-eat-dog world except when someone got to do what they got to do.
Dude,
you think people should just quit their jobs?
But here's the thing. It is dog eat dog. But that doesn't, the reason no one will ever respect you, though, is because instead of carving your own place, instead of carving out your own place in this dog-eat-dog world, the way you make it out is by sucking dick.
I guess. Sounds like, once again, doing some, like, gay homoerotic shit, but I disagree.
Well, everyone sees it differently.
I don't know who everyone is. Maybe your fans. I don't know.
My fans will never be narcs, ever.
I don't think it's being a narc to ask someone to do what's the basics of the contractual labor they were signed to do.
What?
I don't think it's a narc to ask someone to do the basic labor that they're contractually obligated to do when they come to a workplace.
Dude! And you're like a Marxist socialist, and this is how you sound.
Yeah.
I'm the teacher's pet. I get this is. It's not a narc for me to like, dude. You are a dude. Case closed. Case fucking closed. You're assuming ethical, moral responsibility for capitalist institutions. LARPing as if this is socialism.
No ethical, moral responsibility. I just want people to do their job because it affects me if they don't. Because then I got to do more work, and I'm just there every day to do my job because I need to pay rent.
No, you don't need to pay rent. You just like being a power tripping narc bitch. Dude, I hope your landlord increases the rent for you. I hope your life is just suffering forever.
Sound like a ally of the working class.
You know what? I'm gonna. Guys, let's raise money. I'm gonna buy your apartment complex and be your landlord and evict you.
Okay, that's like some real pro-working class stuff.
And I want to fucking raise rent only on you. I'm gonna raise rent only on you. Then I'll be your boss, bitch. I'm gonna buy your retail store and be your boss and fire you. And then I'm gonna I'm gonna watch
Why don't
you.
You currently own any retail stores?
I'm gonna own your retail. I'm gonna be Mr. Krabs. I'm gonna own your retail store, and then I'm gonna be your boss, bitch.
You wish you could.
Enjoy that, bitch. I'll be fucking the Bowser of your life, bitch.
So you have a secret desire to be what you define as a narc as well.
No. The boss ain't the narc because the boss is the only guy who wins. The boss is the only one who wins. The boss ain't a narc. He's his own boss. Who's he narking for? The boss is the one who owns it, bitch. That's gonna be me. Yeah, I want your boss to fire you because you're a bitch.
So you're definitely really pro-working class then.
No, the work. No, here's the thing. It's just revenge because those tyranny,
Nah.
the tyranny you exert on workers, how much they hate you. They would love the
Nah,
poetic
you're
justice
a
of. They would love the
of the
poetic justice
scenario.
of me becoming the boss and just firing you. They would just, and then, and then after I did that, I would just sell the place and never look back. But I would just show them before their eyes. I would fire you. And then I'll be like, yo, guys, listen. And then we'll raise like some money. We're like, yo, everyone gets $5,000. Quit this job and do something different, right? And we'll just make a difference that way. How about that?
All right, so do that.
And it's just to ruin your life specifically.
All right.
You narc bitch. You're not fucking pro-worker, you fucking snitch. Justifying you justify the boss in the capital. Dude, you're such a fucking you're such a fraud. I'm so glad I exposed your bitch ass as a fucking narc.
You didn't expose shit.
When I'm at work, I just think people should shut up, bitch. You don't get paid for that.
Yeah, I do actually.
No, but you go above and beyond. You look out for your institution. You're loyal to it. You're loyal to the institution, bitch.
Yeah, because you know what? The institution I work for done infinitely more than people like you and any of your followers.
I'm so loyal. It's Stockholm syndrome ass weak bitch. The thing is, you're not loyal to it because out of respect. You're loyal to it because you're a slave mentality, sheep mentality, lick spittle bitch. That's why. Because you're a pussy. You're actual pussy. You're an actual pussy. You're an actual pussy. You are a natural born servant and natural born slave.
People enjoy
You know
their
what?
workplaces. They're
Honestly,
slaves.
in Middle Eastern, in the Middle Ages, in Islamic times, in Islamic times, in the Middle Ages, in Islamic times, I always thought it was so horrible they had slavery. I was like, damn, you know. But now I'm talking to a motherfucker like you. I'm like, shit, man, we should just like buy and sell people like you. Honestly, yeah, you can just like, I'll just buy you and you can wash my car. Why not?
I'll punch you in the fucking face.
Nah, bro, that's your mental. You're like born for that. You're like born for that shit. You justify medieval Islamic slavery. You actually justify medieval Islamic slavery. This is like you're making a case that some people are just born slaves. They're just born to be slaves.
I'll just knock you out.
You're making the argument that some people are just born to be slaves.
No, I think you're honestly a fucking piece of shit, actually.
No, you're just like a servile, like you're like you
No,
know,
I
like,
think
you know like
people
how
should just
dogs are
do
naturally
basic hard
you know like
work,
a
but
dog
you're
is
fucking
naturally like
you
know like a
lazy
dog
piece of
you know
shit.
like how a dog is just like naturally servile and it's just like naturally a servant. I just kind of feel like that's you.
No, I just feel like that there's people who should just make sure that other workers don't have to pick up their slack, but you make excuses for lazy
No,
pieces of shit.
I'm the Boy Scout when nobody asked. You're the Boy Scout when nobody asked. That's what you fucking are. The Boy Scout when nobody asked. The Hall Monitor when nobody asked. SpongeBob SquarePants when nobody asked. That's you, a teacher's pet. That's what you are. When nobody asked. It's like we got a mob check on your ass because nobody asked. We got a mob check. We got a mod check on your bitch ass because
Nobody needs that.
looking to my left, looking to my right, nobody asked, but you're doing it anyway. You're making it a context.
You know what?
You're making something of it
Nope.
when nothing was asked of it. You're making something out of
I don't
it
need
when
to
nothing
ask.
was there. You're making a
Because my
situation.
job otherwise.
You're making a situation when nothing demanded it. You're making it a thing. It wasn't a thing. You're making it a circumstance when the time wasn't ready for it. You're making it something to be spoken about when all I heard was dead silence. That's what you motherfucking are. A goddamn narc.
No, because I don't think you really never worked in a workplace because you think people should just
You are a
not
snitch.
work.
You are a snitch. You are a
What do you think
snitch.
people should do? You think telling people to do their job makes you a narc?
Yes.
Hey, can you actually just not be on your cell phone the whole time, please? Because then I have to do more stuff.
Nah, I'm gonna stay on my cell phone. What are you gonna do about it, bitch?
You're gonna get, I'll write you up.
Okay, well, I'll be waiting for you after I get fired. I'll be waiting outside for you.
All right, then I'll punch you.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
Why would I be afraid?
We'll
of that?
see. Okay, don't be afraid. You do
You
that
just-
shit. I'm
you
just trying to make
the
it clear to you.
whole-
You're gonna run into the wrong one. Someone's gonna be waiting outside for you one day. I promise.
Just for simply asking someone to just do their
Yeah.
job.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Cause you're getting in someone's business, you little narc bitch. The world is ending right now. The world is ending right now. The world is ending right now. At least have the decency to leave a motherfucker alone. Yo, the world is ending right now. The economy, yo, dude, the economy is about to collapse. Money is going to become meaningless. All this will become meaningless. Yeah, big recession is coming. Even BlackRock just admitted it. The least you can fucking do is just leave a motherfucker alone. You narc bitch.
No.
Okay, well that
Take the
Adolf
fucking
just
garbage out.
what? Don't you? You
Take the
said
fucking
no. You
garbage
said
out.
no. Don't you mean
Take the fucking garbage out.
nine?
Take the fucking garbage out.
Adolf Hitler,
Someone gotta take the
narc.
fucking garbage out.
Adolf Hitler, socialist. Nine. I am the manager. Adolf Hitler. Everyone must obey me. Mussolini, socialism. Can't mind your own business. So that's what it is, I guess, right? You're the dude who will just always have a stick in their ass, always, forever. That's why, see, I can sit like this, right? I can just sit like this. I'm chilling. You the dude who's always gonna sit like this. Adolf Hitler! That's always gonna be you, forever. That will always be
Well,
you.
I can't see, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well,
I can't see.
I know you don't get
but-
it. I know you don't get it. I know you don't get it.
Well,
I know you don't get it. But we
I just
get
think
it.
it's retarded that you think asking someone to
But
take out
we
the
get,
garbage
bruh,
is the
you know what? You know
Hitler.
what? All right. Adolf, anything else?
No, I just think that people should take out the garbage at a workplace.
Nobody cares, bitch. Nobody cares, you narc bitch. Nobody give a fuck. I promise, nobody give a fuck, okay? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. All right, we have one more person who's apparently like a huge troll. What do you want, bitch?
Add your name up.
What? What did I just hear? They had this something. Add your name up. What? Add your name up? What the fuck was that? Alright. That guy was waiting for 5 hours, by the way, to speak. That guy was waiting for 5 hours to speak. Why? To say that? Alright. Well, motherfuckers, I mean, okay. Add my name up. What the fuck does that mean? Alright, baristas were destroyed tonight. This was the final battle against the baristas. What happened tonight was the final assault on baristas forever. They will never recover. That was this was the Helm's Deep of the battle against baristas. This was Helm's Deep. This was the Stalingrad of fighting baristas. Okay? And we made it. We won. They're gone forever. They will never fucking win again. This, like, I could not fathom a more powerful victory than this. I'm glad Logo saw this. I'm so glad. I was just about to say, I was like, Logo needs to see this shit. Because holy fuck. It's so cathartic. It is. Holy fuck. Logo is just... I'm giving Logo the W. Because he was the one who started the discourse. And he was so right about it from the beginning. And he gets us the supreme W. Okay? Anyway, guys. Oh, man. I gotta eat. And we did a long stream today, didn't we? I had a lot of fun. And the Adolf Hitler socialists lost. China Summit tomorrow, okay? Alright, guys. I will give River 1 point. Like, just one, you know, he did make a point when he said, oh yeah, I should just like be a narc and shit at work. And the one good point he made was, goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to the, do you think about me? 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 Goodbye to the people who trust me. Goodbye to the people who love me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye, goodbye to everybody. Now I need some changes in my life. Now I need so good on in life. Do you think about me? Do you think about me? Goodbye to the people who trust